Good morning, folks. This is the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. It is Thursday, January 27th, 9 a.m. We are proceeding with our agenda this morning. We will start with a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bogue, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Hackett, Commissioner McGowan.
Here.
Commissioner Mesner.
Here.
Commissioner Najapa.
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 out of 7 commissioners present.
Excellent. Good to see everybody again. This is day something on our docket 2106-00097. This is the financial assurance rulemaking. We are deep in the depths of party presentations. We appreciate all of the work that everyone has done, the presentations that we've received. I think we've had some really robust Q&A and witness testimony, which is helpful to the cause. So with that, we are starting up this morning with API Colorado, who has 25 minutes for presentation. And so with that, I believe we need to bring in the representatives from API to the panel, and then we'll get ready to go. Good morning.
Good
Mr.
morning.
Martin.
Morning, Chair Robbins, commissioners. I see that Harold Fitch, our witness, has joined the panel, and I'm going to wait for him to unmute and unvideo him. There he is.
Oh, there we are. Good morning.
Good morning again, Chair Robbins and commissioners. The good news today is that it's Thursday, and that means that no matter what, tomorrow is Friday. I have to admit that I'm a little more nervous than I usually am in addressing you because I am flying solo. I have never tried sharing a screen, so we're going to try this morning, and I hope you'll bear with me if my technical skills prove inadequate to the task.
We will allow you to share your screen. Look at that. You went straight to view mode and everything. Good job.
Well, that's good. I unfortunately am the only one who can't see that. So Mr. Chair, I'm going to have to.
Yeah, we'll give you time to get your bearings because you need to be able to see your slides, I would suppose.
It would likely be very helpful to be able to see my slides. Regrettably, my technical skills don't appear to be up to the task this morning.
Larson,
I was going to say, Mr. Martin, if you'd like, you could forward your presentation to me and I could share my screen and then advance the slides, if that's helpful.
Hearing Officer Larson, I think I will do that. And if you'll give me just a moment, I'm going to do that right now. I apologize.
Okay. No problem. I'm going to use this opportunity to stop my video and refresh my coffee. Why don't everybody else do the same? And then we'll get back together here in a couple minutes.
Hearing Officer Larson, you may have my PowerPoint by now.
Let me refresh. Has not arrived yet, but one moment. I still don't have it.
Hearing Officer Larson, our internet connection has been up and down all morning so far. So unless you get it in the next few moments,
Okay.
I'll just go ahead without the PowerPoint.
Okay. As soon as I get it, I can start sharing and we can catch up to where you are.
Thank you very much for doing that.
Not a problem.
Chair Robbins, I just told Hearing Officer Larson that the internet here has been up and down all morning, as it often is. So I'll proceed without the PowerPoint, and if it shows up, Ms. Larson can catch up with us, if that's acceptable to you. Again, I'm Jim Martin from Beatty Wozniak, today representing API Colorado in this rulemaking. We've met before, but it's nice to see all of you again. We would like to reserve for closing any time left after our presentation to you this morning.
Very good.
And I also want to start by saying that I know API Colorado wants to thank you, all of you, for your service in this very complex and highly technical rulemaking. The last few days have demonstrated just how complex and technical it is. We also want to thank Director Murphy and her team for the work they have put into this rulemaking, the several draft rules, reading testimony, and pre-hearing statements and responsive statements, and not least putting up with our incessant telephone calls and questions. They've exhibited remarkable patience throughout this rulemaking. My principal role this morning is to introduce Mr. Harold Fitch, who you should see on your screen. I'm sure that you've seen his resume, but just to refresh your memory, he served as an oil and gas regulator for 22 years. Throughout that period of time, he was associated with the IOGCC, or the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission, and he was the principal author of the 2021 IOGCC report on idle and orphan wells. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Fitch.
All right, thank you, Jim. Good morning. My name is Harold Fitch. I'm the witness for API today, and I appreciate the opportunity to join you. Jim covered the basics of my bio. I want to note that Michigan does not have an oil and gas commission, so that the duties or responsibilities of making final decisions on rulemaking, policies, and so forth were vested in me as Supervisor Wells, so I can certainly sympathize with you as you face this task today. I'm not representing IOGCC today, but I am drawing largely from my testimony on my familiarity with the IOGCC member states and how they regulate their oil and gas industries. States generally use a two-pronged approach in managing orphan wells. Every oil and gas producing state has regulations primarily associated with financial assurance to assure that wells do not become orphaned. And most states have a dedicated orphan well fund to provide resources for the state to step in and plug and remediate wells when that becomes necessary. So setting appropriate financial assurance criteria requires a regulator to look at multiple aspects of the issue. You've got to consider characteristics of both the wells and the operators, as well as the other regulatory requirements, regulatory framework that works to limit the period of time a well may become idle and to limit the possibilities of it becoming orphaned. Idle wells, of course, can be a cause for concern in some cases because they are more likely to become orphans. However, there's often good reasons to keep a well in idle status. Idle wells may have potential for future production if technology changes or if economic conditions changed. They would have a possible use for redrilling as directional or horizontal holes, and they can have some future utility for secondary recovery, gas storage, monitoring, or other purposes. So I think the commission should be careful not to be overly restrictive when it comes to idle wells that have a demonstrable future use. And I think you cover that with your concept of used or usable or useful. Any well, whether it's active or idle, of course, can pose a risk to the environment and public health if it's not properly maintained and monitored. I've reviewed your well integrity monitoring requirements, and I think they are going to be effective in helping to prevent wells from becoming safety or environmental hazards, particularly for idle wells that might not otherwise be as closely monitored. And then, of course, idle wells can pose a liability to the state if the operator is not capable of ultimately plugging and restoring them. And that's where financial assurance comes in. Again, the regulator has to assess the characteristics of not just the wells, but of the operator when you look at financial assurance. Many states use a kind of a tiered approach for single well and blanket financial assurance. So the amounts can vary according to the degree of risk based on the well and operator characteristics. Other states utilize a set amount for a blanket bond in a relatively large amount that's geared to address an operator's overall liabilities. And then some states increase financial assurance for operators with a high proportion of idle wells or when idle wells are transferred to a new owner. In my experience, operators with significant production from a number of active wells pose a very low risk of leaving orphan wells, and COGCC data support that conclusion. Requiring full cost single well bonding for these operators would result in an unwarranted expense, and it would be a disincentive to investment. Setting blanket bonds for such companies makes sense to me. That's as IPI describes as their tier 1. State data in the COGCC report shows that 11 states have a set amount of blanket financial assurance that ranges from $15,000 to $100,000. 21 states use multiple tiers with associated blanket bonds that range from $7,500 to $30 million. I think Alaska has the highest blanket well set amount at $30 million. Most states have a maximum blanket amount ranging from $100,000 to $250,000, somewhere in that range. Financial assurance requirements have to be viewed within the context of other regulatory safeguards that the state has. I like the concept of allowing operators to designate wells as out of service with a plan then for plugging them on a set schedule. It makes sense to exclude those kind of wells from calculating the number of inactive wells as long as the operator, of course, stays on track with their plugging plan. Some stakeholders have supported some other good ideas. For example, I think it makes sense to require full cost bonding when low producing or inactive wells are being transferred to a new operator, except in cases where operators are exchanging similar properties which is referred to sometimes as acreage exchanges, that kind of thing. I also agree that for well-capitalized operators with a number of producing wells, it makes sense to provide a comprehensive bond in an amount that will assure that the operator will fulfill its obligations. I also understand API Colorado and others in the industry are proposing that companies that don't qualify for their Tier 1 would then be able to develop their own financial assurance plans and present them to the director and commission for approval. API refers to that as their Tier 1, Tier 2, and that makes a lot of sense to me also. If an operator submits an alternative financial plan, that gives the director and the commission a chance to evaluate the operator's well inventory, its capitalization, compliance history, and other factors in adjudicating that. And a plan could be some combination of individual wells, individual bonds, blanket bonds, sinking fund, an escrow account, or perhaps something more innovative. You then have the opportunity to weigh all those factors in reaching your decision. There may be some situation where a single well financial assurance should be required for all of an operator's wells. I understand the staff has suggested that operators with no production over the course of a year would fall into what API describes as their Tier 3. I want to note that there may be some instances, though, where such an approach might not be warranted. For instance, an operator might acquire a number of wells in a field with the intent to establish secondary recovery project or gas storage. It takes a while to put those kind of plans into place, but the operator might have a sound business plan and might be well capitalized. Just needs time to put a plan in place. So I think that even in those circumstances, an operator should have an opportunity to make their case to the commission. Now, let me comment on the issue of full cost bonding for all wells. I'm not aware of any state that requires that or has taken that approach. And there's probably several reasons for that. First, it's important to remember that most wells will never be orphaned. In the great majority of cases, the operator is going to fulfill its responsibility to plug an aging well. And it's possible to predict which wells may become orphaned by looking at the characteristics of the operator. The relevant factors here are the operator's plugging history, its number of active wells, particularly as compared to its number of idle wells, how well the operator is capitalized, and the operator's compliance history. I note that Colorado, unlike most states, the orphan wells, most of the orphan wells are in a category where there's only one orphan well for that operator. And I think like 75% of the orphan wells were for operators that had fewer than, I think, 25 wells or something like that. So it's largely the smaller operators that are the most at the most risk. A significant number of wells in Colorado have been and continue to be plugged and abandoned by the operator, and that out of service concept can facilitate that ongoing process. Based on our data, Colorado's ratio of orphan wells to unplugged wells is less than 1%. I think there's only about 4 or 5 states that have a lower ratio. So Colorado's in a pretty good place as far as the proportion of idle wells. So anyway, to sum that up, I think, in my opinion, universal full cost bonding is really not justified in Colorado. Secondly, as I noted in my written testimony, full cost bonding could hinder transfers of wells to new operators. So it would effectively freeze operators in place with the assets they have. Could prevent transfers of wells to better capitalized operators. We've seen that happen sometimes in Michigan. And it could also force operators to prematurely abandon wells. And then finally, an unreasonably high bond could force some operators out of business. And that, of course, increases the likelihood of orphan wells. Full cost single well bonding could be impossible for some operators to satisfy, including some responsible operators. So I know the commission faces a lot of issues where you have to balance things, and this is one of those. Obviously, you need to protect the environment, public safety, and property while not imposing unnecessarily burdensome and maybe counterproductive requirements on the oil and gas industry. So I hope my input's helpful to you in striking that balance. And thank you again for allowing me to testify, and I'd be glad to entertain any questions you might have.
And apologies for interrupting, but Mr. Martin, I did receive the PowerPoint, so I believe you may have some comments, and if that's the case, I can start the PowerPoint when you're ready to comment.
That would be very much appreciated, Hearing Officer Larson. And with your permission, Chair Robbins, I have a couple of comments to follow on Mr. Fitch's testimony, and then we'll be available for questions.
That sounds good. Why don't we hold the clock here real quick until we get the PowerPoint up and running, and then we can allow you to get started.
And then while we're waiting, I'll mention that we very much appreciate Mr. Fitch being here this morning. He's in the process of recovering from his own breakthrough case of COVID. So having suffered that, I am tremendously appreciative.
So it appears that I'm also having issues sharing the screen. I apologize. Oh wait, I believe Ms. Amaro she's saving the day. Thank you.
And it looks, Hearing Officer Larson, like you've suffered the same fate as I have this morning. It's stripping out all of the really fancy stuff that was added overnight. But let's proceed with this and just move forward if you don't mind. If you could advance it a couple of slides. There we go. That's great. If you want to just stop there for the moment. Most of my comments this morning focus on tier structure. And I should mention at the outset that our approach bears a lot of similarities to what you heard from Colorado Oil and Gas Association yesterday afternoon or evening, and the tier structure proposed by Chevron, Oxy, and PDC as well. So as I said, a lot of similarities. As an initial observation, you heard from Mr. Fitch that it's important to look not only at wells and the well inventory of an operator, but at the operator itself in order to get a sense of the risk profile that operator poses along with in tandem with the operator's well and inventory. So one of our principal suggestions for the commission is that you look at both the operator and that operator's well inventory. API Colorado believes that a tier structure probably makes sense. It's really the only way that we've come up with to try and help organize the financial assurance process. We recognize, though, that tier process also tends to flatten operators into one or a couple of tiers. So we're also open to the idea of a different set of tiers or more tiers. But for purpose of our presentation today, we're focused on 3 tiers to complement the staff's proposal on tiering as well. In the API Colorado proposal, operators, and if you could advance, I'm sorry, if you could go back one slide. Thank you again for your patience with me. In our proposal, operators with a per well average daily production of 60 barrels would qualify for tier 1, and we limited it to the 60 barrels because of a couple of reasons. One is to simplify the process of determining who qualifies as tier 1, but also because a significant production level or production value suggests that the risk posed by that operator is minimal and probably acceptable to the commission. Having worked from the 2021 IOGCC report, we believe that operators that qualify for this tier represent very little risk and conversely have the ability to fulfill all of their obligations under both the Act and the regulations this commission has adopted. Now, one way in which Colorado's proposal, or Colorado API's proposal, differs from others in the industry is that API Colorado proposed an on-ramp to tier 1 for operators that can demonstrate both financial health and an indicia of low risk. And if we could move to the next slide, please. We provided some criteria, but expect that you might well want to add others or to make changes. I'm going to actually jump here, Ms. Larson, to tier 3 for just a second. If you could advance it 1 or 2 slides. There we go. I want to provide both the bookends for where we think most operators are going to land. And the bookend opposite of tier 1 is obviously tier 3. We designed this tier for operators, as Mr. Fitch mentioned, for operators who can show no production over the preceding 12 months. These operators would have to provide single well financial assurance for all of their wells. And again, the data in the 2021 COGCC report suggested this structure, since operators in this tier may pose a risk commensurate with significant bonding. I want to emphasize the word may, though. Other operators left the numbers in their version of tier 3 undefined, and that may have been a wise decision on their part. I encourage you to engage with operators with the low per day production average to better understand their business plans and their risk profile. I understand that operators like OWN and Evergreen, from whom you've heard last, so far as I can tell, are responsible, and they manage their well inventories and have a business plan to reduce low per well quantities. And they may well have something to say about what the threshold appropriately should be. So I'm going to leave it as an open question as well. If we could bounce back to tier 2, hearing officer. So this is what some of you and some of us have described as the bespoke version, or the choose your own venture or adventure. This tier would encompass operators that don't qualify for either tier 1 or tier 3. And frankly, this is, as you've mentioned, this is probably where most operators will fall. This is a tier that recognizes that basins and fields and operators differ dramatically, from companies like OWN to vertically integrated companies. Their well inventories also will differ greatly, as will their production values, and so will their risk profiles. That's why we believe it makes sense to require these operators to tailor their financial assurance plans so that they fit their risk profile, their financial health, and their well inventories. This also ensures the commission can focus on as much on the operator as on wells, and that's something we believe that is fundamentally important and consistent with Mr. Fitch's counsel to us. Of course, the bottom line has to be whether the plans provide confidence to the commission that the operator can meet all of their obligations under the Act and your rules. One last item, Chair Robbins, API Colorado also wants to encourage you to adopt the out-of-service program in much the same form as proposed by staff. It's their best idea so far. We acknowledge that the idea would benefit from some detail, and for that detail, we point you to the red line provided by Chevron, Oxy, and PDC. I believe their red line outlines a comprehensive out-of-service plan with guardrails that ensure wells are being plugged throughout the life of the plan based on a timeline agreed to by the director. One last comment on that point: a robust and viable out-of-service program very likely will result in plugging and abandoning thousands of wells over the course of that program. That will significantly reduce the universe of wells that other parties have cited as at-risk wells. Stated just a bit differently, looking only at the number of idle wells, if I can use that nomenclature, looking only at those wells disguises the fact that many of those wells will be plugged and abandoned by operators as part of their normal business plans or as part of the out-of-service program. And in a sense, the out-of-service program is a sort of twofer in that sense. With that, Chair Robbins, we would be happy to answer any questions you have. And thank you, Hearing Officer Larson. I very much appreciate your help this morning.
Very good. Thank you both for the presentation and testimony. And I would ask Ms. Larson for a time check in terms of closing a rebuttal. And if you want to stop the screen share, we can all see each other a little bit better. There you go.
Yes, API used 19 minutes and 5 seconds. So they have 5 minutes and 55 seconds remaining.
Great. At this point, we do have time for questions from commissioners for either Mr. Martin or Mr. Fitch. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a couple, one clarifying question, then another more substantial question. In your filings, in your red lines for the threshold for tier 1, you included an MCF threshold of 90 MCF equivalent. That wasn't included in your presentation. Is there a reason? What's API's position on that?
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Gonzalez. We relied principally on information from West Slope COGA because API Colorado itself doesn't have members that are heavily invested in gas production on the Western Slope. So we didn't have that information available to ourselves. So as I said, we relied on West Slope COGA for that kind of information.
Okay, thanks. And we're going to hear from West Slope COGA today, so we can talk about that. What's the difference between an on-ramp for tier 1 and the plan route, the financial assurance plan route through tier 2? To me, it just seems like if you don't fall into tier 1, you go into tier 2, and maybe you get the same thing that was in tier 1. I just don't understand what this on-ramp is.
So in our red line, we provided several criteria for when an operator that doesn't automatically qualify for tier 1 might be able to demonstrate to the commission that it has the financial health, the risk profile, the well inventory that minimizes risks and perhaps qualifies that company to sort of ramp into tier 1 and take advantage of blanket bonding. Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I guess it just adds more criteria for consideration to tier 1, whereas tier 2 is just wide open. That kind of what I'm getting at is that for the on-ramp, if you meet these qualifications, then you can on-ramp into tier 1. If you don't meet these other kind of numerate AA through EE qualifications, that you would go through tier 2.
Yes, sir. Like I'm sure all of the other stakeholders in this process, we grappled with the tension between seeking simplicity and providing some on-ramps and some off-ramps. It's something that we heard from other parties that thought that perhaps that it's important to provide those kinds of opportunities for operators. So I recognize the challenge the commission faces in sorting out the advantages and disadvantages of simplicity as opposed to perhaps providing a little more complexity, but also providing some opportunity for operators who come close to qualifying as tier 1 operators to bump into that category.
Yeah, and I agree with that, Mr. Martin. That's something that I'm struggling with, is kind of reconciling, a categorical approach with more of an open-ended bespoke approach. And there's just a numerous list of qualifications or criteria we can adopt or consider, but that list just seems to grow and grow and grow, and we need to really tighten that up. So just curious what your thoughts were on that on-ramp, but going back and looking at your red lines, I'll reread those and familiarize myself with that. But that's all I had for now, Mr. Martin. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Fitch, for your testimony as well.
Commissioner McGowan, I have a follow-up on that same line, if that's okay. Just Mr. Martin, on your tier 2 bespoke approach, I'm not seeing, so we've heard from others that they would like to see sideboards, criteria, how it is that the commission has an ability to make a determination that something is sufficient or not. And I'm not seeing much in the way in your red line with regard to that. Did API have some thoughts or comments about that? One approach is the alternative to full cost bonding, not something I'm probably thinking makes sense, because I agree with you, full cost bonding is not necessarily required at all times. Another approach is to speak to or cite to the financial assurance statute that everybody has to have sufficient financial obligations. Does API have thoughts along those lines?
A couple of thoughts, Commissioner. And I'll say at the outset that we tried to put together a set of guardrails or criteria for decision-making under Tier 2 and recognize the value that would provide to the commissioners when they're evaluating any number of financial assurance plans submitted by operators. Every time we put together one of those lists, we found that some of the items were problematic for one reason or another. So that's one of the reasons you see a pretty modest list from us, although, as you said, the fundamental criterion has to be whether or not, in your judgment, the commission's judgment, your corporate judgment, you believe the operator has the capacity to fulfill all of its obligations under the statute and your rules. We added a couple of thoughts. One, looking at the past, current, and projected rate at which the operator is plugging and abandoning wells, just because that seems to be a criterion that fits with the Commission's goals for establishing a robust orphan well fund program, but also trying to ensure that you're minimizing the number of wells dropping into that particular category. But beyond that, we're continuing to urge that the Commission look at or be open to a broad array of tools that operators might propose for ensuring they can meet that fundamental goal of fulfilling all of their obligations under the Act, and that perhaps most important, it's the operator and the operator's financial health, credit worthiness, and past history, and plugging and abandoning wells and reclaiming and remediating those wells. I'm sorry, we haven't provided anything more specific. We really did try, and we every time we hit a concrete wall as we attempted to do so.
Thank you for that. And I think that's been the struggle for all of us over the course of the year is we've had lots and lots of different versions of tiers, and it's tough to figure out a tiering system that accommodates everybody, which I think has pivoted a number of our stakeholders into the sort of bespoke approach. And so I'll take that testimony and think through it as well. Commissioner McGowan, thanks for giving me a chance to weigh in on that segue. You're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you both for being here this morning. I apologize. I had some dogs wrestling, so I lost my attention span for like about a minute. I think in your proposal that there was also a comprehensive bond suggestion where an operator could offer up, I think $30 million is in your written proposal. And sorry, did you cover that in your presentation? And are you still interested in that option? And if so, could you talk about that a little bit and what that might look like and how that would be married to, you know, percentage of idle wells or single well financial assurance upon transfers? Would any of those things apply? Do they not apply? I find the idea intriguing, but the devil's in the details, like what that would look like. And my apologies if you did cover that and I lost my attention there for a second.
We did not cover that, Commissioner McGowan. In our oral testimony today, we did. Looking back, we did cover it in some detail in our responsive statements. It wasn't something we covered in our pre-hearing statement, but that seems like years ago now. But it is something we advocated for and continue to advocate for. You're absolutely right that one of the complications of the tiering structure, along with single well financial assurance and a couple of other things, is that suddenly at some point it gets hard to figure out which wells are covered, for example, and which wells aren't, and how do you add up the total. And I think you've heard that from other stakeholders as well. I think you can do it in actually not in any number of ways, but several different ways. One is that you could apply a comprehensive bond at whatever level the commission ultimately settles on. We proposed $30 million just because that's the example we found in the Alaska rules. But you could impose or offer a comprehensive bond to cover all of an operator's wells if, for example, the commission were convinced that that comprehensive bond would ensure the operator can fulfill all of its obligations. You could also combine it with single well financial assurance for some number of inactive wells, for example, if you believe that that provides the extra added assurance to the commission that the financial assurance plan they are considering and adopting meets that ultimate criterion. So I think there are several different ways in which you can fashion it, but that the simplest and easiest is to simply apply a comprehensive bond at an appropriate level that covers all of that operator's obligations. And our ultimate goal in devising our red line was to search more for simplicity than complexity, but recognizing that after hearing all of the parties over the last however many days, simplicity may not be the highest and best goal out there.
I don't know. Sometimes I'm a fan of simplicity. So I don't necessarily think we should dismiss ideas out of hand because they haven't been discussed yet. I'm curious to know kind of what the checks and balances would be if we were to follow that path for, and I'm going to guess that a very low number of operators would be able to take that path. But at the same time, the commission still needs to know, like, what is this operator doing? How is their health going? What are the status of their wells? So do you envision there would still be some sort of financial assurance plan that gets submitted with some basic data so that the commission can keep track of, I think you guys pointed out, the financial health of both the operator and the wells that the operator owns?
I am not entirely sure what Chevron, Oxy, and PDC suggested on this issue, but off the top of my head, I would think that every operator would have to, the rules would require every operator to submit a financial assurance plan to the commission. We propose that some of those plans be administratively approvable just for the purpose of efficiency, considering the number of plans that will come to the commission. And that would be one category where if the director is convinced that looking at the information, the operator poses a very low risk or has a very low risk profile, and that a comprehensive bond would in fact satisfy that ultimate obligation, that the director should be able to approve that. But the director will also annually, the director and staff ultimately will review all of those financial plans, assurance plans annually. I assume some will get more scrutiny than others, but the director and the commission will have the chance to review those plans every year. And if the director in any circumstance finds something that causes the director concern, the director can refer that to the commission for a hearing.
Thanks. Back to the tier 1 and greater than 60 barrel oils equivalent per average per day. And I think that you testified that that number is based on a risk-based analysis, I think derived from the IOGCC report. Is that correct? And I'm wondering if you could talk about that a little more. Well, I think I'm struggling with, everyone's got a different number that they think is the magical number, which puts you into tier 1 and shows that you're an operator in good, with good well health.
Right.
And really looking for some better guidance on how we come up with a number that is justifiable.
So I should be clear, in case I created any confusion, that the IOGCC report itself doesn't suggest that 60 barrels is the right number, only that you should look at the operator's financial health, including things like their production and production value, in evaluating that operator's ability to fulfill its obligations under the statute and the rules. We looked at a number of different numbers. We were in very close collaboration with other operators and ultimately settled on 60 barrels as a number that if you look across an operator's wells, if that's the average per well, that it's hard to dispute that that operator is generating the revenues needed to meet its obligations under the statute, not just for plugging and abandoning, but all of its obligations under the Act.
Okay, thank you. And then for tier 3, do you think I'm struggling with tier 3 that's just zero production operators. I'm wondering what your thought is about an expansion somewhat into what I would call very low producing operators too.
Our red line is based in large part on the staff's proposal. That's part of the reason we settled on 0. But having read the briefs filed by companies like OWN and Evergreen and others, we were in the same conundrum as perhaps you are, which is that there are some operators who appear to be responsible operators who have viable retirement plans, that have a business plan that seems to be successful at fairly low levels of production. And we were unable to figure out how to distinguish between that category of operators and other operators with little or no production who really do pose a risk of orphaning wells. That's why in our oral testimony today, we opted to leave that number. We opted in our written testimony to settle on 0, but suggested in our oral testimony that you take into account the testimony offered by a wide range of smaller operators that do have those business plans, and try and get some sense of what the appropriate cutoff is and what the appropriate, in our view, off ramps ought to be for operators that perhaps have other suggestions for the commission about how they ensure financial assurance, that there are options that perhaps warrant an off ramp from tier 3 kind of category.
Thank you. And then last question, wondering where you're at after hearing everyone talk and everyone's testimony about the Orphan Well program.
I was afraid you'd ask that. In API Colorado's responsive statement, we emphasized API Colorado's support for a robust orphan well program. That was before we heard the director's suggestion of $20 per year per well that could be imposed during the pendency of, or during the time when the commission has significant federal resources at its disposal to plug and abandon wells. And I haven't had a chance to talk with my client about this, but it seemed to me, as I thought about this in the middle of the night last night, that the director's proposal does anticipate future or perhaps several future rulemakings to consider what the appropriate number ought to be, whether it's 20, 100, 200, or 300, but that the commission might be wise to give the staff the opportunity to ramp up its efforts using federal funds to plug and abandon wells, and to significantly increase the number of wells they are able to at least plug and abandon, leaving aside reclamation and remediation, that they can plug and abandon in a given year. And if it looks to the commission as if the staff has significantly accelerated its ability to plug and abandon wells, and that additional resources would make a difference, then that's the point at which the commission ought to think about whether it's 100, 200, 300, whatever, but that given the current pace at which the staff can successfully plug and abandon wells and the significant federal resources that will be available, it's probably, in our view, premature to make that judgment. It's a future rulemaking, perhaps not very far in the future, but a future rulemaking.
Thank you.
Japa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Martin and Mr. Fitch, for your testimony today. I just wanted to follow on a little bit on Commissioner McGowan's question about the 60 BOE for the tier 1 qualification. You know, you noted that was, you know, you kind of discussed and determined that made some sense, but is there a minimum that you think would also be viable for tier 1?
Commissioner, I apologize. I was looking at our red line while you were speaking, and that was probably a mistake. Would you mind repeating your question? I apologize.
No problem. So regarding the 60 BOE for the tier 1 qualification, you know, Commissioner McGowan was asking you a little bit about sort of where you arrived or how that was derived, or if that was something that you know, specifically determined. And based on what you were saying, you know, it was just more of a discussion of what was proposed in the draft. I'm curious if there was any discussion about a minimum BOE to qualify for that tier 1, you know, the ability to secure blanket bonds. And I'm just thinking about this in terms of the overall production and with current, you know, prices, you know, we're talking upwards of $1.5 million or so, and, you know, per year, per well, that are at that production level. So I'm wondering, is there a lower amount, you know, that might allow, for example, some of the smaller or medium-sized, you know, operators to potentially qualify?
So sort of a floating number, perhaps, or
not necessarily a floating, but would there be a lower threshold?
So my honest answer, Commissioner, is that I don't remember any discussions along those lines, because API Colorado and I believe other stakeholders were really working off the structure provided by staff. So I'm afraid we didn't discuss that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. A couple other just more clarifying questions. I think in some of our prior party presentations, there's been the use of single well financial assurance and full cost bonding as almost being an equivalent terminology, but am I understanding correctly that you are not saying that? And especially with respect to transferred wells, you're saying of a single well financial assurance is appropriate, but not necessarily the full cost bond? Is that a fair characterization?
API Colorado's proposal written in its proposal in its responsive statement. So our written briefs was supportive of the idea of full cost, or of a single well financial assurance for all wells transferred. Low producing wells is involved in a transfer. That was a remarkably oblique and not very helpful answer. But I was trying to think and talk at the same time, and multitasking appears not to be my forte this morning. But I think that it's easy to confuse full cost bonding and single well financial assurance. You're absolutely right about that. Although I think that with respect to an individual well, single well financial assurance would be full cost bonding. And if you applied single well financial assurance to every well, that would constitute full cost bonding. I'm trying to think as I try to answer your question, that I don't create more confusion or get that wrong. But API Colorado did focus on single well financial assurance for low producing wells involved in a transfer.
Okay, and again, just to make sure that I'm really clear, when you say single well financial assurance for the low producing wells that are involved in a transfer, that you are saying full cost bonding?
I think they amount to the same thing for that well. Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that.
For that category of wells.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Let me see, I know I had another question. Oh, okay. I recall in your filings that there was some discussion of agreeing with the prioritization of closure of, I think this was in relation to out of service wells, wells designated for plugging, prioritizing those in disproportionately impacted communities or close to residences or schools. Though you also noted that in looking at idle wells, that this should be nominated by the operator and not necessarily. I just want to make sure I'm understanding there. I mean, would that still include this sort of prioritization of, so in determining which wells to plug, would an operator first look at, or not necessarily first, but take a look at wells that are idle, that are in disproportionately impacted communities or in close proximity to homes and schools?
I think I understand your question, Commissioner. If I get it wrong, I'm sure you'll tell me. But as I understand how it would work is that an operator, any operator, would survey its wells, including inactive and low producing wells, and would designate those wells that the operator wants to put on the out of service list. And so there's two different concepts. One is that we were, in the interest of efficiency, encouraging the commission to adapt the staff's proposal so that the nomination or the designation would not have to be formally approved by the director, given the number of operators we anticipate will nominate or designate wells as out of service, but that the director have an opportunity to review those designations post hoc and to request more information if there are some suggestions in that filing that perhaps the operator is unable to actually achieve that number of plugging and abandonments or whatever, but that it not be a requirement up front for director approval. Separately then, once the operator has designated wells as out of service, then I think the staff's proposal would implicitly create a priority for wells affecting disproportionately impacted communities. Although after testimony and questions from the commission yesterday, I think it would be important to add that in some cases, perhaps in more than some cases, that's something that would have to be balanced with the overall effort on that operator's part to achieve the number of wells plugged and abandoned as set out in the agreement with the director. For example, there may be 20 wells located in one area where it's really efficient for the operator, the rig operator, to plug and abandon all 20 at once, even though there might be a disproportionately impacted community 20 miles away. And it might not make sense to rig up that a couple of wells in one place, move to a disproportionately impacted community, and then rig down and move again to a set of wells 20 miles away. So I think there's a more complicated calculus than simply saying that in all instances you'll plug and abandon wells in disproportionately impacted communities first, but that there should be a priority for wells in disproportionately impacted communities to the extent that that makes sense in achieving the number of wells to be plugged and abandoned as set out in the operator's commitment to the commission.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Let me see. Just looking through my notes, I thought I had one more. Oh, with respect to, I believe this was within what you presented on for tier 2, that you're suggesting, that obviously as operators are proposing their own financial assurance plans and tailored to each operator, that some things we could look at would be credit worthiness and plugging history, among other things. How would you define credit worthiness? Is that, do you have any specifics around that? Like, would that be a specific letter from a letter of credit, Or do you have any opinions on some of the EPA criteria for UIC wells? Could you comment on that a little bit?
Sure, and I think as I was thinking about this more after some of your questions of stakeholders or parties yesterday, that first, I guess there will be some differentiation between public and non-public companies. In the case of public companies, there will be different SEC filings, for example, that you could examine that will tell you not only about essentially the financial health of the company, but outstanding liabilities that they're anticipating or of which they know. There could be Moody's or Fitch's credit reports on, there will be those kinds of credit reports on, at least on publicly traded companies. There may be audit results that the company, public or private, can offer to the commission to demonstrate its financial viability. In some cases, it may be as simple as looking at a company's balance sheet, and that will give you a sense of its overall revenues as well as liabilities and provide some assurance. Again, for publicly traded companies, probably the larger publicly traded companies, that they have the resources across the company to fulfill their obligations under the Act and under the rules. So I think there are a number of different avenues a company might pursue or an operator might pursue to demonstrate its financial health. And again, you might want to distinguish between public and private.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those clarifications.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Martin and Mr. Fitch, for your testimony this morning. I do have a few questions. I think I'll start with some questions from Mr. Fitch. So I think the first question I have is I believe I heard in your testimony that one of the big responsibilities for states in that regulate oil and gas development is managing orphan wells, and that you testified that idle wells are more risky. So first question is, what is your definition of an idle well? Understanding there are different definitions of idle wells and different regulatory schemes around the country.
Well, most states will have, they may define it differently, but essentially an idle well is something that's been out of production or out of use. It may, for some period, might be 6 months, 12 months. 12 months is probably the most common criteria for the states.
And so you're utilizing a zero production threshold, your determination of idle well?
Zero production for an oil and gas producer, or out of use for an injector or a storage well or something like that.
Okay. I was just making sure I understood what your definition was there. Now, regarding orphan wells, I mean, and I think you gave testimony on the different, generally on the different financial assurance mechanisms that different states perhaps employ, some different blanket bonding mechanisms, some comprehensive caps. But it appears to me, I mean, I guess is it fair to say that at some level, these financial assurance mechanisms that are being employed across the country aren't fully effective as we look at the need for hundreds of millions of dollars provided by the federal government to address orphan wells across the country?
Well, first of all, a lot of the orphan wells are from, they're kind of legacy wells. They go way back before some of the states had some of their modern regulations in place. So that accounts for a lot of that. But frankly, I don't believe you're ever going to be practically able to set a bond level that's going to cover every instance where a well needs to be plugged. There's going to be some of those outliers there that you may not even suspect would have problems, but they have downhole problems, they have access problems. Sometimes you may not even be able to find a wellhead at the surface or a casing at the surface. Things like that are always going to be, there's always that possibility. So whatever you arrive at for amounts, there's going to be a few cases where the bonding amount is not going to be sufficient.
But you're also indicating that while states are currently developing orphan well fund mechanisms and programs, or have had them for some time, that there was still the need to utilize federal funding in order to address orphan wells, across the spectrum of states that have oil and gas production. And so 2 questions. One is, can you give some examples of funding mechanisms for orphan well programs that states are employing? And what type of annual revenue are those orphan well funding mechanisms generating?
Yeah, various states use a range of mechanisms. Some of them use, sometimes there's appropriations by the legislature. A lot of them use some kind of a fee, a permit fee, an idle well permit or an idle well fee. Some states have a carve out from taxes that are paid by the industry. So there's, and then of course, there's other mechanisms. Sometimes they can recover some costs from salvage, things like that. But there's a variety of approaches. I really don't have a good handle on overall amounts that are, in existing plugging funds right now. I can tell you from experience, Michigan's status. Michigan has a $1 million per year collection. It's carved out of the oil and gas severance tax. It's capped at $3 million, and it carries over every year. So it's been pretty effective in Michigan in addressing those orphan wells where the state had to step in.
So in Michigan, just because I think that's what you're most familiar with, how many orphan wells are on the orphan well list in Michigan?
There's about, I think, 250 or so.
Okay. And then that dollar amount that you collect annually, how many orphan wells are you able to address annually with that?
Well, it's been up until the recent year, we really haven't had that many orphan wells. We had some big bankruptcies that contributed to it. So it really can't say with something that would be really representative, but our projections are that we should be able to keep up with the orphan wells that do come up on our inventory.
Okay. All right. So understanding that you testified that you're not familiar with states that employ broadly a single well financial assurance or a full cost bonding. Are you familiar with states that employ what's being contemplated here as a bespoke approach?
I'm not sure exactly what's entailed in bespoke.
In API's testimony, it would be the tier 2.
I guess I'd have to look at that in more detail. Maybe could you kind of explain what your...
Well, that would be the individual financial assurance plan, right? So
okay.
In my understanding of their, and Mr. Martin, tell me if I'm wrong, I don't want to misspeak about your testimony, but they have a tier 1 that incorporates some level of blanket bonding, and then a tier 2, which would be an individualized financial assurance plan that would be reviewed by the director and or the commission. And so some people are calling it a bespoke, some people are calling it a choose your own adventure. But my question is, are you familiar with any other states that are utilizing this approach?
There are a number of states that impose single well bonding for wells under certain circumstances, or wells and operators under certain circumstances. For instance, if an operator has what Colorado would characterize as excess idle wells, some of those may be subject to single well bonding. Sometimes there are some states when wells are transferred and there's a high ratio of non-productive wells or unused wells involved in that transfer, that they will impose single well bonding. And a number of states have latitude to just broadly adjust the bonding amounts for certain circumstances. So that might cover a range of different criteria.
But not an individual financial assurance plan that would be developed in advance that could potentially incorporate a blanket bonding scheme or something other than a standardized scheme that was developed.
I'm not familiar with any states that have something exactly like that.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. And Mr. Martin, I think my first question will be, and it's generally been answered already, and so I'm not trying to go over it the same thing, but in your tier 3 proposal, you're proposing a threshold of zero production over 12 months. I guess how would that not encourage gamesmanship in trying to not have to be characterized as a tier 3 when you could produce a gallon of oil over a 12-month period and still be able to say that you're in production?
Thanks for that question, Commissioner Mesner. That is an issue that we recognize, and we just ran out of time in developing a red line, but I think that there would have to be something either in rules or guidance to address the issue of potential gamemanship where someone turns on a well for, I don't know, a day over the course of a year in order to avoid this or a similar regulatory requirement. We frankly just ran out of time. We acknowledge that you would need, the commission would need either some regulatory language or potentially some policy or guidance to address that particular kind of issue.
Would it be appropriate, in your opinion, to utilize a lower production threshold in determining that 12-month average versus a zero production threshold?
So, Commissioner, do you mean, I guess I don't understand your question. I
Well, I mean, I'll make a number up, and I'm literally making a number up. So it's let's just say it's 1 BOE is the production threshold. Anything 1 BOE or lower or over a trailing 12-month period would categorize an operator as what would be considered your tier 3.
I think choosing a number greater than 0 would, off the top of my head, Commissioner.
Sorry, I'm making up numbers. So.
Yeah, and understand, and I am almost making up an answer, but I think that choosing a number would make it harder to game the system. Is that what you're getting at, Commissioner?
Correct.
Okay, then I think yes, the answer would be yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to pivot here to the concept of the comprehensive, maximum bonding amount. And I guess first question is, and maybe this was asked and answered, but I didn't follow it. But A, where did the $30 million amount come from? Understanding that there are some companies that are already above that. And if there are companies that are already above that, should that comprehensive maximum not match what their existing, should there be a proposal for that? Should it not match their existing bonding amounts?
So the answer to your first question is that we took the $30 million figure from the Alaska regulations on financial assurance. And we did that partly because it's a handy number, but partly because Alaska operators face a number of potentially challenging circumstances in both operating and addressing a spill should one occur. So our assumption was that that's a number that if Alaska were comfortable with that, then perhaps it's adequate to a state like Colorado, where there are fewer challenges both in operating and in addressing the spill. As for your second question, Commissioner, I'm going to defer to Noble or Chevron, Oxy, and PDC when they come up, because I don't want to speak for them. I can't speak for them.
Sure, that's fair. I'll ask that question to them. Last questions are going to be around the Orphan Well program, the Orphan Well Fund, registration fees, federal funding. And so, one thought about an Orphan Well program. I mean, let me ask you the first question. I mean, how do you see the Orphan Well Fund that could be developed? How does that interact or not with general existing financial assurance mechanisms for existing wells? So do these two things have a relationship with one another? Should the Orphan Well Fund be considered independently of financial assurance obligations? How do they interplay?
I think they have to be viewed together, Commissioner. I think it's a good question. But I think they have to be viewed together. One, the Orphan Well program acts as a backstop in the event that an operator's financial assurance proves to be unequal to the task, recognizing, as Mr. Matthews did yesterday, that we're at a juncture where it's appropriate to reconsider financial assurance. A lot has changed since those rules were established some years ago, but it's a backstop, and I think it's a backstop in several senses. And in one sense, it's a backstop for the commission should you make an error of judgment in the case of one particular operator, and you decide, well, that operator actually has established financial assurance. We're confident in it. We're confident in their financial health, their risk profile. We've looked at the inventory of wells, and we're satisfied that financial assurance is adequate, again, to the task. And something untoward happens before you're able to review that company in an annual review, and they orphan some wells and it proves to be inadequate, then you have some assurance with that backstop that the costs of plugging, abandoning, claiming, and remediating the site will be covered. So that means you have to evaluate. One has to evaluate, the commission should probably evaluate both the adequacy of the Orphan Well Fund and financial assurance for individual operators to ensure that working together, you can ensure that any orphan wells will be adequately addressed. I was working off the top of my head there, Commissioner.
No, you answered the question. I appreciate that. And so one of the things I was thinking about last night was, as we heard testimony yesterday from the gentleman that was working in the surety bond world, that surety bonding companies require some level of significant collateral in order to be able to provide surety bonds to operators. And I guess one way that you could look at an Orphan Well Fund or an Orphan Well program is collateral to the state. Should there be a financial assurance? Should there be financial assurances that are not full cost? And so, so that brings me to the next question. I mean, if we consider it as collateral and they work together, should there be, and I think I know your answer from your testimony, but understanding that federal funding is limited and not sure, right? I mean, there is some federal funding available, but there is no guarantee of that federal funding, and there is a timeline associated with that federal funding. What kind of collateral or backstop that the Orphan Well program can be should we be collecting annually in addition to the federal funding? I think that's the end of my question.
Okay. I think the way in which you're looking at this makes a lot of sense. It does serve as collateral for financial assurance plans. I'm not sure I'll offer a particularly different question than the way in which I answered Commissioner McGowan's question. I think in the world of federal funding, there is a very high probability, virtually 100%, that some federal funds will flow into the Orphan Well Fund in the relatively near future, and that it makes sense to give the commission staff an opportunity to really ramp up their efforts at plugging and abandoning wells. And to the extent they can demonstrate their record and that record justifies significant additional revenues into the Orphan Well Fund, that at that time, the commission should, at that time, you'll have all the information, well, more information that will enable you to make the right judgment, a good judgment about what the registration fee should be and what the Orphan Well Fund should contain. And I think the other element that's at work is that I believe the director has mentioned the possibility of legislation on an enterprise fund that would further secure those revenues and ensure that if tomorrow or God forbid our economy were to fall into recession, that the legislature doesn't sweep those funds to serve other purposes that the legislature deems to be a priority. So I continue to believe that the federal funds are an initial investment. The commission and operators and other stakeholders should evaluate success in plugging and abandoning wells with those funds, and that as it becomes apparent that additional revenues are needed, the commission will have the information at that point to make a better judgment, a more informed judgment, not better, but a more informed judgment.
Okay, I appreciate the response. Thank you.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
Follow up and along those same lines, Mr. Martin. We heard from some of the conservation groups about the concerns that this rulemaking may expose orphans that already exist. We've heard, numbers as great as, in the thousands. What's if that is a possibility, what is wrong with the concept of this commission thinking of in backstopping with a larger fee now and having that in reserve, in particular if we can protect those dollars through an enterprise or otherwise, is question number one. And question number two is API supportive of the concept of legislatively generating an enterprise as a protective measure? So
there's a couple of questions built into your question, Chair Robbins. And I'm going to try and hit them all, but if I forget one of them, I trust you'll remind me. I think I'm not going to use any of the particular numbers or statistics used by other parties, but I think that financial assurance likely will reveal some operators who were on the edge to begin with and are pushed over the edge by those requirements. But that those numbers are inflated because they don't take into account, excuse me, a very large number of wells that I believe will be covered by out of service programs and which will be covered by operators' routine plugging and abandonment plans that will continue to be operated. Sorry, I should have brought more water in. But beyond that, the last time I talked with API Colorado, they did support legislation to protect the Orphan Well Fund in whatever form that might take. And I think enterprise is probably the more likely form, but I obviously am not a member of the General Assembly, can't anticipate what they might do. And your third question is there a problem with building up a reserve. And I think that's a commission's decision. I continue to believe you'll be better informed a year down the road, but that's the commission decision.
What about some of the discussion that was had yesterday from various stakeholders about if we create a new program, we create a new financial assurance regime, and if that is likely to expose, some folks, of creating a full or a partial amnesty program to allow operators that want to prove up some of their wells that can be good, but realize that they're kind of in over their head. Does API have any thoughts regarding that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair Robbins. I heard that issue arise yesterday. We had some conversation about it last night, brief. I think point one is that it would be handy to know, helpful to know a little more in the way of detail. To the extent your question is, can we find a more streamlined way to move insolvent operators through the system rather than going through an enforcement proceeding each time? Yes, we almost certainly would support that. That would free up significant commission and staff resources. Going beyond that, if it's an operator, well, I guess that, again, I'm thinking off the top of my head, Chair Robbins. I think if it were the situation of an operator dumping some of its wells on the commission or on the Orphan Well Fund and continue to operate, we'd have probably a different opinion at that point. I think we'd lose the benefit of a level playing field. And we'd have to think about whether there's some penalties or other things that ought to be attached to an operator in that position. But to the extent this is just, well, not just, but this is a way to accelerate the process of moving wells into the Orphan Well Fund or Orphan Well Program and eliminating that operator as an operator entitled to do business in Colorado without the fairly extensive process required by the commission's rules, I think API Colorado likely would support that.
Okay, thank you. And I realize this concept idea is just sort of, it's a supposal. Suppose we think about this and it's not been developed up.
Right.
But I did want to get your perspective on that. I've got one other question, and then I'll recognize Commissioner Nanjapa. Mr. Fitch, want to ask a question to you based upon your experience in the field, your couple of decades work with Michigan, your work with COGCC. What we're contemplating as we think about creating a new financial assurance regime here is not just a full cost bond, but instead it's a multi-angled approach. It's got an open well backstop. It's got tiers. It's got financial assurance plans. It's got an out of service program. It's got plugged and abandoned incentives. It's a coming at it from various angles. What is your professional opinion about coming at it that way versus just sort of focusing in on one approach and calling it good? Do you have any thoughts, and can you give us some perspective of this approach that we've been talking about, how it might fit in with other states that might have successful financial assurance protocols?
Yeah, sure. I think Colorado is being pretty progressive with this plan. It offers some flexibility, and I think it acknowledges some of the complexities involved with idle and orphan wells. So I think it does give the opportunity to look at the operators and really take a kind of a rational approach to it. So I'm impressed with it. A number of states use like a multi-pronged approach, but I think Colorado's right up there in the forefront with this one.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you both again. I appreciate you taking the time with us. I just wanted to follow up on a couple of other things. Chair Robbins asked my question related to the the wells that might be offloaded by operators who are kind of at that margin. Do you have an opinion on whether, understanding that in most instances, an operator that is, kind of recognizing financial distress might sell off, their economically viable assets. I've heard from some operators that there are some instances where operators have orphaned wells that could be economically viable. Do you have an opinion on the ability for other operators to remove those from the orphan well program by a purchase fee or some other mechanism?
So Commissioner Nanjapa, thank you. I have discussed this with API Colorado. It was not recently, so I'm trying to resurrect my memory of that conversation. And I believe, hopefully I won't be fired over answering your question, but I believe that API Colorado was open to the idea, recognizing that the buying company would have to establish an appropriate financial assurance for the acquired wells, just like in any transfer, I assume. There are certainly some issues that I think the commission and industry and other stakeholders would have to address, among them. Well, actually, I'm venturing now into total speculation, so I'm going to leave it at Commissioner John Joppa to say that API Colorado, when I did discuss this with them, was open to the idea.
Thank you. Fair enough. And then the last question was, given my prior question with respect to transferred wells and single well financial assurance that you said that would be at full cost bond. We heard some testimony from stakeholders yesterday that their assumption was that full cost bond was also inclusive of remediation potential costs. And of course, just understanding in general that when we're talking about these full cost bonds, we're talking about, the guarantees that the operators are putting up in the event that well becomes orphaned, and so that we can cover the costs. But do you have an opinion on whether that should be included in the calculation of the full cost bond?
So as Director Murphy mentioned yesterday, every well will have to be plugged and abandoned, and every well site will have to be reclaimed. So even though there's a lot of educated guesswork going into estimating, for example, costs of reclamation, I think you have to build that into some sense of what a single well financial assurance would look like. Remediation, on the other hand, can vary from close to zero to a very large number, and it's really, really difficult. Based on my experience, it's enormously difficult to make a guess at what remediation costs are going to be looking at the surface. And it's probably only at the time, well, there'll be intermediate points, but certainly at the point where you're looking at plugging and abandoning well, that you'll have the ability to do subsurface evaluation and similar work to get some sense of what remediation is going to cost. You'll get a sense of the areal extent of potential contamination, whether there is contamination, and so on, proximity to groundwater, proximity to surface water. So I think building a number for remediation into a single well financial assurance for a well is very difficult, almost speculative. I honestly don't know how you would do it. So I know that's not a very helpful answer, but it's the best I can come up with off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. And should there be, the way that we have a proposed matrix for the reclamation costs, should this be kind of an additional piece that's factored in, maybe based on the age of the well or the systems to which it's connected or those kinds of criteria?
My inclination, Commissioner, off the top of my head is, there are some issues that I think that need to be worked out with the matrix. And that adding remediation costs is so close to speculative that I would send the commission staff back to the drawing board to figure out what the options are there. I just don't know how you do it, given the information available to us today. I think it's something to work on going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Other questions for the panel? One little wrap-up question, Mr. Martin, in your written briefs, you did comment upon the out-of-service well concept, and we've heard from a lot of operators that a previous draft had it sort of self-executing with director review versus director approval. Can you comment on the pros and cons of the various ways of thinking about that from API's perspective?
I can, Chair Robbins. In our responsive brief, I believe, it's been so long since we filed the peer hearing statement. I don't remember exactly what we covered in there, but certainly in our responsive statement and briefly in our testimony today, we strongly favor the self-executing approach to designation of wells in the out-of-service program, recognizing that the director should have some significant latitude in reviewing things after the fact and requesting further information from individual operators, but that it is very important for operators to have some certainty that they can move forward with the wells they've designated and that they can make plans. I think that what you'll hear from some of the stakeholders yet today is that they envision a timeline for taking a number of different actions and getting wells plugged and abandoned, and a delay can be a significant impediment to achieving those goals. So it comes down pretty strongly in favor of a self-executing plan.
Thank you. Just wanted to get you to be able to provide some comment, and I know we're going to hear from some of the operators today. I don't think I'm seeing further questions. We do sincerely appreciate your work with us, your written work, the red lines, bringing Mr. Fitch, a well-renowned expert, into our hearing so that we could hear from him about how others are approaching these complex issues. I think we can all agree complex might be the operative word. So thank you both for being with us this morning. With that, we are close to, but a little bit ahead of time, to our morning break. I would suggest we go ahead and take it and then give the next panel a chance to get ready to present. And, so it's 10:38. Let's return at, or it's 10:39. Let's return at 10:50. Give everybody 11 minutes to take a break.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thanks. It's been great to be with you.
Okay, welcome back. It is 10:51. I think we'll get started again. We now will hear from the City of Brighton Group, which is comprised of Brighton, Commerce City, Larimer County, and City of Thornton. I see that we have Mr. Lewis Prescott with us and Ms. Archuleta, Mr. Lucero, and perhaps Mr. Sura. Who's going to lead off?
Thank you. That will be me. I'm assuming that you can see my slides.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Matt Sura, representing the city of Brighton, Commerce City, and Larimer County. Also with me is attorney Stephen Lewis Prescott, representing the city of Thornton. Our presentation is going to give examples of how wells that are no longer used or useful are harming Colorado's communities. We're going to present witnesses that will discuss the impacts on local government planning, local and regional air quality, and building new schools. We will also drill down to discuss the need for broader standing for local governments to request a hearing as to whether a well is used or useful. First, we're going to hear from Cassie Archuleta. She is the Air Quality Programs Manager and Local Government Designee for the City of Fort Collins.
All right, thanks, Matt. And thank you, commissioners. So I'm here to show you some examples from the City of Fort Collins as to why local governments should have standing to request that COGCC order wells that are low producing and no longer used or useful be plugged and abandoned. And the examples I'm going to include are surface impacts from low producing wells, surface impacts that low producing wells have had on a planned residential development, and how related air emissions continue to cause local and regional air quality concerns for our community. So on this first slide, as shown here, oil and gas development in Fort Collins is currently pretty limited to what is called the Fort Collins Field on the northern end of the city. And that was discovered about 100 years ago. It was once remote, but you can see it clearly intersects residential development now. So I want to call your attention to an area circled in red where new development is in progress now. On this next slide, you can see the map shows that zoomed in area, including one producing, 3 shut in, and 1 well that has been plugged and abandoned. And of these, 1 has been shut in since 2003, or almost 20 years. And the 1 producing well would be considered a low producing well by currently proposed standards. This next map shows how these wells have impacted a development plan. And at the time of the approval, 350-foot reciprocal setbacks were required for active wells. And as you can see, these impacts from plugged and abandoned wells are less, as our code allows for 150 foot if a well has been demonstrated to be plugged and abandoned properly. So since this was originally approved, the city has changed our setbacks to 500 feet. And as you can see here, that would have eliminated much more of the development. So these impacts on residential development not only affect our landowners, but the city's tax base and potentially the availability of developable land for affordable housing. So this next slide shows some impacts that are not limited to just surface use. And our local newspaper recently highlighted some concerns related to older infrastructure and leaks from the Fort Collins field. So investigation and response is ongoing for this particular issue. And it's not the first time that there have been community complaints about leaks and spills in this area. And I know that staff time to investigate community concerns regarding these types of issues has also been another resource impact for us. On the next slide, so if we zoom out more regionally, like you know, that ozone non-attainment issues are bad and getting worse for us. And oil and gas sources have been demonstrated to be one of our largest contributing factors to high ozone measurements. So for the studies I cited here, I can go into further detail and they're in the exhibits, but they do show that low producing wells have a disproportionate impact on air emissions as compared to higher producing wells. And we know that there are a large number of these low producing wells regionally. So in summary, I just say that low producing wells are impacting surface uses, contributing to local air quality concerns, and more regionally are contributing to ozone and global warming impacts. So for these reasons, we believe local jurisdictions should have standing to bring issues related to use and usefulness of wells before the COGCC. So thank you again.
Thanks, Cassie. Next, we're going to hear from Terry Lucero. Terry is the Chief Operations Officer for School District 27J.
Good morning. As Mr. Sura mentioned, I am the Chief Operating Officer of School District 27J. Those responsibilities include the management of all of the non-instructional departments of the district. That includes things like transportation, nutrition, safety and security, and grounds and facilities maintenance. More germane to this conversation, I also manage the planning and construction departments. Planning is responsible for identifying and acquiring future school sites based on the needs of residential development and the location of enrolling students. Construction then, of course, is responsible for building these new schools. As an aside, I was prior to this portion of my career, I spent 20 years in the oil and gas industry in the state of Colorado. School District 27J, as you can see in the map in front of you, contains 215 square miles, including the rapid growing communities of Brighton, Commerce City, and Thornton. In the past year, District 27J has enrolled more than 1,100 new students. In the next 5 years, we are voter approved and funded to build 7 new schools. 4 of those have or will be impacted by the presence of low performing wells. This type of enrollment and growth is anticipated for many years. As you can see by the map in front of you, with the red dots indicating wells in our growth area, it is becoming increasingly more difficult to identify and acquire adequate school sites to accommodate our growing enrollment needs. The impacts of abandoned or low performing wells add to these difficulties. There are a number of other considerations, if you want to go to that next slide, a number of other considerations we have to make as we try to acquire school sites. Those include things like site size, access, the parcel shape, topography, and safety. So when you take all of these together, combined with the presence of low performing wells, that makes it very difficult for us. Contrary to popular belief, public funds have been expended to plug and abandon low performing wells. In recent years, the school district has paid to plug 3 wells to build a new high school and a new middle school. The efforts included two contaminated site remediation efforts, the largest of which required the disposal of approximately 100,000 cubic yards of contaminated soil. The total cost of these efforts to taxpayers exceeded $300,000. The district could simply not wait for the state's Orphan well program to deal with these wells. The 2 schools now educate over 2,200 students. 2 of our next schools, Matt, if you want to go to the next slide, please. In addition to all of the other criteria out there, we have the varying setback requirements for all of the jurisdictions that we deal with that further complicates the identification of school sites. 2 of the next schools that we will be building will be impacted by low performing wells in their immediate proximity. In closing, the existence of low performing and uneconomical wells are and will continue to be a challenge to building new schools in our communities. Any assistance in expediting the process for the removal of these wells would be appreciated. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning.
Good morning. I'll start by apologizing for speaking fast. I know we're time limited here, and I want to give Matt a little time at the end to close. I will know that he may have some alternative proposed language for what the local government and surface owners have already proposed based on the concerns raised by the commission to date. I think there's been great dialogue on this issue already from the commission, from other presentations. I'll try not to be repetitive. I also won't repeat the City of Thornton response brief, which goes into some additional details that I won't discuss here, but I'll call your attention to it. So the intent of the local governments is to propose language that pertains to clarifying our standing and ensure access to justice to an adjudicating body. You know, the commission's jurisdiction here, service owners and local governments can't go to the courts. It is only the commission that we can speak to, and there needs to be a doorway to walk through in order to allow us to at least be heard. Matt, next slide. The objectives, there are 2. Well, 2 that I'll highlight here. We want language that maintains the status quo and complies with mission change rulemaking intent regarding standing. The rulemaking intent expressly was to broaden standing. The concern here with the draft rules is that we're doing the opposite. We're limiting standing for surface owners and local governments. And then when I say maintain the status quo, you know, I've been representing local governments and surface owners in oil and gas for 8 years. The standing requirement there's never been a threshold aside from the standard, have you been aggrieved? You know, this falls into the general application. I think it's 503G10 right now, where applicants are entitled to bring rule violations to the commission. So I've had clients look at this and consider, do we want to bring a 211 challenge to the commission? My clients never have, for 2 reasons. One, they've been able to work it out with the operator. One point that's been brought up is a conferral process before any 211 challenge is brought. I think that's absolutely the right thing to do. That's generally what my clients have done and gotten it resolved. Or we've looked at 211, a definition we're not proposing to change here, and realized, you know what, a claim here probably isn't meritorious. So we've never brought such a challenge, but the challenge has always been on the table with no heightened standing threshold. So the issue here is the draft rules are creating a standing threshold that's never existed. Going to the actual process before the Oil and Gas Commission, two things I'll note here. One, the hearing officer is able to watch out for abusive process. I've heard that as a concern so far. Rule 501B allows a hearing officer on their own motion to dismiss an application that is abusing the process before the commission. If the standing threshold is met, then it goes to the commission. And the only thing the commission is worried about is Rule 211. You know, is the well used or useful under Rule 211? That's the only thing before the commission in this process. Matt, last slide. So responding to commissioner concerns that I've heard and highlighted here, biggest thing, we completely agree. You know, getting a pre-application conferral requirement out there makes a ton of sense, should be part of this rule. I think that's a great idea. And then the major point, again, going to the bottom of that slide, is under the current rules, there is no standing threshold. And I ask you, how many 211 hearings have you actually had to hear? You know, this isn't a pervasive issue. It's not going to bombard the commission. The standing, the opportunity to challenge a well under 211 has always existed. And it's just not something that's really been an issue for the commission, particularly for my clients. You know, it's been an option that hasn't been pursued. Matt, with that, I'll turn it back to you.
These are some of the additional positions that the Brighton Group local governments have taken that are in concert with the positions taken by several other local government groups that you heard from yesterday. These are our red line changes to Rule 434B. These changes would allow for a well to be in low producing status for 2 years before requiring the well to either be plugged and abandoned, brought into higher production, or subject to single well financial assurance. There's already a similar requirement that is triggered for an inactive well within 6 months. Single well financial assurance for low producing wells should be a baseline for all operators' financial assurance plans. Thousands of wells are currently in low producing status, not making any significant revenue, simply to avoid being shut in and subject to inactive well bonds. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you. We're open for questions.
You all for appearing before us this morning and for your presentation, both written and oral today. Commissioners, are there questions for the panel? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. And Mr. Lewis Prescott, thank you for your testimony today, and Mr. Sura, Ms. Archuletto, and Mr. Lucero as well. Mr. Lewis Prescott, I've got a question for you. You were going pretty fast, so I think that you may have left some things out about how the current Rule 211 currently works. And I was hoping you kind of walk me through that process of, under the current rules, how would a surface owner or a relevant local government request closure of a well that is no longer used or useful?
I appreciate that question, Commissioner Gonzalez. You're right. I did run through it relatively quickly because of the time crunch here. So thanks for the opportunity. Under current Rule 503G10, and I'll pull it up so I don't get the language wrong. Any person may seek relief or a ruling from the commission on any other matter not described in Rule 503G1 through 9 above. We have Rule 211. We've got a standard for whether a well is used or useful. So under this kind of blanket access to the commission to bring an application, there's nothing precluding a surface owner, a local government, to file an application under Rule 11 and tell the commission, hey, we don't think this is used or useful. That's been the case for the 8 years that I've been practicing, and has always been the guidance that, you know, there is no preclusion to bring this to your attention, and that's the rules as they've been.
So I guess so if we didn't have any reference to relevant local governments or surface owners under the draft rules as they're currently proposed, or even as you proposed them, if we didn't even mention them, you would still have this avenue, right, to come present to us on basically, I mean, it's kind of like a wild card provision, right? You kind of can come in and present to us on anything.
Yes, but no. So looking to the new draft rule, same section there, subsection 10, 503G10. It says any person may seek relief of or ruling from the commission on any other matter not described in rules 503G1 through 9 and 11 and 12. If we took out 12, this subsection that we're talking about here related to local governments and service owners and Rule 211, then yes, I would say if that's removed entirely, then anyone would have standing if they are aggrieved.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that's what I was trying to understand is it seems to me like we're creating standing where it didn't otherwise exist. And maybe you're saying that we haven't gone far enough to create that standing or that threshold is too high. But I think what you're telling me is that standing currently exists with no threshold. And it may even be better if we don't even address this in our rules, eliminate a 503G12 and don't even mention service owners or relevant local governments because they could come and make this claim on their own.
I certainly agree with that. Yeah, I think one part of what staff tried to do here was clarify that this is an option, but it's always been and always will be an option if you take out subsection 12 here. Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Okay, that's good food for thought for me to take as homework, so I appreciate that. I'm going to pivot real quick to a different perspective. I listened to the testimony from Ms. Archuleta and from Mr. Lucero about the challenges they're facing with air quality in their areas and also with planning specific to schools. And so, and I appreciate those challenges. It's got to be hard to work, with a growing city, a growing area among an existing industrial environment, if you will. But I think one of the things we're trying to prevent here as we talk about this used and useful determination and the standing to relevant local governments and to service owners is that we don't want it to be a proxy for a local government asking us to choose a more beneficial use. Or at least that's my perspective. I don't want to put words in other commissioners' mouths. And so it kind of seems to, I guess what I'm trying to understand is if we're solely allowing a discussion on used and useful, would a discussion on air quality or school placement, what would that have anything to do with our discussion on whether or not, bottom line, a well is used or useful?
I'll assume that I'm still on the high seat here.
You were, sir. I'll leave that one wide open. I picked on you on the first one, but this is to anyone. I'm not picking on anyone.
Happy to jump in here. And the thoughts here, well, when it comes to air quality, that gets in public health. So that's absolutely within the commission's jurisdiction to consider when it's looking at development, existing or new. So I think that's, it's a local government concern, but it's also a commission concern. And when it comes to Rule 211, just looking at the standards there, to be very clear, I don't think the commission should be weighing land use, competing land uses. I think the commission's review, if a 211 application is brought to you for hearing, is simply limited to what's in 211. And relevant evidence may be for you, is this air pollution issue? So I think that's the interplay here. That's where some of this matters. And under the criteria of 211 that you're looking at, that is the rule. What is the well doing and what are its impacts to public health, safety, welfare?
Yep, I agree with you. That's kind of the overarching mission that we serve and the lens through which we view kind of all of our decisions. There's specific rules that are in here that deal with specific things, and they kind of create parameters for what we're going to be looking at, so that we don't bring in too much outside information to make a specific determination, such as a used and useful determination. That's kind of what I was getting at there, trying to understand that, just given the testimony that preceded the recommendations. So that's just kind of something that I was wrestling with as I listened to y'all's presentation. That's not a question. I apologize. It's kind of just a ramble.
One follow-up, if I may. Looking at 211 and the criteria that the commission would consider, relevant evidence is relatively broad. And, I think that's really for, the hearing officer to possibly narrow before getting to the, thank you, Matt, other relevant evidence. That in any adjudication, you have the initial what is not relevant, what should be presented to the commission, what shouldn't. So, to the extent there's a dispute over whether it's relevant or not, it's probably going to come to you. And then you're deciding what is relevant to this Rule 211 user usefulness analysis. I think having that broadness there is important because it gives you some discretion over this, and it allows the unforeseeable to come before you. So to the extent that you think air emissions is relevant, that's probably going to be a consideration, but it doesn't mean you need to consider it relevant. I think it would be under the rules and the mission, but I'm not a commissioner, respectfully.
Sure. And I respectfully appreciate your answer on that. So thank you very much for your response to, I guess, to my musings. So thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for everyone for presenting today. Ms. Archuleta, I'm wondering if you could talk to me a little bit about the studies that you've looked at that show low producing wells have a disproportionate impact compared to, I'm assuming, higher producing wells?
Yeah, absolutely. And the full studies were actually provided in the exhibits too. But we noted two specific studies. One of them that actually had some data from our area showed Weld County as having, let me look at the specific numbers. These are numbers from 2015, but 8th largest producer, but the highest emitter. So production numbers not directly associated with the number of emissions. And then the other study noted that was Appalachian Basin in Ohio. And that was estimating that, upwards of 10%, 11% of the methane was coming from low emitter wells. And that was less than 0.5% of the production in that case. And it's shared, yeah, the numbers of these low producing wells is what, like, cumulatively is part of that big impact.
Okay, thank you. And then I was wondering if Mr. Lucero could talk to me a little bit about how the discussions went with an operator for the wells that you had to P&A as a school district.
So first we had to find the operator. He was difficult to locate, no longer existed in the state of Colorado. And so we had to reach out to him, and he agreed to sign the forms necessary to allow for the plugging and abandonment, had no resources to provide for it. And if we were going to use those school sites for the development of schools, we would have to absorb those costs. The argument that I think I need to interject into this conversation is the expediency in this process. When you pass bonds that allows for the construction of schools, the IRS regulations require that you spend 85% of those funds within 3 years. So you pass the bonds, within 3 years, you have to have those funds obligated. If we have to wait 1, 2, 3, 4 years for operators to react to our overtures about plugging their wells, we lose our window and opportunity. And at the rate of our growth, we just don't have that kind of time. We can't predict the locations of schools and where students are going to choose to reside 5 years from now, much less 10 years and longer.
Thank you. I'm wondering if, and you might not know this answer, and so if you don't, it's okay. Do you know if the wells that you all had to P&A were either producing, or if there was a potential for you all to come to the commission under this definition that we're looking at here for failure to use or develop a facility? So I'm trying to stay away from the land use piece here and see if these conditions that you've experienced would fit under what we're considering for the definition of used and useful, and whether or not you would have been able to come to the commission under either the production trends or the failure to use or develop the facilities that you all had to P&A.
I would say both. The wells were in production, but very, very low producing wells got to meet with the pumper on a regular basis out there. He would visit the wells monthly, turn them on for a few hours, make a barrel or two, and then come and visit them a month later, right? So they were very low producing wells, certainly uneconomical. But in either case, I believe we'd have been able to come and make that case. I'm not a rulemaker. I'm more an expert in building schools. I can just tell you that we continue to experience this difficulty, and we're going to continue to do that. If you look at that map, most of those wells are older wells that are low producing wells, and they're eliminating the possibility for us to build schools there in a timely fashion.
Thank you. And then, so to the point I think I've made before, I'm definitely interested in making sure that a conversation has been had with the operator that you're wanting to, the operator in question whose parcel you would like to develop on. I'm assuming that in each of these cases that you've talked about, you've approached the operator and you've managed to work something out thus far.
In the wells that we plugged, that is correct. We had to find the operator. He was no longer operating in the state of Colorado, and we had to find the operator, which was difficulty. We did reach that agreement, and the agreement was basically the district, you bear the cost of plugging and abandoning, because he would have been therefore unable to.
Got it. Okay.
Well, and Commissioner McGowan, if I might, we really skimmed over these two examples, but we have not had conversations with these two operators, or it's actually one operator that owns this well that would prohibit some of the development of this parcel for an elementary school, and the same operator, KP Kaufman, that would prohibit the development of this middle school location. Again, and that's because of the associated reverse setbacks being 500 feet in the city of Thornton for an existing oil and gas well, regardless of its production, unless, if it's plugged and abandoned, then that reduces from 500 to 150 feet.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. I could read Chair Robbins' lips, and I believe he's recognizing me. So thank you. I just wanted to follow on with that and just make sure that I was understanding correctly. So those wells, Mr. Lucero, that the district had to plug, they were not yet in the Orphan Well program. Is that correct? And so they were not being managed by the state, and that's why you had to then find the operator. And is that correct?
I believe that to be correct. We went directly to the operator, didn't believe we had the time to deal with a burdensome process. So I believe that to be the case. The high school is now 6 years old, and the middle school is now 3 years old. So I can't tell you what the condition of the Orphan Well program was 6 and 3 years ago.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to better understand if these were wells that were already identified as part of the Orphan Well program, or what it sounds like to me is that perhaps there might have been, or perhaps was in progress, some sort of enforcement that would have allowed it to go into the Orphan Well program, but that had not happened yet, or whatever the process was that needed to bring them into the Orphan Well program. I'm seeing Mr. Sura nod his head. Is that accurate in terms of what you understood?
Yeah, that is, as I understand it, they were in the process of going through bankruptcy and leaving those as orphan wells. And the school district did not have the time, could not be afforded the time to wait through that process and then also, get it on the orphan well list, which may be, 2 or 3 years before they get to it. So they took the matters in their own hands. The city of Brighton had to do the same thing with taxpayer money because it was for a water facility that they needed to build. There was a well that was being orphaned, in the process of being orphaned by Texas Tea, and the city of Brighton decided that it was in their best interest to pay to have that plugged and abandoned on their own, so they could move forward with their plans for a projected water facility.
Okay, thank you very much. And then just a quick follow-up question. I think you mentioned this, Mr. Lucero, but in those wells that were plugged by the district, and perhaps also if anybody wants to answer with respect to the city of Brighton, did those wells also include remediation costs? Or was there a need for remediation?
In our case, there was one tank battery that we had contaminated soil beneath it. We farmed out that soil. The other one is, as we were starting to excavate for the construction of the school, we found a significant flow line leak. We had to dig that out, like I said, 100,000 cubic yards of soil that we had to dispose of. So yeah, there were large scale, especially on the middle school site, a fairly large scale cost to remediate the impacts.
Okay, thank you. And if I heard your testimony correctly, you said it was approximately around 300,000 that the district spent total?
Easily, yeah, I underestimated that number, not wanting to be wrong. So well over $300,000 for the plugging and the remediation efforts.
The exact number was $396,000 for those 3 wells. And that includes the remediation for that well that he was just discussing.
Okay.
And that's in his
much.
testimony, his written testimony as well.
Okay, thank you. Apologize for missing that and appreciate those clarifications.
Getting pretty good at reading lips. But I think I was recognized, Chairman Robbins.
You were.
Okay, thanks. So just a couple of questions. I guess I'm looking at the definition of used and useful, and I think I just want to be clear that, you know, that one possible interpretation of used and useful would be that these A through E are criteria that would apply directly to the well in determining whether it's used and useful. So that means that E would be other evidence in determining whether the well is used and useful. And so I hear testimony, you know, being given that potentially other evidence could be this broad umbrella of evidence that could be provided as far as interpreting whether or not, you know, there's air emissions that would be associated with it, or other land uses that may be more appropriate. But one, you know, as I look at it, and I could be convinced otherwise by testimony, but as I look at it, it's talking specifically about these A through E applying directly to the well and determining whether or not that well is used or useful. So my question is, do you read it the same way?
I'll take that one. Commissioner Mesner, good point, good question. And yeah, you know, we haven't gone into, you know, proposing alternatives to that rule. And I think that rule applies to the well and its use and usefulness. It's, you know, the commission determines use and usefulness based on the definition. So, you know, it's up to you to determine what relevant evidence goes to the use or usefulness. Competing beneficial uses may be relevant in your opinion, may not. But looking specifically at the rule, that's a fair interpretation of it. So yeah, it's well specific usefulness, and you determine what's relevant.
I just didn't want to have I didn't want there to be an expectation out there that it was factors that didn't apply specifically to the well, right? And so that's one point. And so to that, I think one of my questions is understanding that the proposal is kind of the criteria for being able to apply for a 211 hearing in this particular situation would be low producing for 12 months. Low producing meaning 2 BOE or 10 MCF, I believe. I guess my question is, I mean, I've heard a lot of testimony over not just this rulemaking, but rulemakings in the past regarding some economic viability of operators that are operating wells at 2 MCF or 2 BOE or 10 MCF. And so my question is that the right threshold? And so that's my first question. My other question is, in lieu of trying to develop a threshold or going through the brain damage of trying to like develop this rule, would it not be simpler to just eliminate 513G4B, I think, and just go through, like Mr. Louis Prescott, you indicated the standard 211 hearing process. So those are my questions generally.
Good questions, and I'll take a stab at it. And if Matt has a follow-up, please step in as well, Matt. And Commissioner Mesner, I think the low producing threshold comports with one of the standards under usefulness pertaining to the economics of it. If there's going to be a threshold, what we're trying to do is make a threshold that's meaningful, that's reasonable for standing, and falls within the 211 rule. So generally speaking, that the threshold we've proposed is a fair assessment. We worked hard to get to that and to propose that and look at what is economic and what's not economic. Now, just because we have standing doesn't mean that the operator can't come and show you, just because it hasn't met that threshold doesn't mean it's not economic. And then you look at the used and useful definition and determine whether it should be plugged in. Is it used or useful? As far as relevant evidence and everything else that you've heard on this topic, I think there's going to be disagreement as to what is and is not relevant, just like any adjudication. Courts all the time, before you guys all the time. What is relevant to you and your interpretation and development of this Rule 211. There should be some room to consider different scenarios here. So I think it's good to have that a little open-ended, and you may not you may not agree with operators or local governments or service owners as to what is relevant here, but in our opinion, what that land use is going to be for, what the alternative is, can be considered in whether this well is being used and useful for purposes of it being on the land.
I'd like to just add to that slightly, and just to back up, the whole reason that local governments worked for a while to try to come up with some additional criteria beyond just used and useful is because we're trying to respond to staff's concerns and primarily the industry concerns that this was going to be a process that was abused. And so we're trying to put some additional criteria in place that was beyond just the used and useful, and ended up getting wrapped around the axle on that issue based on your all concerns, that you don't want to be weighing land uses. And that's fair. We also heard from you all that you would like to hear that any party that's going to bring a 211 hearing before you has conferred with the operator and has had these discussions as to what are your future plans, what is it, can we come to some sort of accommodation? And weighing, that is something that we would like to offer, as a red line, that we would put into this if you decided to go forward with this at all. That there is a conferral process that is required and a certification that conferral happened.
But
Okay.
to bookend that, to your last comment, Commissioner, it may be easiest and best for everybody to remove this G12 subsection and allow there to be the open, aggrieved standing threshold when it comes to 211 applications. That's been working for a long time. You haven't been overrun with these challenges. And the door remains open with a broader standing to all affected parties, as was the intent of the rulemakings in the first place. So that may be the better way to go here. And I may be a proponent of that, to be honest.
No, I appreciate that. And so I think from this commissioner's standpoint, I do think this is an important topic, and I do see the challenges. I do see the need to be able to have local governments and surface owners be able to come before the commission in these issues. I also agree that it is the ability to come before the commission. The commission ultimately decides the used or useful piece. And so I'm very interested in coming up with a solution for this. So maybe give some thought to whether it's better to eliminate or to add, and have that in closing. I'm not sure on that one, but I'm willing to, I'm wanting to address this issue. So
Chair Robbins, I'd like to recognize that Cassie was trying to jump in.
Saw that. Go ahead, Ms.
Oh,
Archuleta.
yeah, thank you. I was just going to add a really quick local government perspective. So from City of Fort Collins perspective, I think if we had this ability, like some of those discretionary things, like those might be the reasons we bring it to you. Like, so what are our proximity to residences, some of the air impacts we've seen. So they might not be part of the thresholds you weigh, but they might be impacting the reasons that we are bringing it to your attention, I would say. As yeah, something in a very rural area that we haven't been experiencing impacts for, that might not even be part of the conversation.
And I agree with you. I mean, I think that there's a different criteria for bringing it versus what we may review it by, right? I just didn't want there to be a conflation of the two and expectations, right? So.
Further question, Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you, Chairman Robbins. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and venture to share a question that I don't really know some of the background to. So if I'm way off base, I hope someone's going to stop me and say you're way off base. But I didn't find this anywhere in the rules, and I was just kind of skimming through right now. But I'm curious, if I think about situations like Mr. Lucero in the city of Thornton, I think I had that correct, where they, shelled out $400,000 to plug these 3 wells to remediate them. That's something that I think we see benefit in, as a commission. I think we would like to see these things be plugged. And I'm curious, should there be a mechanism for a local government who is taking care of these sites where they are locating the operator, taking on the responsibility of plugging it, expending the finances in order to do it in a timely fashion, in order to meet their needs as a community, for reimbursement from the Orphan Well Fund? I know this has been kicked around a little bit in terms of reimbursing other operators who may take on some other, a third-party operators, orphans, and plug those. And I know there's some concerns about liability and all that. And I'm not sure if those concerns can be relieved by answering my question, but, is that something we should be thinking about? Is finding a mechanism for local governments to take care of these problems on their own and then use our Orphan Well Fund to do that? Kind of thinking that we may need some help spending that money, and we may need some help leveraging those resources. So just something that, again, out on the limb here thinking blindly. So let me know if you guys have any thoughts on that. I'd love to hear your perspective.
Initial thought, and then I'll let Matt jump in. Commissioner Gonzalez, absolutely. I think that's an incredible idea. I would propose expanding that to anyone that is in a position to plug in abandoned well, local government or surface owner or developer alike. If they go through the process as the commission defines, having that be an option. Local governments, absolutely, but I would suggest that we consider expanding that option as well.
Commissioner Gonzalez, I think it's a fantastic idea. And frankly, I'm ashamed that I didn't bring it to you. That's the reason we're having these conversations, is that we can, have that dialogue and come up with better ideas. And that's a fantastic idea. And it should be included in the rules in some way, allowing for local government and possibly others, but certainly local government at least, to be able to work in concert with your Orphan Well program to be able to plug in abandoned wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow on that, and I appreciate Commissioner Gonzalez bringing that forward, because that was something, as I was asking about the cost that you spent and for et cetera, the overall cost and the remediation, et cetera, if that was something that we could be considering. What I'm wondering though is back to something that came up when I was talking in one of your prior presentations, Mr. Sura, was the availability of crews and rigs, and so I guess one question is to Mr. Lucero is, how did that work get done? I'm assuming that you had to subcontract or contract crews that probably do this for any oil and gas site. Is that correct?
Yeah, and just based on my experience, 20 years in the industry, I was able to reach out to contacts I had, asked them if they were available to perform the plugging, conferred with the environmental engineer to manage that process. That was part of the cost. So at that point, and that was several years ago, workover rigs and plugging equipment was available. I can't speak to present day.
Right. Thank you. And I think that, as we're also talking about the capacity to actually get as many wells plugged as possible, as quickly as possible, there's a lot of considerations that go into that. And we also, of course, have the federal funds that we, the more we can spend, the better, if they come in. So I'm just kind of thinking through a little bit about that process. And I would just say, if you all could also, give some additional thought to that in terms of how a reimbursement, or would there be an application, or, how that would work, and any commentary you can make in terms of, the crews and the capacity to undertake this, if we're also trying to get other, wells plugged in the same timeframes. I don't know if that totally makes sense, but I'm just sort of thinking about, all of these. I totally agree that, if there's a need that's identified, and a willingness to sort of undertake even just that communication with the subcontractor and getting, everything lined up and worked out, that certainly is a benefit to the state. So, what are the sideboards and parameters, and what are the kind of considerations we need to think about if we are going to put something in related to this?
One immediate thought, because I think those are great points. A lot of organizations have referral lists for attorneys that practice a certain area of law. I don't know if the commission has it for contractors, or if it has considered creating a list of contractors that would like to be contacted to assist with this type of situation. I know there are a bunch of great contractors out there that can help on the environmental side, on the operations side here, and that may be one way to go here.
Further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much to the panel for presenting to us today, for your written submittals, your red lines, and bringing these important topics to our attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe, Ms. Larson, we now will take up Terra Energy Partners before taking our lunch break. Is that right?
That is correct. And we're bringing Mr. Jewell in right now.
Good morning, commissioners. Time has aged us nicely during these COVID-soaked rulemaking years, but it's a pleasure to again appear before you with two brief but high impact points. A note on BLM bonding and an important deep root of law that must be taken into account when it comes to the definition of low producing wells. On the BLM bonding front, I have good news. Despite what you've heard, upholding staff's proposal to keep the language as is for federal well bonding does not equate to a failure to uphold your mandate for all wells. Instead, this matter presents quite the inverse. Approving this proposal comes preloaded with compliance, since as you heard from Karis, for instance, the BLM system is comprehensive and effective. It seems having two professional agencies, the BLM and COGCC, leads to good results. These wells are safe. To that end, let's keep this issue simple by continuing to update the MOU through Terra and the director's leadership. Number two, anticipate a collaborative answer from BLM that's forthcoming on bonding. And number three, remind ourselves of the data and science that Mr. Nguyen had mentioned, that in 1/3 of the state, we only have 34 orphan wells. Again, something seems to work when you have two very competent agencies, and compliance is now preloaded. Number two, with low producing wells, we see collaboration with you. So we're taking a hard look at the entire puzzle. But until now, there is a glaring missing piece. And my goal here is not to have a professorial rattle and bore you or sound overly complicated, but we need to spotlight the pink elephant in the room. We have established law, and the current proposal puts us into collision course with that law. I'm talking about the oil and gas lease. It's a curious and a unique creature that we have in property law, not contract law. Yes, modern leases have some elements of contracts, but above all, it's conveyance of the mineral estate. This means that ownership shifts to the lessee, and there's a hook back to the landowner when certain conditions are met. We refer to this as a fee simple determinable with a possibility of reverter. Oh yeah, that's nasty legalese, but it means that there's a conveyance, but then it automatically springs back when a condition occurs. And that condition is called continuous production in paying quantities, or CPPQ. This is an important term because almost every state recognizes this standard, and it invokes some concept of commercial viability. Some states have elaborated better than we have. They have profitability as a standard. We haven't gotten there yet, but we have a recent case, even as late as last year, that indicates the covenants that are due to the landowner and how we're going to get to an idea of defining commercial viability. But the application is relative and subjective. As you've heard before, if there's sufficient production and an operator can make it commercially viable, then in Colorado, at least, they are fulfilling that CPPQ standard. But now we're considering an artificial standard that would stand in the way of existing law. This conflict can lead to confusion and a tenuous choice of law problem that can stymie your signature trademark of clear and efficient regulation processes of our industry. And yes, this is of unique concern to my client in the Piceance Basin, because you've heard it before, it is different. So you are concerned rightfully in the Wattenberg about old wells with dubious production, as you heard somewhat in the last presentation, that make way for larger horizontal development. However, in the Piceance, it's directional, it's vertical. Like horizontal wells, they come on hot, but then they die down, and that plateau lasts not a few years like horizontal wells, but several decades. And indeed, even at the proposed standard, landowners can make a good bit of money, even if every single well, often 10 or 20 on a single lease, in that monthly income. So for Terra, it's less of whether or not we disagree with the standard per se, but rather it's the wrong solution when existing law exists and we want to avoid a collision course. Let's not get caught up in this legal blind spot. Resist the urge, as one party put it, to make the call for saying when a well's time has come, because the lease addresses this, the law recognizes it. Landowners have power under their covenants in the lease to call this matter, and you employ avenues for landowners and other stakeholders to question if that's being ignored. The details of all the cases are in our submissions, of course, but happy to go into further detail as you see fit. Thank you for your time and careful consideration as always.
Thank you, Mr. Jewell, for the presentation and for your submittals. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jewell. You mentioned 34 orphan wells. In what area of the state are you bounding that by? My first part of my question. Second part of my question is, how many federal wells have been orphaned in Colorado?
Hey, Commissioner Gonzalez. And again, Kirby Wynn gave that stat. I think he said 34, if it's somewhere in that regard. Most are in the northwest part of the state, and I don't have specific details on that, but I would give an educated guess that most, if not all of those, are coal bed methane, which that's development from yesteryear and often from, shall we say, lower performing operators.
Further questions? Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jewell, for the testimony. And I apologize, but I wasn't following you. Are you concerned with the used or useful and the determination around that? Or what's your concern as far as, paying quantities versus our determination of used? I mean, stop talking legalese to me.
Yes, sir. And let's consider the apology both ways, because wow, with 5 minutes, I actually have 2 full lectures that get this point across. I was hoping to kind of hook in these questions. So thank you. My point is, in draft number 2, low producing wells was not taken into account. I suspect their desire by staff to make a uniform set of rules that work for everyone, but low producing wells is particularly problematic in the Piceance for the operational reasons that I mentioned. But my point is, you have 14 statements of low producing wells in the proposed rule changes, but each of those can come into conflict with existing law because of the way the lease is set up, the way that what you call now or proposing to call a low producing well is completely viable prima facie in terms of the law of the lease. So I don't want to see this commission get caught up. And by the way, we're kind of speaking on behalf of almost all operators, just implicitly, not necessarily Terra, that why would we have this standard that can conflict with the law as it is?
So let me follow up then, now that I have a better understanding, and I appreciate that. I mean, in some instances, the definition of low producing would be utilized to determine financial assurance criteria, which shouldn't run into this legal issue because we're using a metric to determine a production metric to determine financial assurance tiers or mechanisms. I mean, it depends on, what ultimately we come up with, but.
Yes, sir. I'll stipulate that for now. Of the 14, half of these have administrative value to determine tiers and that sort of thing. But the problem that comes in, particularly if we look at proposals to amend 434 to where you can target, for lack of a better term, low producing wells and have them slated for retirement, that's too soon. And again, that might make sense in the Wattenberg. I don't know, but at least in the Piceance, these are wells that the landowners want. There are wells that produce clean natural gas and otherwise offer no threat. Again, they're different wells, different components. And I think that this legal reality that's in the lease, it helps bootstrap that.
But generally speaking, I believe even in those circumstances, there's elements within those rules that would allow for an operator to determine economic viability, correct?
But that number can be at what the proposed 10 MCF is or even lower in some circumstances. And if I could, I overlooked your question on 211. Could I get back to that?
Oh, sure. If that's what you were talking about as well. Yeah.
Well, we're not as it's very fascinating actually to listen to the conversation about 211 so far. That hasn't been within our main sphere. But when it comes to use and useful, I would just suggest that if an operator is enjoying commercial paying quantities in a well, then that would by definition fulfill useful. In other words, there should be no further determination. If they are maintaining those wells and they are producing, frankly, anything that meets that standard and the landowner is happy with that, then I think that is the standard being fulfilled on its face.
I think there's a number of standards that can be used to evaluate use for useful in the definition. So I don't know as I totally agree with you, but I hear your point for sure. All right. So I understand where you're coming from now. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to carry through in this conversation, is it not possible though that an operator could be in a situation where they're continuously producing in a paying quantity, but the commission might have some concerns about their financial health or the health of their wells? Those two things can coexist.
I think you're correct. And I do think it's hard to put a kind of cliche, the one size fits all. But again, I think the easiest bifurcation is to look at that in the Wattenberg, where you've seen some good examples where the way you phrase it, Commissioner McGowan, yeah, that makes sense. Maybe they're holding on to that well with no intention to have commercial viability to make a profit. Yet by having this artificial standard in the Piceance, we're actually getting in the way of good faith operations.
But so I think though, there's a difference between a good faith operation and some of the examples that we've heard, I'm not sure would fit that definition and thus would create some red flags for the commission.
I could see that, but I guess no further comments on any specifics because I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Jewell. Appreciate your presentation. At this time, I believe we are set to take a lunch break. Mr. Larson, how long did we anticipate today, given what we've got left in the day?
We anticipated coming back at 12:40 today. So at this point, that would be 50 minutes.
Okay. I may have a bit of a conflict, but I would hand the chair over to somebody else if I'm not back, and I can catch back up with the YouTube if I miss anything. I may also try to attend just with my cell phone. Sorry, but I've got some things that I've got to get done, and we've been at this all week. So if we want to return at 12:40, that's great. That'll be a 50-minute break. And if I'm not here at 12:40, if one of the others of you could just share for a bit. And Bill's pointing at everyone but himself. So
Just whoever's here on your screen, Chair.
Got it. Got it.
And
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may just also add as well, we do have 350 Colorado who will be presenting after the lunch break. There was a slight change in the lineup. So 350 Colorado will be presenting at 12:40, and then we will hear from the Noble Group.
And then we would hear from West Lip Koga, and that would be the day. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Everybody go get lunch. See you in a bit. All right. I was successfully able to run my errand and get back to my desk in time for hearing startup. Didn't want to miss you, Miss Christensen, so glad that I'm able to be here. I am going to be eating fish tacos here in just a minute, so I'm going to probably turn my screen off, but I will be here throughout. A couple of other commissioners may do the same, but we are listening. And so with that, this is docket 2106-00097, the financial assurance rulemaking. It is January 27th, and it is 12:41. And we now have before us 350 Colorado, and my page has them allocated with 11 minutes. Does that sound about right? Okay, go ahead. You guys have the floor. Ms. Larson.
Sorry, one quick question. Ms. Christensen, will we be hearing from Dr. Small?
No, I'm so bummed. She had back-to-back, she has a new job with the State Department and has like back-to-back meetings today and couldn't make it. But I heard, who was it from the city of Fort Collins was like quoting her work right before lunch. And so I'm really bummed she can't make it, but sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, should we start? Should I share my screen?
Yes, go ahead. Okay. Get your screen set up, and then we'll start the clock when you say you're ready to go.
Okay. So put this into the slideshow. All right, we are ready. Hi, I'm Kate Christensen. I'm the Oil and Gas Campaign Director for 350 Colorado. Thanks so much for taking the time to hear my comments today and the comments of our expert witness. We've been in the weeds a lot the past few days, really useful conversations about use of usefulness and bonding and orphan wells, but I want to zoom out just a second. I was thinking a lot about the testimony, the public comment that we heard a couple days ago, and it feels like we're being grouped into two camps that are really a false dichotomy. There are people who are like team jobs and economy and people who are like team climate, but really the people on team jobs and economy, they don't want devastating fires caused by climate change. They don't want the drought that hurts everyone's pocketbooks. And the people who are concerned about climate change don't want a bunch of people to lose their jobs. But what's awesome, I mean, all Coloradans, like we all have the same skin in this game, but you have an important, super important tool that you can use that can take care of all of this. And that is single well, full cost bonding. It addresses everything. It addresses closing the zombie wells as soon as possible, which is a job creator because we need to hire people to close, to plug and remediate all these wells. And it reduces the amount of methane being released into the air and causing climate change. So you can address all of the concerns by implementing single well full cost bonding. I'm going to get back into the weeds now with some of the COGCC staff recommendations that actually support our argument. The cost benefit regulatory analysis was released October 29th, and it states that the qualitative impacts of these rules may be among the most important impacts of the rules. And when the cost to plug, reclaim, and remediate each well is fully funded, the benefits to public health, safety, welfare, and the environment is significant enough to warrant the new rules. They also found they'll have no effect, positive or negative, on jobs of economy. That's COGCC staff right there, the CBRA. Oh, it's not letting me. There we go. So it supports our primary recommendation, single well, full cost financial assurance for all wells. I want us to look at some more COGCC data. This is because a lot of people like API, they're saying, let's look at the operators. Let's look at operators. So let's look at operators. 157 of them have a portfolio consisting of wells with 0 production. 113 more have less than 5 BOE per day. Wells owned by 270 operators, these wells it's more than 8,000, and they're all at risk of being orphaned. These are the operators that will need the orphan well registry and the federal taxpayer bailout for. We are in a risky situation. We need super strong financial assurances to prevent the worst outcomes for Colorado. So there are people making a bunch of money. There's 98 companies that produce 5 barrels a well per 5 BOE or more, and they account for 4 out of 5 of the wells unplugged in Colorado. 29,000 of those wells are owned by 64 companies, and their average is at least 15 BOE. So if we do some math, this is all carbon tracker math. According to EIA data, the 3-month trailing average for the price of oil, when they did this, it was 76. I think it's closer to 80 now. And using a $40 lifting cost average, and I realize the lifting cost can vary wildly, but we're looking at a $40 average. And they just used 5 barrels per day. Each well from these companies that are making money, not the ones with the zombie wells, but the ones that are making money, would produce over 65,000 in free cash flow in 1 year. In 2 years, they would produce as much cash as Carbon Tracker's average for expected cost to plug wells in Colorado, which is about $140,000. These wells can pay for their own retirement. There are so many companies that have the money to put aside now to plug and abandon wells, and they should do that while they're making money. So please don't fall into the trap of like, oh, we have this federal, $93 million coming. If we kick the can down the road, these wells will not be making the same amount of money. They need to save for retirement now. Oops, there we go. So there's a lot of points of agreement we have with different groups. Full cost bonding at new wells and transfer, absolutely. You're hearing that again and again and again. And tier 3, no, that's super problematic. And you've been hearing about that again and again. And we were going to introduce Dr. Amy Townshead Small. She's amazing, but she can't make it at this time, unfortunately. But I'm excited to introduce Megan Milliken-Bibben to present. So take it away, Megan.
Good morning. Hi, thank you so much for having me. And it's a tough act to follow. Kate, that was an amazing speech. So I'll be reading from something I prepared. So please, I apologize that it's not as free flowing as Kate's, but I wanted to prepare some comments and reflect on my own experience as a former federal regulator. So I'll begin with the formal introduction. So I wanted to thank you all again for accommodating my schedule. I had a family emergency and y'all have been really helpful and made sure that I can speak to you today. So again, my name is Megan Milliken-Bibben, and I'm speaking on behalf of both the families living on the fence lines of our energy producing infrastructure and the bureaucrats charged with policing that infrastructure. I understand your position very well, as I sat in a very similar seat not too long ago as an advisor and policy analyst for the Department of the Interior's Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. I too was charged with helping the government walk the tightrope of orderly production of our nation's oil and gas resources, with the physical and financial risk those activities can inevitably impose upon the public. It was not until my then boss wrote what looked like a Star Wars prequel on my team's task board, The Bankruptcy of Bennu, that I began to confront and grasp the full scale of the risk the oil and gas industry, with the aid of accommodating regulators like mine, were concealing. Bennu Oil and Gas, a pass-through entity created to acquire another oil and gas company's liabilities, had declared Chapter 7 bankruptcy, leaving an estimated $1 billion in wells, subsea infrastructure, pipelines, and topside rigs orphaned in the Gulf of Mexico. I was tasked with crafting a list of in-house recommendations to create an administrative process to dispose of those orphaned sole liability properties and create new rules to prevent those kinds of regulatory failures in the future. Without legislative action, my former agency's tool set was sparse, but not without one formidable weapon, joint and several liability. We could pursue predecessor lessees, who had, by the way, made millions in profit off of those American resources, to recoup the cost if a current lessee failed to meet their obligation. This is precisely what happened this past summer when the US federal government ordered ExxonMobil, Hess, Royal Dutch Shell, and several surety companies to split the $7.2 billion tab left by the current bankrupt operator, Fieldwood. But the bankruptcy of Benu was owned by a sole liability operator. There was no one up the line to pursue, and this was what we all know as an orphaned well. Today, 2 subsea wells remain unplugged. A hulking rug rusts in the Gulf wind, and miles of pipelines are potentially leaking. This was all because the federal government allowed it to happen. My former agency had waived financial assurance on a piecemeal basis, and the chickens came home to roost. I share my experience with you because it reveals that the crises and challenges we face are self-inflicted, and the tools we choose to confront them are only limited by our courage to acknowledge our failures and repair our mistakes. We would not be here today if Colorado's rules were adequate. You would not be in those seats if the Colorado General Assembly had not put you there to do this difficult but necessary work. We have all inherited decades of norms and rules that created this mess. But will we consent to perpetuating this disaster, or will we lead? I've submitted written testimony on some of the very real policy actions you can take beginning today. These recommendations include narrowing the definition of what constitutes an orphan well, using operator solvency and environmental compliance records to tighten eligibility and controlling the transfer between operators, implementing retroactive joint and several liability, repealing inactive well plugging extensions, and increasing production thresholds to reduce the marginal well population, bringing your public orphan well program in-house to build public competency and expertise, and lowering the program's cost. And last but not least, ending the use of blanket bonding, requiring full cost security for each individual well, which requires individual sinking trust funds that are bankruptcy remote, with the commission as beneficiary for each permitted well. In 2020, 12 drilling companies and 6 oil field service companies in Colorado declared bankruptcy. Often these bankruptcy cases put the state of Colorado hat in hand and in line behind other secured creditors. The creation of sinking trust will ensure that real money is being put aside for future asset retirement obligations, and that those funds will be beyond the reach of bankruptcy processes. Only you have the power and the tools to protect Coloradans. The only uncertainty we face today is whether you will have the courage to exercise that power and lead. Thank you so much. If y'all have any questions.
Thank you. My lunch was in the way of my unmuting. I apologize. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes. So we have plenty of time for questions.
Yeah. And once again, you're a fast talker like some of the others. If you could go back to your recommendations and move through them in a little slower pace so that the commission
I'm so sorry.
can understand. No, not a problem. And I know you don't have a ton of time, but I can now ask a question and it doesn't count against your time.
Okay, perfect.
So if we could start to share again and just go to the recommendations component
Sure.
of it.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, just a second. For some reason, I feel like I'm having a hard time going backwards on slides, so it's just gonna take me just a second.
Well, I can repeat them real quick. Well, not quick. I apologize. I'm Caitlin, so I have a tendency to speak fast. So the first recommendation is narrowing the definition of what constitutes an orphan well. It is my understanding that the state of Colorado includes operators that are unwilling to plug and abandon their well. That strikes me as an inappropriate word to have in your official definition of what constitutes a well. Just because someone doesn't want to do something does not remove that obligation.
Okay.
So that's my first recommendation. The second is using operator solvency. And so by that, I mean whether there is enough production remaining in the well to finance its own decommissioning, and looking at all of their wells collectively to determine an operator solvency, whether they are, just scraping the bottom of the barrel, to use a metaphor, and they're past their economic limit, to determine whether they should be producing oil and gas in the state of Texas, whether they have the funds and whether they have the production to do what they need to do at the end of those wells' lives. And also environmental compliance, performing routine audits to ensure that they are responsible operators and pairing those two metrics to determine, which companies should be operating in Colorado. Retroactive joint and several liability. This is pretty self-explanatory. It's basically a tool that allows you to go to prior operators. Just because one company sold to another company does not mean that they should be off the hook. They made money from those Colorado wells. They should be on the hook as well, and that you should not be left holding the bag. And that will also change the way that companies operate. If they know that there is no way to escape those liabilities, just like on federal lands and federal waters and on certain states like California, then they will not create fake entities to pass through their depleted wells. Sorry, I'm gonna take a sip so I don't have that weird sticky sound when I'm talking. Okay, the next one, repealing inactive well plugging extensions. I'm not extremely versed on Colorado rules, but I know most states have several options to forestall plugging obligations, which are usually, within 6 months of ceasing production. And so with so many opportunities and options to, waive that obligation, you functionally don't have a plugging rule. So go through your list of plugging extensions, be it future beneficial use or whatever. There's a variety in every state. I would recommend that you repeal those and just have a strict, by this time, plug your well. Increase production thresholds to reduce the marginal well population. Just as Dr. Amy Townsend Small's work shows that a lot of these marginal wells, where they're producing, a teaspoon of oil, their venting is more than what they're producing. The only reason why they're operating is to push the cost for the operator down the road. And there's no public benefit to allowing those marginal wells to continue. You're only one, polluting, emitting, and two, artificially inflating the value of those companies. You're pushing their costs in the future and increasing their net present value. As a regulator, why are you doing that? What are the public benefits of that? You're not providing meaningful production to increase American, dominance, energy dominance. You're just allowing these companies to kick the can down the road. Do I need to slow down?
No, you're doing fine.
All right, thank you. And this is, my own, I just recently completed a report looking at the Railroad Commission of Texas and looking at their own orphan well program. And it was very clear to us that the cost of contracting and managing their orphan well program constituted almost half of the entire program's budget. And it was very inefficient. And it would be better if state regulators brought their orphan well plugging programs in-house. They would have, a one-time capital cost to buy the workover rigs, to buy the equipment that they needed, but they would be ready and nimble to respond to emergencies and plan their public, orphan well programs, more confidently, instead of having, okay, well, we have these approved list of contractors. It's just a more nimble, better way to operate. And let's see what else. Ending the use of blanket bonding. I think we can all agree why that is a good thing. And finally, full cost security for each individual well. And, I think that this is kind of a preemptive, and I'm sure people have talked about diversified today. And, I think the thing that, as a regulator, you should be, concerned about is that they are creating these financial instruments, which they purport to be bankruptcy remote. They're creating basically timeshares of these wells, like you as an investor on the London Stock Exchange can have access. We've de-risked this, and we're saying that this part of the well is bankruptcy remote. And so I think that's a pretty novel, good way to do things. Like, we don't want this to be part of the bankruptcy process. Well, that's something that the commission, should also avail yourselves of. The way I describe this, is, you have a mortgage. Every month you pay a little bit towards it. And oftentimes with risky borrowers, the bank requires mortgage insurance. So I would recommend for new operators, especially, require a full cost bankruptcy or remote trust fund, but also require, the surety bond. And as you vest that trust fund over the life of the well, you can decrease the amount of that insurance, that surety over the life. yeah, I mean, we all have to pay for retirement. We all have to save. And these are real tools that, would be easy to administer and, protect Coloradans.
So I'll just ask you a couple of questions. Thank you for revisiting your recommendations. So starting at the end with the full cost bond for all the wells, you noted in your presentation that there are approximately 8,000 wells that are at risk of being orphaned because they're either zero producing or they're very, very low producing. And so while it would be great if we could all, have all the wells, saved for retirement, this is like my, 80-year-old mother, and she's not had put any money in the bank for retirement. And if I go to her and say, you need to set aside all the money that you need for retirement right now, how do you anticipate these wells that are low producing or no producing and the operators associated with them finding the money for retirement? I know it's easier to find the money for the big producers, right? And potentially for new wells, but I'm still struggling with that balance.
Sure. That's a very great question. And that is why I clarified, for the new operators, this would be the appropriate tool. I would recommend for these set of wells, an industry-wide fee. You can have your list of orphan wells that you plug and, you send the bill to the industry, because the alternative is that it goes to regular Coloradans. Again, by allowing them to marginally produce for years, you have created this risk. And so that is why I also recommend to not allow them to produce for years, because you increase risk. Because unlike a house, you have the potential of actually increasing the value of your home. So the risk to the lender might actually decrease over time, but inevitably the value and risk of a well will decrease over time. We know this. And so your exposure, you're basically an environmental bank as the regulator, as the, the issuer.
So, Dr. Bivin, you're aware that that we are proposing a fee.
Okay, great.
On all wells, and there's been debate about should it be a smaller fee since we're about to receive a lot of federal money for bonding, or should it be a larger fee? But the fee concept is out there, and there's large buy-in for it. So I think we're doing that, and so I'm glad that that's consistent with what your group would like to see. Let me dive into a couple of other areas. Implement joint and several liability. I am a lawyer, but I'm not playing like one anymore. I'm playing like a chair and a commissioner. And I'd like to bring on board our AAG to talk to us a little bit about whether we're able to do that legally under our statute, because we don't have CERCLA like the federal government does. AAG Davenport, do you mind weighing in briefly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, happy to give a little information on this. Part of the Oil and Gas Act, specifically Section 3460, 124 subparts 7 and 8 provide for attaching liability for significant adverse environmental impacts to responsible parties, which is a specifically defined term. This commission does not have statutory authority to assert joint and several liability in the same way that CERCLA, for example, has joint and several liability for any person who operated a facility in the past. Just to clarify, I am not speaking about an instance of a transfer from one operator to another and whether or not that former operator and if there's an issue with that transfer still has liability. That's not what I'm talking about. Talking specifically about the issue of joint and several liability as it's used in the context of CERCLA, for example.
And so and I'm going to let you answer, but let me just preface. So we are, as part of our regime, looking hard at ensuring that any future transfers have full cost bonding or are bonded up or are protected, so that moving into the future, we're trying to protect against building on the problem. So with that, I'm happy to hear back from you, Ms. Bevan, now that you've heard a little bit on that component of your thought process for solutions.
Well, I'd be curious to know whether you have primacy on Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, and Safe Water Drinking Act, because that I'm just thinking of CERCLA. Sorry, this might be not the appropriate forum. We could have a separate conversation for joint and several liability, but that you are the responsible implementer of those rules, and in those that would perhaps give you wiggle room to explore joint and several liability. But it is certainly a tool already used by the federal government for wells. Both BLM and BOEM and the state of California, and even other states, they're able to go to prior operators. So I think there is enough precedent for Colorado to consider this as an option for those, especially for those wells where there's no one currently on the chain, but there are prior operators that have made considerable money from that well.
Okay, just want to make sure that we're all playing in the same sandbox in terms of what the tools are that are available for us. In terms of bringing our orphan well program in-house, I'm hoping our orphan well manager is listening in and can think about that. I think there's some pros and cons on that. I, for one, as one commissioner, believe we have one of the most effective orphan well programs in the nation, and that we do a good job with our orphan wells. And we're definitely planning on taking advantage of the federal funds that will be available for us to expand that program. I think that's it. I just wanted to give all of us a little more time to hear your recommendations. I appreciate that. I'm going to now look around the room and see if any of my fellow commissioners have questions as well. Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for the presentation. And Dr. Bevan, I just wanted to make sure that I understood one of your points as you were kind of going back through the recommendations. I think you mentioned that, especially for new operators, I believe you said that to require, I think you said a bankruptcy insurance, but I wasn't sure if I was clear on that. And then you also mentioned a remote trust fund. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Sure. So trust fund. I said bankruptcy remote, meaning that these trust funds would be remote from the bankruptcy process. They would be separate and not part of that. So yeah, just real cash on hand that the state of Colorado would maintain in a trust. And if they can either fully vest it at the beginning, or if they opt for a monthly payment or yearly payment, then they are also required to purchase a bond to ensure that there will be the full amount to clean up that well.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies. I think I just misunderstood what you were saying. So and we have in our rules are already contemplating a trust fund that would do as you're noting, and would provide for the cash on hand, and you're just saying that provides us some additional insurance in that it would not be subject to a bankruptcy proceedings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Commissioner McGowan, then Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, so this is in relation to your comment about bringing the orphan well program in-house and kind of having our own equipment and people who know how to P&A. I think industry also hires contractors to do the work for them. So I'm guessing that it's most efficient to hire someone whose specialty is P&Aing and doing that work versus bringing it in-house. I'm curious to know if you've done any sort of cost benefit analysis as to, over time, where the best cost savings is. And in general, I have a public service background and regulatory. Sometimes it is more efficient and things get done faster if you contract it out with people who do this on a regular basis. Then that's what they do. So I'm curious to know what your thoughts are and how you came up with bringing it in-house. That's going to be a better way to do it. And then kind of the thought process around, if we're contracting it out, it's going to drive a market, don't you think? And potentially services then providers of that service will increase because they're going to see a market that's driving the work.
Your last point is why it should be brought in-house, because you will see necessarily that your demand for these personnel, these staff, these topside rigs will be in competition with active drilling. And when there's high prices, the access to those equipment and those personnel will increase. And one of the reasons why I make this recommendation is that I have seen in several states where you have your routine orphan well like your orphan list that has been prioritized for a given annual year. But then you also have, a well that was discovered under a school or a blowout on a Texas ranch. You have these emergencies where you need to, amass a considerable amount of resources in a quick amount of time. And, it's difficult to do that within the government contracting, frame. And this would provide you more, nimble, like you could plan more appropriately. You wouldn't have to compete with the outside market, and you would be able to, act like a fire department, because in many ways you are a fire department. The fire department doesn't contract out its fire equipment. There are emergency scenarios that require speed. And, I have government contracting experience as well. And it is my experience and my opinion that in a lot of cases, the government saves money by doing the work directly itself, employing the people themselves. And you can bring all of those people in-house, all of that expertise. They could be your coworkers. They can come in. Yeah.
Thank
Can
you.
I add something to that real quick, Commissioner McGowan?
Sure.
You could also do a biochar program. Like earlier in this process, one of the pre-hearing statements was from Janice Hollowell about biochar and exploring different, better ways to plug wells. If you had an in-house program, you could also explore better ways to plug wells. So just wanted to throw that out there too.
Thanks. So another comment that you made that I think is interesting, because if you've been listening to us the last couple of days, we've been kind of trying to wrap our brain around, what are some guardrails for us to make decisions on. And I thought that your comment of, if the venting or I don't know, I guess what's being vented or, your pollution ratio to what's being produced might be one way to assess a used or useful well. I am curious how you think that we might be able to measure that or put that together, because it's kind of bananas and basketballs. I'm not sure how.
So that is referencing Dr. Amy Townsend Small work, who I think she's on there now, if you want to let her in, if you want to hear from her and ask her questions, where she talks about marginal wells. Like, are marginal wells, the question to ask is, are marginal wells actually producing energy for our country? Are they producing enough to warrant their existence, right? And her research, and if you look at the Department of Energy's EIA charts of the number of marginal wells in the country and how much they're actually contributing to the total amount of energy we are using, it is marginal. That is why they're called marginal. And so they're venting this huge amount of methane. They are, threatening, water aquifers. I know in Louisiana, I can tell you a really terrible story about how a well with future beneficial use just sat there idled for years until it exploded and killed a 14-year-old girl this year. Do the public risk equal the sole benefits to the operator? Because that is the only one that is getting any benefit from these wells staying online, because they don't have to plug it today. They can push that cost further into the future. And I have yet to see a compelling case or argument for why we are keeping these wells going.
So
I hope I answered that.
Ms. Christensen, I did bring in your other expert, Miss Amy Townsend Small.
Doctor.
I don't know.
I'm the mix.
Dr. Amy Townsend Small, my apologies. Dr. Small, I don't know if you heard the question, but if you did, if you'd like to weigh in, we'd love to hear from you.
Hi, thanks for having me. If you wouldn't mind repeating the question, that would be great.
Sure. So one of Ms. Milliken Bevan's comments or recommendation was to try to figure out when a well is perhaps at the end of its useful life. And one way might be to look at a ratio of its production versus or compared to what it might be emitting. And I was just thinking that's two kind of different things to compare, and I don't know how you would create that. And she said that maybe you had some ideas about what that might look like.
Yeah, I mean, my research has shown that marginally producing wells are emitting a larger percentage of their production when you look at natural gas wells or oil and gas wells. But I think what Megan is getting at is that the vast majority of wells in our country and in every state are marginally producing, which means that they emit or they produce less than 15 barrels equivalent of oil or gas per year or per day, sorry. And they contribute very, very small amounts of energy to the global, to our national supply. So, but they're the most prevalent type of oil and gas well in the country. So the fact that they are still categorized as producing is really just, it's just a, I guess I would say like a nomenclature issue. They're not really meaningfully contributing to energy supply.
Sorry, could you repeat what kind of wells you were looking at when you were doing this study? I think you told me it was did we lose him?
Marginally producing.
Right, but are you just looking at oil? Are you looking at natural gas? Are you looking at?
They can be oil wells or gas wells, or they can produce oil and gas.
Okay, so regardless what they're producing, you think it's the 15 BOE?
Yeah, that's right. So they can be producing oil or gas or both.
Okay.
That's how you define a marginal well.
Okay, thank you. A marginal well. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes they're called stripper wells.
Okay, thank you. And I think my last question, although I've learned we shouldn't say last question, is for Ms. Christensen. So, you said tier 3, yuck, no good. So I'm wondering, based on, I don't know if you've been listening the last couple of days on what folks have been sharing, and that, do you think tier 3 could be a possibility if we say, if you go into tier 3, you have to show us certain things? And I think that lots of people have put a laundry list of things that we could look at to consider what might allow us to use tier 3 as a path. So what, audited finances, production levels, things like that. And so I'm wondering if you have some thoughts and feedback about what you've been hearing, and whether or not there's things we could put in place for us to be able to use tier 3.
Honestly, I want to ping this over to Ms. Milken-Bivin too, because I saw she had her hand up, but I honestly, just watching what's been going on with the previous rulemakings, and anytime we make an on-ramp or off-ramp, I forget which preposition you guys use, a way for oil and gas companies to skirt the rules, they will do it. They will find any sort of way to move around. So I don't know that it's worth the commission's time and energy. Like, if you require that laundry list, you have to go through it. just do single financial assurances. Go ahead, Megan, sorry.
No, exactly. What is the question for you, and what is easy to administer for your office? Because this is precisely the predicament that wound up with the bankruptcy of BNU in the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. For years, what was the predecessor, or the prior organization, the Marine Mineral Service before Deepwater Horizon, they waived financial assurance for different tiered companies. That is how we wound up with sole liability properties orphaned in the Gulf of Mexico that will cost taxpayers billions of dollars, because we created a these guys are here, these guys here. It's too difficult to administer and it's easy to evade. You know, my recommendation as a former bureaucrat is create a single set of rules that creates certainty for everyone, that is easy for you to implement. You know, I am the ghost of Christmas future, you know, with the experience that we had.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Najapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Bivens, I just wanted to explore that just a tiny bit more. With those new companies that were formed, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said that was like in bankruptcy and in a reorganization. So was there still, and maybe this is what you're, and this is just my lack of understanding of some of these bankruptcy related situations, but you said as a sole proprietor, does that mean that there was no longer a parent company associated?
No, because federal waters and federal land have joint and several liability, the federal government is able to go to prior lessees. So this was a case where it was a sole liability company. Because at some point, this company had a lease with a tier strong company like Shell or Chevron. For whatever reason, that waiver was paying to their company. So they were not required to have financial assurance on their sole property. It created complexity for the agency, and they made a mistake in who they extended that waiver to. And so we wound up with a company that was not financially capable going bankrupt. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think so. So this was not a situation where there was sort of a reorganization and there was a new sort of child company.
That happened.
Sorry.
That did happen. It was yes and. Both things happened. Okay. And the prior company, ATP Oil and Gas, had reorganized its debt and created a new company to pass those wells to. And that happens a lot with the oil and gas industry. And this happened offshore as well. And so they created the new oil and gas. And yeah, because then that's difficult for the actual, a lot of state agencies and the federal government have timelines where they have to prove the leases, they have to prove the drilling permits, they have to prove everything within timelines. And if you are creating all of these pass-through corporations, it becomes very difficult to administer and keep track of. So my recommendation over and over again is keep it simple.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for the testimony. Just a couple of questions. Ms. Milliken-Bivens, I mean, as you have some experience, or sounds like years of experience in the oil and gas industry as a regulator, I wonder if, do you have examples of federal oil and gas operations, regulatory schemes, or state oil and gas regulatory schemes that utilize single well full cost bonding?
Colorado, right now. No, right now, the federal government is going through rulemaking for financial assurance offshore. And that is certainly on the table. I've spoken to the director, I've spoken to other people. The industry has the same lobbyist everywhere. And so I don't think you're going to find really good examples in the United States of full cost bonding. But it is certainly has been described by the EPA and the Safe Water Drinking Act as a tool for injection wells and other wells that's available to regulators. So it's been described previously, but I don't know if it's actually being used. I think it is an option available to regulators, but it is not required in most jurisdictions. But it could be.
So I think you had mentioned that I think one of your recommendations was around solvency, and my notes weren't very clear here, but I think you were talking about solvency and analyzing for solvency. But I wonder if you could provide specificity as to the mechanisms that you might utilize in order to determine solvency.
Of course. So, I assumed Colorado has a severance tax on production, some kind of tax. So you monitor production, you get production information. I don't know if you monitor them in real time or you get some kind of report on a monthly basis. You can determine the depletion rate of a well using that production, right? You have the permit, you have the production rate, and you can say at time X, this well will likely be depleted. And we know based on certain conditions that on this curve, there is a point at which this well's remaining production cannot fund its own decommissioning, plugging, and abandonment. And if you sum all the wells of a company, you can determine whether, hey, is this an insolvent well? Is it past its, it does not have enough financial security. It does not have enough whatever to actually fund its decommissioning, and pool all their wells and determine, I'm sorry, I'm kind of going in circles. You basically use their production rate, their depletion rate to determine if.
Yeah, I think what you're suggesting is a production metric and a time metric. If you put those two things together, is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Those are my questions.
I'm sorry.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Anything further, commissioners? Thank you. I don't see further questions. Ms. Christensen, we want to thank you and the experts that you brought to us today. We have appreciated your commitment to our process, the written briefs, and et cetera that you filed, and it's very helpful to understand the perspective that you're bringing. So thank you.
Was the fish taco good?
It was really good.
Maybe you want a margarita. Thanks so much for all your work. I know it's been a long, hard process, and we appreciate the diligence and the time.
And thank you again. And please know that we are available if you have any additional questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, I don't have my schedule in front of me. Ms. Larson, are we going to the Noble Group next?
Yes, we are hearing from Noble next.
Let's spend time bringing their folks to the panel. Good afternoon, Mr. Lepore. I see you and you're unmuted. Do you have all of your witnesses on the panel at this time?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm hoping Dave Neslin will appear. I see his name, and I need to find Brian Coshier. I see Brian, so I think we're close to ready. I'll share my screen, and Mr. Neslin, are you there? Yeah, I see you just muted. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. That will be the first.
Right. And Mr. Lepore, Mr. Neslin, I have you down for 33 minutes. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Chair. And we would like to reserve 3 minutes for closing. So if Secretary Larson could let us know when and if we hit the 30-minute mark.
Will do.
We'll begin. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Dave Neslin. I'm appearing today with Matt Lepore on behalf of Colorado's 3 largest oil and gas operators, Noble, Occidental, and PDC. We support this rulemaking, and we believe that the December 7 draft provides a strong framework for updating the financial assurance rules. We support, next slide, yep. We support adopting a per well fee to augment the Orphan well program and provide a backstop for the rules. We support adjusting financial assurance for inactive or low producing wells on transfer unless the transfer involves an asset exchange, and increasing the oversight of operators whose average production per well is minimal. And we support increasing blanket bond amounts. In our response and rebuttal statements, we've suggested several changes to make the draft rules more effective and efficient. These changes involve out-of-service status on the well plugging list, a comprehensive well bond, the low producing well definition, tiering, and standing to participate in financial assurance and used in useful hearings. Next slide. In support of these changes, we're presenting 3 witnesses who hold senior operating and engineering positions at the companies: Brian Cashier of PDC, Beth Bosworth of Oxy, and Hunter Dunham of Chevron. They'll explain why these changes are appropriate from an operating standpoint. They'll also explain why their companies have inactive and low producing wells and why those wells don't pose a risk to the environment. Following their testimony, Mr. Lepore and I will further summarize our requested changes and respond briefly to several arguments made by other parties. Mr. Cashier.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Commissioners, Director Murphy, and staff for the continued work with all the stakeholders for the topics we have in front of us. My name is Brian Cashier. I'm a senior asset engineer at PDC Energy, where I work regulatory policy, compliance, and implementation. The purpose of my testimony today has 4 points. First, to review PD's operational statistics. Second, the reasoning for the request to convert barrels into BOEs throughout the definition and rule series. Third, outline the requested changes to out of service. And fourth, review the tiering and draft rule 702 in comprehensive bonding. First, let's review statistics. In the past 5 years, from the calendar years 2017 to 2021, PDC has plugged and reclaimed nearly 2,100 wells. That accounts for 84% of PDC's current well count of approximately 2,450 active wells in Colorado. Second, I would like to discuss the production volumes as it pertains to the reference to barrels in the definition of low producing well, Rule 702A2 and 707B1. We completely agree with the inclusion of MCF in these cases, as it's the primary unit of measure for dry gas operators in the state and would support a change to MCFE. However, a large number of operators in the state have mixed production streams of liquids and gas, particularly here in the DJ Basin. As it currently stands, a well can produce 9 MCF and a barrel and a half per day, but as currently drafted would be deemed as a low producing well, even though it produces greater than 3 BOEs per day. Therefore, we request that any reference to barrels within the definitional rule language be changed to BOEs. This is a better representative of production in the state and with the criteria in Tier 1. Additionally, we asked that within the definition of low producing well, the time frame of measurement of the previous 365 days be changed to the previous calendar year. My third point, I would like to discuss out of service. The 3 companies believe this to be one of the most powerful tools within this rule series to ensure the state has assurance and oversight to an operator's ability to properly plan and execute the retirement of his assets within their portfolio. However, as it stands in the current December 7 draft rules, the ability to maximize the utilization of this tool has been greatly reduced in comparison to the October 8th draft rules. The biggest difference being the predictable durations and milestones that provided regulatory certainty, allowing us to properly vet the well base within our portfolios to assign to the out of service list. The first issue causing uncertainty arises from the December 7 draft rule 434 D6 and 7, where either an out of service well or facility is removed from the list upon closure of the Form 27 site investigation and remediation work plan. This will cause great complication, and my colleague Hunter Dunham will go into further detail on this. Additionally, which many have addressed through previous testimonies, the October 8th draft rules 434 D3, B, and C explicitly state the durations and milestones of out of service. Once again, this allows for predictable regulation, allowing for greater utilization of this tool. We would ask that the 434D be changed so that the contents of an operator's Form 6A be presumptively approved with the previous durations and milestones outlined from the previous October 7th rules. These changes eliminate the administrative burden of individual plans with varying durations needing to be approved. If done right, this could be a great story coming out of this rulemaking to where a percentage of wells in Colorado have a defined plan for retirement and will never produce again. In addition, in years to come, out of service can be a very powerful tool to utilize in evaluating an operator's financial assurance plans. We have submitted our requested changes with the red line submitted with our response statements. If the changes are not made, we would be very conservative in our approach, putting few wells on this out of service list. And my fourth and final point I want to cover is the requested changes as they pertain to 702C. Tiering should be a way to identify and differentiate operators' financial viability to cover their future liabilities. For this, we believe the sole criteria for Tier 1 should be that 60 BOEs per day per well. The 30% inactive well percentage is irrelevant if an operator has a strong production base on all wells, which indicates a clear ability to cover its liabilities. For this, we also ask that all Tier 1 plans are director approved without a hearing. To further reduce the administrative burden, we ask that a comprehensive $30 million bond be included within the draft. This amount would fulfill an operator's obligation under Draft Rule 702 for all of its wells, regardless of well status, including low producing wells acquired in an asset transfer. An operator who chooses this option would not need to file a financial plan under Rule 702B, determine tiering under Rule 702C, or calculate financial assurance under Draft Rule 702D, nor would the Commission need to review a financial assurance that operates under Draft Rule 702E. Sureties evaluate bonds assuming a 0% loss probability. Therefore, an operator who can secure a bond of that size is very strong financially, whose value lies in the production base and undeveloped rock. This value is aligned with maximum bond allowances of $30 and $33 million in Alaska and California, respectively. We also believe that tailored case-by-case financial plans should be the norm rather than the exception and support COGA's proposal. We firmly believe the goal of this should be to create a framework in which the focus and onus is on the operator to manage their assets and display asset retirement, while providing the Commission the transparency for the proper oversight to ensure ample assurances in place. Thank you for the time, and I would like to pass it to my colleague, Beth Bosworth with Occidental.
Thank you, Brian. My name is Beth Bosworth, and I'm currently the Asset Director at Oxy, overseeing production operations and production engineering in Colorado and Wyoming to safely and efficiently produce oil and gas. I focus on environmental excellence, ensuring that we are working towards our net carbon neutral goal. I have over 15 years of engineering and operations experience. I started with Anadarko, Oxy's predecessor, in 2013, and have worked a variety of roles, from facilities engineering to production operations. Much of my career at Oxy has centralized around a common theme, which has been emissions reduction. I have worked numerous emission reduction initiatives, including modification of our current facilities, redesign of our new facilities, and optimization of our operational best practices. I am proud to say that this work has helped contribute to an approximate oil tank emissions reduction for Oxy of 98% within the DJ Basin, all while increasing our production. While we have made drastic improvements, we are definitely not done. We are constantly looking for other opportunities to reduce emissions. I personally see an opportunity with our low producing wells to eliminate the emissions by shutting them in permanently under the out of service concept, while we continue our aggressive P&A program to retire these wells. Oxy currently has approximately 1,900 low producing wells in the DJ Basin, which I'm sure you're all wondering how we got to so many. The DJ Basin is one of the oldest producing oil fields in Colorado. In the last decade or so, we have seen horizontal development overtake vertical drilling and production. Oxy made a business decision years ago to focus on horizontal production in the DJ Basin. Consequently, it now has a substantial number of older, lower producing vertical wells. These wells have reached the end of their producing life, are no longer economic to operate, or are being replaced by horizontal wells. As the company continues to focus on horizontal development, it is actively plugging and abandoning these older, less productive vertical wells. In the past 5 years, Oxy has P&A'd approximately 2,600 wells, which is 2.5 as many as we have drilled. Low producing vertical wells will make up less and less of our total well count in Colorado as we continue to P&A them. We are aligned with our communities and the state of Colorado that we want as few low producing wells as possible, and we would like to reduce our current inventory as quickly as possible. I can only speak for Oxy, but asset retirement obligations are included in our asset management plan. As asset director, when I look at the total cost of ownership associated with low producing wells, it benefits the company to P&A these wells rather than continuing to pay the associated operating expenses. Oxy's vertical wells account for approximately 12% of our operating expenses and only 0.5% of our production. So plugging, abandoning, and reclaiming our low producing wells is a win for both Colorado and Oxy. To further reiterate this point, in 2020, when oil prices hit negative pricing, Oxy still successfully plugged and abandoned 240 wells in the DJ Basin, despite only drilling 65 wells that year. I'm sure there's questions about what we would do to permanently shut in a well and how operationally these wells would be handled once they are shut in. When we permanently shut in a well, we use valves and locks to make sure the well can no longer produce into the surface equipment. This is accomplished by closing and locking the wellhead and separator inlet valves, depressurizing, draining, and cleaning all separators and tanks. The depressurizing, draining, and cleaning of equipment eliminates the gas, oil, and water from all surface equipment, thus virtually eliminating any potential for emissions or spills. The operation of low-producing wells is essentially the same as shut-in wells. The only difference would be that we would permanently shut them, thus ceasing all production to the facility. We would continue to perform regular site visits, remote monitoring and control through our integrated operations center, audio, visual, olfactory inspections, also known as AVO inspections, and braid and head monitoring and testing. As I stated previously, I see a big opportunity for Oxy in the communities that we operate in. The out-of-service well designation can facilitate permanently shutting in these wells for good, while we work towards concrete plans to P&A them, bringing the associated emissions to zero. That completes my testimony. I will now hand it off to Hunter.
Thank you, Beth, and thank you, commissioners, for your time. My name is Hunter Dunham, and I am the Well Abandonment Advisor for Chevron, based in Houston, Texas. Over the last 7 years, I have had the privilege of managing Noble Energy's plugging and abandonment operations in the DJ Basin. At Noble, I was the lead of the asset retirement obligation team, focused on engineering and operational reviews of complex operations and forecasting the plugging efforts for the company. This morning, my testimony will focus on 3 issues with the out-of-service list in Rule 434D. First, wells placed on the out-of-service list should be presumptively approved when submitted. Second, meaningful milestones should be clear and provide certainty to operators and stakeholders. And third, the remediation and reclamation timing are largely out of the operator's control. Compliance with out-of-service requirements should be tied to commencement of reclamation rather than the completion. I'm happy to address any questions you may have with inactive wells generally, the plugging and abandonment process, and workover rig scheduling. Concerning the approval process for the out-of-service well list, director approval of out-of-service well lists only acts to insert unnecessary uncertainty and delays. Additionally, Rule 434D, requirement for the director to establish milestones and timelines on a case-by-case basis through the approval process, further creates unpredictability in the process. An operator will not know how much time it will have to plug wells on the list or what interim requirements apply. As such, an operator that undertakes the significant work of preparing this list will not be able to establish a plan for plugging and abandoning wells and their associated facilities. Noble is proposing that the out-of-service list be presumptively approved when filed with an ability of the director to request additional information and seek denial of an out-of-service list on a case-by-case basis under Draft Rule 434D4. Turning to the timing requirements for the out-of-service list, the draft rule provides for the director to determine a reasonable timeline to complete P&A work. In my experience, in order for the P&A work to be completed on the well and associated facility, the Form 6 subsequent must be approved for the well, the Form 27 must be approved for any site investigations and remediation on either a well or facility, and the location must have the reclamation completed as determined by the passing of a final reclamation inspection on a Form 4. Indeterminate timelines to complete plugging and abandonment for wells on the out-of-service list provides a great deal of uncertainty and is unrealistic for operators like Noble Energy, where we are plugging and abandoning 400 plus wells year in and year out. A typical well plugging process goes something like this. Upon the successful completion of downhole plugging operations, an average wait time between rig off and cut and cap is 60 days. COGCC wellbore integrity rules require at least 5 days after rig off and no more than 90 days after rig off. Then the flow line is abandoned, either in place or removed, and the facility decommissioned within 90 days of the well plugging. If any signs of contamination are identified during the wellhead cut and cap, flow line abandonment, or facility decommissioning, then a plan is developed and implemented as quickly as possible. Upon the completion of soil remediation, it is required to have 4 consecutive quarters of clean testing before moving to reclamation. We are at this point 1 year and 4 months from the work of a rig moving off the well, assuming all aspects of the other operations have gone perfect. We then begin reclamation, which starts with recontouring, roughly a 1 to 4 week job depending on the size of the well location or facility location. We then make first attempt at seeding the location with native roots in a non-crop location. It is required that at least 2 growing seasons are completed with 80% growth. On average, it takes us 3.5 to 4 years to get the required growth, with consistent interseeding throughout each growing season. At this rate, we're at 5 years for a well that started P&A operations on the first day of approval on the plugging list. A well that has had plugging operations start any day after the 6 months from the approval of the list is highly likely to not have reclamation completed within 5 years at a minimum. Noble proposes that an operator be allowed 8 years to plug wells on the out-of-service list and commence reclamation. If these recommendations are implemented, Noble would place almost all, if not all, currently inactive wells on the list. To give a sense of volume, that would be approximately 2,000 wells over the life of this program that would be plugged and abandoned, reducing both subsurface and surface risk. The idea of setting a defined timeline is in alignment with all parties represented during this rulemaking. In the immediate impact, Noble currently has 16 workover rigs in the DJ Basin. With a large number of wells required for mechanical integrity testing by July 2022, we have 4 workover rigs dedicated solely to setting plugs for MIT. If the current draft rules were revised to the recommendation, Noble would be able to reallocate these 4 workover rigs to plugging and abandonment efforts, accelerating 100 wells in 2022 for plugging instead of temporarily abandoning and effectively marking inactive. Noble requests that in order for a well, facility, or location to be removed from the list, that it satisfies the commencement of reclamation rather than the completion of reclamation. Continue to have the process be managed through Rule Series 1000, which ensures operators are required to maintain compliance. This concludes my testimony, and I'd like to hand it back over to Mr. Dave Neslin.
Thank you, Hunter. Commissioners, as you've heard, let me pause just briefly. Mr. Lepore is going to bring the screen share up. We've got a PowerPoint for the remarks by Mr. Lepore and I. Commissioners, as you've heard, out-of-service status is potentially a great tool. If certain changes are made to the December 7 draft, the 3 companies could collectively place about 4,500 wells out of service, which would reduce Colorado's current well count by about 9% and eliminate about 40% of the state's inactive wells. The changes we request were described by Brian Coshier and Hunter Dunham and are depicted in our Exhibit B red line. First, the December 7 draft provides that the director must individually approve each plugging list. This is an unnecessary administrative complication. The staff is fully occupied with other responsibilities, and the director is separately authorized to request information and challenge plugging lists. For purposes of administrative efficiency and timeliness, we urge that the plugging list be effective upon submittal, subject to the director's right to challenge the list. Second, the December 7 draft provides that the director's approval determines the operator's timelines and milestones. Determining these requirements in an ad hoc manner creates uncertainty for large operators whose capital commitment for the work may approach $200 million. In committing to these expenditures, an operator deserves to know what requirements apply. Numerous local governments and ENGOs have likewise requested greater specificity. The October 8 draft included specific timelines and milestones, which ensure that electricity is promptly disconnected, pipes and tanks are promptly purged, and significant annual progress is made plugging the wells. These timelines and milestones make sense for large operators like the 3 companies, even if different timelines and milestones may be appropriate for smaller operators. Third, the December 7 draft requires remediation and reclamation be complete before a site is removed from the plugging list. But completion of this work depends on circumstances beyond the operator's control, such as staff review and surface owner cooperation. In addition, reclamation and remediation are already governed by other rules. Again, the October 8 draft provided a better approach. It required operators to commence reclamation and remediation, and it left the completion of the work to rules 1004 and 913 through 915. We also oppose Mr. Sura's suggestion that you add a requirement for annual AIMM inspections based on a guidance memorandum from the Air Pollution Control Division, which predates the current version of Regulation 7. It's unnecessary and inappropriate to add such a requirement for out-of-service wells. Regulation 7 was extensively amended last year following an extensive rulemaking. The APCD is responsible for interpreting and enforcing it, and you shouldn't attempt to paraphrase it in the out-of-service rule. With these changes, the out-of-service process can be a win for everyone. Mr. Sura generally supports it. Ms. Merlin suggested she could support it, and it would achieve Mr. Freeman's objective of addressing orphan wells in a phased manner. Indeed, it's superior to Mr. Freeman's suggestion of full cost bonding because the out-of-service process eliminates the wells in question. It doesn't just bond them. Next slide, please. We ask you to also to create a $30 million option for providing financial assurance for plugging and reclamation. This approximates the maximum financial assurance required by California and Alaska and exceeds by an order of magnitude the maximum required by other states. It would fulfill an operator's financial assurance obligations under Rule 702 for all wells, regardless of their status, while relieving the operator and staff of the need to prepare, review, and update financial assurance plans. These plans could require substantial administrative and bookkeeping work for larger operators who drill and plug wells on a weekly or daily basis. If an operator posts a $30 million bond, then there's no material risk that the operator will orphan any wells. The very fact that the operator obtained the bond in that amount indicates that it can satisfy exacting financial criteria. Moreover, with single well financial assurance of $100,000 per well approximately, operators who post a $300 million bond are likely to have more than 300 wells, and operators with that number of wells rarely orphan them, according to the COGCC report. Both Noble and Oxy have current financial assurance approximating 45 million, but those amounts reflect historic numbers of excess inactive wells and don't account for the thousands of inactive wells that they've recently plugged. Although the companies haven't updated their financial assurance, the amounts due under the current rules would be much less, would decrease even further this year given their current plugging programs, and could decrease even more under the draft rules if the companies place large numbers of wells out of service. The comprehensive bond is not a mechanism to decrease anyone's bond amount. Next slide. Finally, as Mr. Kosher explained, the definition of low producing well should be revised to refer to BOE, barrels of oil equivalent, rather than BBL, barrels, and to refer to the previous calendar year rather than the previous 365 days. The three companies and the other operators have wells that produce both oil and gas for sale. Changing BBL to BOE will ensure that these operators get credit for both. Changing the 365 days to calendar year will simplify the calculation and avoid the need to continually recalculate a daily average. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Mr. Lepore.
Thank you, Dave. Commissioners, we believe that the average daily production per well across an operator's portfolio of wells is the single best metric of an operator's financial health. That metric takes into account the operator's low producing wells because the zero production from those wells is factored into the average production calculation. 60 BOE is an extremely high threshold. Based on the 2020 Commission production data, 16 operators, or 4% of operators, would meet that threshold now. That could change under the current rule, under the proposed rules with out of service. We can't calculate that right now, but it will be a small number that will meet that very high threshold. You've heard reference to the PetroShare case as support for why inactive well percentage should matter. But 60 BOE is more than twice the daily average production that PetroShare had. And I would offer that PetroShare is a one-off example, and you should dig into the facts of that one case before you consider applying it broadly in this generally applicable rule. We would also ask you to approve Tier 1 financial assurance plans administratively without a hearing by the Commission, unless the Director specifically recommends that the Commission hear it. Without that recommendation, it should be an administrative approval process to ease some of the burden that you will feel from these newly proposed rules. You have had an incredibly robust conversation about used and useful, and I appreciate all of that very much. I think that Commissioner McGowan is correct that you will be asked to make decisions about land use, and that is outside of your purview, outside of your expertise, and I think probably safely to say that it is outside of your legal jurisdiction. We agree that the burden of proof has to remain with the applicant, regardless of a prima facie showing of the kind that the Thornton Group and others have proposed. And I think I heard Kate Burke from Boulder County agree that the burden of proof must always be with the applicant. Finally, I think Commissioner Messner got very close to the heart of the issue earlier today when he said focus on the definition of used or useful. And we think that is exactly right, and we're happy to go into that in greater detail with you later. We think that we like the suggestion that a relevant local government seeking a used or useful hearing should provide evidence of the prior engagement with the operator. We understand from Noble that they had no prior engagement from Mr. Von Lemke, who spoke on Tuesday, and that they had been out on that property plugging and abandoning wells within just a few months prior. And finally, we think 12 months is much too short and low producing is much too broad. And again, happy to go into that in some greater detail later. With respect to financial assurance hearings, you are going to be having a lot of them in the coming months under these proposed rules. And we think that in most cases, those financial assurance hearings are matters that should be limited to the operator and the commission. The operator will be revealing substantial confidential business information in many cases. And you all understand what needs to happen in these financial assurance hearings. You know the standard, the legal standard that you need to have the operators make. You need to get to a place that you are comfortable that they can have financial capability to meet all of their obligations under the Act. So we would ask that 702B, as it was written in the last draft, be amended, and that would trigger some corresponding amendments to 503G11 and Rule 507, and that the parties who could petition as an affected party to a financial assurance hearing are the CPW, the CDPHE, or a relevant local government as to wells or facilities within their jurisdiction. Surface owners have other rights that they can pursue, and they can file an application for a financial assurance hearing pursuant to Rule 704B, and the public can participate through oral or written comments pursuant to Rule 512. To wrap up, commissioners, we greatly appreciate the thoughtful questions and the dialogue that you have engaged with all of the stakeholders over the past few days, and we look forward to your questions of us. We urge you to be guided by the data and to right-size your response in this rulemaking. We do not believe full cost bonding for all new wells is justified by the data that you have, and that such a response would be neither reasonable nor necessary. We believe the assertion made by some stakeholders that blanket bonding is unlawful under Senate Bill 19181 is legal poppycock and should be dismissed out of hand. Finally, we believe by embracing a bespoke approach to financial assurance for most operators, you will learn more about the different operations in different basins than any prior commission has, and you will have better tools than ever before to establish sustainable financial assurance requirements that ensure wells do not become orphaned. Thank you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you all for the presentations and your participation with us. I'm sure commissioners have questions for you. I have some questions as well. We'll start with Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for your testimony today. Appreciate your time and being here, and also responding to some of the issues that have been raised. One question I asked API this morning was related to the 60 BOE threshold for tier 1, which Mr. Lepore, you kind of acknowledged it would be a fairly small number of operators that would fit into that category. Do you, I don't know if I missed this, but and you were, I think you were bringing in PetroShare as I think you said it was half as much, but I just wanted to make sure if you were proposing a reduction of that number or not. First question.
First answer is we're not necessarily proposing a reduction to that number, Commissioner, and thank you for the question. We anticipate that we've heard you ask others why 60 and is that the right number? You've also heard many others say, pinning the right number on any number of these different categories is a challenge. But I think we did work backwards from an earlier staff draft, and 60 is a number. Again, it's a very high bar, and to some extent, I think you want a high bar for this tier one. I can't tell you that I think there's particular definitive magic to 60 BOE.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on a minimum that would maybe allow for additional participation by other operators, or that would be, that would make sense? Do you have any opinions on that?
Again, I don't have a definitive opinion. I'll certainly look to Mr. Neslin or others who want to weigh in. I think our strongest opinion is that it is not necessary to have both criteria of production and an inactive well percentage. I think that's what we feel most strongly about.
Okay, thank you. Let me see here. Sorry, scrolling through my notes. Regarding Rule 211 and some of the points that you're raising there, I think you noted, I believe, 12 months is too short, and I think you said the low producing definition was too broad, and I apologize if I got that wrong because it was very quick. But could you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Of course, and you got it right, Commissioner. So you take quick notes. So low producing in particular, there are many low producing wells. They are low producing for many different reasons, operational reasons, legitimate operational reasons. You've heard many of them over the course of this rulemaking, being shut in, for example, for a horizontal offset, which is in compliance with your rules. It's a prudent rule. It's the right rule, but it does require operators to shut in wells. There are routine maintenance issues and so forth. So we really, really want to avoid the situation where a landowner is coming in and saying, gosh, gee whiz, that well over there doesn't produce very much, and it's a nuisance to me, and I want it to go away. On a low threshold like low producing for something like 12 months. So low producing is a real challenge for us, and the duration. We think that the director's recommendation, the staff recommendation of inactive in 3 years is reasonable. I want to emphasize here that I think that local governments, I don't think this, I actually know this, local governments have an avenue to raise these issues informally with you or with the director right now today. They're good at that. They're not shy about that. They can bring these issues forward. That can trigger action, but that's very different than an automatic right to compel a contested hearing. And I want to note one other thing while I'm on this. That contested hearing under draft rule 503H6 says that these hearings will be in front of the commission, not an ALJ. So there's been a lot of talk about you can go to the ALJ and this is all going to be smooth sailing. That's not how we view it. It's going to be in front of the commission, and you don't want a whole bunch of these landing on your desk, I don't think.
If I could add to Mr. Lepore's response, Commissioner, a 211 hearing is going to be an extraordinary proceeding. To my knowledge, it's never been used previously. It's someone coming into the commission and asking you to require an operator to plug a well that they don't want to plug, that they believe is used and useful. I can't think of analogs to that where I can go and ask the city to close up my neighbor or put somebody else out of business. There ought to be a very high bar, and standing should be limited for this purpose. It seems to me that the lower the easier it is for parties to get standing to bring these actions, the more likely you are to get wrapped up in land use issues. If it's an inactive well, if a well has been inactive for 3 years, I think it's a more clear-cut issue for you as to whether it is used or useful. If a well is still producing, and maybe has been producing at a low rate for a year or something more, I think you're likely to hear more arguments that were suggested by some of the local governments, that you should be weighing different land uses, that other factors should be considered in applying this rule, which we don't believe is appropriate as a legal matter.
Commissioner Manjapa, if I could, before you move to a different topic, I wanted to look around the room and see if anybody else wanted to follow up on this specific.
I actually had 2 follow-ups, if I may.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. So related to that, I was curious why the affected parties that you noted did not include surface owner.
So for used or useful, Commissioner, we would keep surface owner on the list as it is now. I was talking, I think for financial assurance hearings, we would not include surface owners. For used and useful, I think we had surface owners on the list, again, subject to, an appropriate entry bar there, which is in the current rule.
Okay, thank you. I think that clarifies. And so let me just see. Okay, I think that answers the other question I was going to ask. So go ahead, Chair Robbins.
Yeah, I just to focus a little bit because there's a lot of different topics. Does anybody else have a follow-up on this topic? Commissioner Messner and Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I acknowledge, I understand the concern around 211. But Mr. Lepore, Mr. Neslin, you've both been directors. My understanding based on testimony today that the ability for a local government or a surface owner to request a 211 hearing to determine used or useful has been something that's been available in the rules for a number of years now. And I think to your testimony, it's very rarely, if never, been used. So I think I'm wondering if we're not like over concerned about this concern. If it's very rarely used in the past, it already has the ability to be utilized. So are we trying to solve a problem or a concern that is not a concern or a problem?
Thank you, Commissioner Mester. I'll start, and I know Dave will have other thoughts as well. The first thing I want to say is that you've never before had a definition of used or useful. So that's a new development, and I think that is consequential. And I think with that new definition, this issue has kind of been bubbling to the surface for a while, and we can see that. And the clearest manifestation of that is that we now have a new definition. This was obviously a big issue for many of the stakeholders. Many of the local governments had kind of signed on to the Thornton proposal. The Thornton rebuttal was sort of the fullest expression of this. And interestingly, during the hearing, they have stepped back a little bit, I think, from what they were trying to accomplish. But I believe very strongly that there are surface owners in particular who, even if they bought the property with those wells in place, you talked about this, they purchased that property and it came with certain encumbrances, including oil and gas wells on those properties. They bought it with open eyes. And now, years down the road, if that well is used and useful, which you should determine, then that's your determination to tell them to plug that well. But used or useful does not have anything to do with land use. And that's why I urge you to look at the definition. A well in Boulder County, a well in Weld County should be evaluated by you exactly the same and should have the same outcome wherever it is. And that's what I fear the proposed changes are conflating those two things. So are there going to be a landslide of them in the next 6 months if you adopt this rule? I can't say. There was certainly a lot of attention paid to it by many stakeholders.
So let me ask you this, though. I think a plain language interpretation of used and useful reveals a lot. And understanding that, I mean, I guess I think what I'm hearing you say is that you want to limit standing, but I don't think that's what you want to say unless you clearly intend to limit standing. And if that's what you're trying to do, then I think it would be good just to voice that. Otherwise, to me, developing a hearing process in order to be able to have a surface owner, a local government, or to be able to petition for a 211 hearing, utilizing the definition of used and useful, understanding what the definition of used and useful is shouldn't create a ton of heartburn, I don't think, but I'll let you comment on that.
If I follow that train of thought, then I am in agreement with you that a hearing on used or useful, to which by meeting a certain threshold, the local government or surface owner could petition, I support that. The question is what is the threshold? And I think the threshold, I would heartily endorse the suggestion that the applicant provide you evidence of their efforts to engage with the well owner before they bring it to hearing. I think that's the best suggestion that has come out of this. Beyond that, I think the staff's proposal was a good threshold.
Okay. Mr. Chair, that's the only question I have about 211.
Okay. I think I saw Commissioner McGowan's hand next, and then Commissioner Najapa will definitely turn back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So going back to 12 months is too short, low producing is too broad. I'm wondering if you have some suggestions about how to address, and I'm guessing this is the exception, not the rule, but I've heard it enough times that I think it's an actual concern, which is an operator who turns on their well one time or once a month, that gets it out of that inactive definition back into producing. And then you've got a frustrated landowner or developer or whatever feeling like the system is being, I'm going to put in quotes, gamed. And so I'm wondering if you have other suggestions on how to tackle that. Because they wouldn't be able to bring it forth then in a 211 hearing under the definition of used and useful, because it would be a low producing well. So I'm curious to know what you all think about that.
Mr. Neslin, you want to go first?
Yeah, certainly. Great question, Commissioner. Thank you. One response, and it's something Mr. Lepore mentioned earlier, is if a surface owner or local government think that the operator is, I'll call it, gaming the system, is turning on a well briefly, as you suggest, to avoid inactive status, they can and should go to the director. They should go to Ms. Murphy and explain their concern. And if the documentation substantiates that, I think Director Murphy is well within her rights to bring this to you and to say, because that standard wouldn't apply to the director's ability to come before you and initiate a proceeding. And I would think Director Murphy can and should do so.
So she would bring it to us under the guise of what rule? Gaming the system rule? I mean, how would she bring it to us and explain to us that we should consider it? And then under our rules, what?
Commissioner, I believe Rule 211 authorizes the director to initiate a proceeding, to have a well declared, or to require a well to be plugged because it is not used or useful.
Okay, I might have to talk to our AAG about like the circuitous, can I apply this definition to someone who's not meeting the purposefully trying to make sure they're meeting the definition so they don't fall into use or useful. So it feels kind of circular to me, but I can talk to AAG Davenport a little bit about how that looks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner McGowan. It's the rule is 503G12 Part A. that allows the director to initiate a Rule 211 hearing. And I think, Commissioner McGowan, what you're saying is if the local government hasn't, that 3-year threshold hasn't been crossed and they haven't met that standard, is it okay for them to go to the director and, you know, have her do it? And to me, the answer to that is yes, right? Because that's why you give her the discretion you give her. And she can look at those production records. I mean, I think it's important to keep in mind, you have these records at your fingertips. You can look at that well and see exactly when it produced and how much it produced. And she also could call the operator. I mean, this was the fun part of the job. Let's try see if we can solve this problem. Let's talk to the operator. Let's get everybody in the room.
Yeah,
Commissioner Najapa? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner McGowan.
I'm not sure that I'm making myself understood, so I'm going to talk to AAG Davenport and then I might circle back around.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Najapa.
Sorry, I did recall the other related item to this 211 matter, and that was the issue that Mr. Jewell raised with Terra Energy Partners with respect to the oil and gas lease provisions within the property laws. I don't know much about this other than what he raised, but I was curious your thoughts as this relates to this matter.
Which lawyer wants to hit on fee simple reverter?
Not me. Commissioner, I really, honestly, my answer will be fairly generic. My answer is that the well owner has a property right in the well and in the mineral interests that lie beneath the surface. And that gives them certain rights to use the surface to access the minerals. And in a lease, those rights may be contingent on certain criteria that include production. There's probably 1 trillion variations of that. But it is, again, I think to Mr. Neslin's earlier point, when this commission contemplates telling an operator they are done and they must shut that well in, you are essentially extinguishing whatever rights that they have in that well. And it's just one of these other issues that is there, you know, along with you choosing one surface use over the other surface use. You know, you may be choosing somebody's rights over somebody else's rights. Focus on used and useful.
Agree on that. If there was a consent piece for the mineral rights owner that, you know, if they felt that the paying quantities were minimal, what do you think about that?
I just keep wanting to punt these to Dave. If you are asking for an opinion about, to me, at that point, you're interpreting a contract. That's what I think the answer is.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying to, I agree with the discussions related to, you know, our authority over land use, but I do think, you know, if we are to include this definition of used and useful, you know, you know, where do our considerations as it relates to our mission, you know, to protect public health, safety, welfare, and the environment, and, you know, and consider kind of these factors as are presented in the definition, you know, what are the considerations? I guess I'm just kind of trying to flesh that out a little bit further. And in saying that, I didn't hear you necessarily say to remove the definition of used or useful. Is that an accurate characterization?
It is, Commissioner. I am not at all advocating that you remove the definition of used or useful. I think, in fact, you heard many stakeholders over the course of the past few days say that they were comfortable with the definition of used and useful, as are we. What I would like to say is that the 211 rule is a two-pronged rule. There are two circumstances pursuant to which you may order a well to be plugged and abandoned or a facility to be closed. The first of those is that it is reasonable and necessary to plug that well or close that facility to protect or minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, or wildlife resources. That's its own bucket, independent from used or useful. Used or useful is the second prong, the second bucket. So if the allegation is that this well on this property has contaminated the subsurface, is spewing emissions into the air, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that's an independent ground for you to consider ordering the well to be plugged. Used or useful is that. It means that well no longer is being currently used. That's the first part of the definition of used or useful, or it has no identifiable future beneficial use. That's the second part of the definition. And the sub-bullets, A, B, C, D, and E, all go to, those are all criterion to help you determine whether it has a future beneficial use. That's what those criterion are for. That other evidence at the end isn't about anything else. It's not about the land use. It's not about anything else. It's about whether that well has an identifiable future beneficial use.
And if I could make one further point with respect to the first prong that Mr. Lepore discussed, the risk to public health, safety, the environment. I think Commissioner McGowan brought this up a couple of days ago, that there is a separate, an additional path for a surface owner or a local government who believes that a well is creating inappropriate environmental impacts. And that would be to submit a complaint under Rule 524 that the operator is violating Rule 902. Rule 902, you may remember, you all amended significantly last year, and it requires, or it imposes a number of environmental restrictions on operators. At most broadly, operators cannot pollute, they cannot violate air quality standards, they cannot violate water quality standards, they cannot violate waste management standards. So if someone has an environmental issue, separate and apart from the Rule 211 process we've been talking about, they can go to the commission, they can file a complaint, and then you've created a number of special rights for complainants in the 500 series rules. And they can get before you that way as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't have anything further on that particular topic, but I do have a couple other questions. I just want to make sure other commissioners are good to move on.
Anybody have anything more on 211? All right, okay. Beat that horse. Go on to your next topics.
Thank you. So you had mentioned about that there was support for the annual fee for the Orphan Well program. Do you support it as was most recently suggested at $20, or do you support it at the December draft proposal of 100 in the first year and 200 in the second?
I'll try to answer this, and then Mr. Lepore can edit what I have to say about this. Commissioner, the three companies supported the December 7 draft rule on this, which would create a $200 per well fee and create a pot of about $10 million a year. And they continue to support that if that is the commission's druthers here. We, like you, heard Director Murphy suggest, at least initially, beginning with a smaller fee of, I think, $20 to generate a fee of $1 million for administering the federal funding that the state will be receiving. I think the three companies are agnostic on that. We certainly respect Director Murphy. We believe that she's in the best position to assess how she intends to administer the Orphan Well program and what funding is necessary and when for that purpose. But if you decide that you would like to begin with a larger fund for this purpose, we would support that with two caveats. We believe that the funding should be at a level that can be put to use. You know, you've never spent more than about 4.7 million in a year before on this. And I think it's extremely unlikely that you're going to be able to ramp up, you know, 4, 5, 6 times that amount, as some parties have suggested. That just seems to us, you're building a bigger boat and you're adding more sailors, but they're staying in the harbor, and that's not helping. And then second, our concern is that the funding not accumulate in a way that it might be diverted to other purposes. And I know that the administration contemplates legislation this year to create an enterprise fund to try to avoid that risk.
Thank you. That's a great segue. I was just going to, do you have an opinion on that creation of an enterprise fund that would protect those dollars?
I don't know, you know, I've not specifically discussed that with our clients. Maybe Mr. Lepore has. If you're asking me for my personal opinion as a former director,
sure.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's not going to benefit this program to accumulate a substantial amount of money that then gets taken for other purposes or other uses.
Okay. And then related to that, you know, there was a suggestion in the previous party with 350 Colorado that to bring some of the orphan well plugging type equipment and costs in-house. As former directors, I'll direct this to both you, Mr. Neslin, and Mr. Lepore. What are your thoughts on that? The practicality of it, the feasibility of it. What do you think?
Well, I think Commissioner, one of you, maybe it was Commissioner McGowan, pointed out that even operators like our clients use service companies for this purpose. And maybe Mr. Dunham can add to my answer, but you know, I don't think Noble acquires or accumulates a number of drilling rigs for plugging purposes. It contracts for them. I would think that is the approach that the state would want to take here, and focus its efforts on administering the program through contractors rather than accumulating equipment and then personnel to operate the equipment and then more personnel to manage the equipment. I would think that would carry a substantial administrative burden for you all, in addition to being very costly.
Yeah, if I can say something here, Mr. Neslin, it's something we definitely have looked at and considered to contract all aspects of it, either outward or even bring it all in. But we keep engineering in-house for the design and overseeing the execution. However, the actual execution of the work with the service companies is contracted out. And so it's a very similar model to what y'all have right now, is my understanding, where you have engineers in-house that write up the procedure and the design and then oversee the execution of it to ensure that it's completed to the standards of COGCC.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lepore, anything else to add on that?
I have nothing to add on to that, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Last kind of topic area for me is you mentioned the support for the single well financial assurance for wells on transfer. And, you know, I noted in another question that it seems like some parties are thinking of single well financial assurance as the same thing as full cost bonding, and some are kind of thinking of them as an amount per well, but not necessarily full cost bonding. What is your meaning of single well financial assurance, especially on transfer?
Full cost bonding for the wells in question. And to clarify, Commissioner, I think the three parties support that for inactive and low producing wells when they are transferred and where the transfer does not involve an asset exchange.
Okay, thank you. And then just the last follow up there is there's been a lot of discussion about remediation costs. And so especially if you're thinking about a low producing and potentially an inactive that you know, may also be an aging asset, what do you think about some sort of additional charge, perhaps use it by way of a matrix approach to determine that full cost for the purposes of covering remediation?
Commissioner, thank you for the question. I would oppose that kind of approach for the reasons that Director Murphy outlined a couple of days ago. In my experience, remediation requirements are highly variable, by which I mean not all wells and not most wells require remediation, and they're specific to the location. And so they're not predictable in the way that plugging costs are predictable. And you come up with a cost and put it on a matrix, or even reclamation costs are predictable and you can put them onto a matrix. And I do think Director Murphy has addressed remediation in draft rule 703B, where she's given the director the authority, or the draft rule will give the director the authority to require a separate remediation bond where that is appropriate, and where the director determines that the operator's insurance and the Form 27 process are insufficient to provide assurance that the operator will be able to complete the remediation project that's been outlined.
Let me just add a tiny bit, if I may. I agree with Mr. Neslin that when we say single well financial assurance for low cost, low producing wells on transfer, we mean full cost bonding for those wells. I just want to add that that is where we believe the risk is. That is the pathway by which we have gotten to where we are, where there are a number of wells who you might say are on the verge of becoming orphaned. That is the main mechanism, and solving that by requiring full cost bonding for low producing wells on transfer is the best tool you have.
Great, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first question, I wonder, Mr. Dunham, if you could, I think I got down your concerns around reclamation and remediation timing, but maybe you could restate them just to make sure that I understand what ultimately the concerns are.
Yes,
I
sir.
will note that you made an incredible career choice because you may have the most secure job in Colorado over the next decade, being a PE specialist. But
yeah, not just in Colorado, but now globally as well. So,
right.
Sir, thank you, Commissioner Messner. So, the primary concerns I have around is really driven around the reclamation aspect and the time it takes to get a location fully released through COGCC. I mentioned 2,000 wells that we could put on here and why we'd want 8 years for that. And that's really, the first half of that time frame, the next 4 to 5 years would be spent plugging just the downhole aspect, just plugging the wells. And we would then need that additional 3 to 4 years upon the final well and facility to be decommissioned and abandoned would need to be spent to do reclamation. And so that's kind of the big driver is, 3.5 to 4 years for us just to get reclamation completed is on average. We have many locations that take 5, 6, 7 years to get that 80% growth required through Form 4.
Sure.
If I could add to Mr. Dunham's answer, Commissioner.
Sure.
And that would be just to point out that under Rule 1004, you have a very well-defined process for final reclamation, which is triggered by the plugging of the well. And then an operator has a specified period of time within which to begin the reclamation work and then specific standards in terms of revegetation for completing the revegetation work, and then a Form 4 process for notifying the commission and securing approval that the remediation has been, or reclamation has been successfully completed. So Rule 1004 really governs this process. And our thought was, by all means, out of service wells should be required to initiate the reclamation process. by a particular point. But once they've initiated it, then Rule 1004 takes over and sets forth the continuing requirements and closure of that process.
But you're suggesting that the initiation of the reclamation would be the time at the same time that the well was plugged, right? The downhole aspect of it. Okay. And do you, so understanding that you're asking for some certainty around a time frame for the out of service well list, and acknowledging your concern between the downhole activities and the reclamation, I believe Mr. Sura is the one that provided some suggestions around a possible timeline based on number of wells on the out of service list. Is that something that you think is workable?
Commissioner, if I can answer that question for you.
Sure.
Mr. Sura's timelines with respect to larger operators who are putting more than 250 wells on the list is the same timeline as we support, and is the same timeline that was in the October 8th draft rules. What Mr. Sura has done is add some additional timelines for operators who are putting fewer than 250 wells on the list. And he's got different breakpoints, a timeline for someone who puts 10 wells or 50 wells, or several points there. And those timelines wouldn't apply to us. We don't really have a dog in that fight. You will hear from and have heard from other operators who may be subject to those timelines. We just don't take a position on those. We do support his timeline for more than 250 wells, which, as I say, is the timeline in the October 8 draft.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Commissioner, can I just very quickly add that October 8th draft had a different timeline for after if you put wells on the list after 2023, then the timeline was different. So there was a distinction there, not driven by number of wells like Mr. Sura's had. As to Mr. Sura's, I'll echo what Dave said.
And Commissioner Mesner, if you don't mind, the reclamation is a very big piece for us. Really, we don't understand the scope of the work until we move dirt. So to accurately forecast for any remediation, we just can't do it up front. So therefore, if we don't revert back to the commencement of reclamation and remediation, we would take a very conservative approach on the amount of wells we put on out of service, strictly because we don't want to put ourselves in a position where we'd be out of compliance. Because when we moved dirt, we saw a need for remediation that can sometimes take 8-10 years if you have monitoring wells out there. So it's that uncertainty that is our biggest concern. In addition to the durations, and as Mr. Neslin said, we would all have over 250 wells, so we would be happy or satisfied with the two. But if they're put on in 2022, they expire in 2030. With that, though, Mr. Sura's recommendation was for 3 years after. We would prefer the 4-year duration as on the October 8th draft. I get confused between the December 7th. Strictly because, part of the milestones within, it's to go through that list 25% a year with the total wells on that list. Meaning you put 100 wells on in year one, you P&A and commence reclamation and remediation on 25 wells and their associated locations. Year two, you go 25% of 75. It's just a cleaner way of doing it, and set up properly for the 4-year duration. We really liked the way we can methodically, assess our portfolio. And I got to imagine in year one, we're going to have a large subset of wells going on this list. At least we hope so. It could be, really, a tremendous story coming out of this rulemaking that, not only do we have assurances in place, but, really one of the biggest things we want is to see an operator's plan and a plan for retirement. So in year one, if we can put a large amount of wells on this list, you heard the 3 companies putting nearly 10%, if this is done right, in subsequent years, it's almost a tool to evaluate an operator's, that they're planning for retirement and executing on that work. when you're evaluating financial assurance plans, when you're evaluating, subsequent 6Bs submitted, and really looking at, the percentage of inactive wells or, low producing wells on an operator's portfolio, you can use the out of service as an evaluation tool of how successful they are. Meaning that if you see, the percentage of inactive wells going up year over year for an operator, and none of those wells are being put on, the out of service list, well, maybe it deems like a further investigation into, the need for more either assurance or just reevaluate their financial assurance plan. On the flip side, if you see an operator who is successfully, planning for asset retirement, meaning that when inactive wells are coming on, or the end of life of their wells, they're putting it on that list, and they're successfully removing, plugging and reclaiming those wells and locations, really regardless of an operator's production base, then you have some comfort that, okay, even if they're a low producing operator, they're managing their asset.
Got it.
That's really we just want clear definitions of durations, and then the reclamation remediation piece is a big piece for us.
Okay, I get your point. So on that, this is a small thing, but what's the big deal between calendar year versus 365? I didn't understand the concern there. To me, it's the same thing.
So it would change daily. So particularly for operators, evaluating financial assurance plans, it could change daily. So for instance, for us, if we have a well, offset that's shut in for offset frac for 6 months, depending on where you're looking at it, it could be a low producing well or not. Another issue is, Form 7 production reporting is 45 days in the rear. So, we could evaluate a well, based on internal production data, but then it becomes very difficult for staff to evaluate that. So it's just a cleaner way. And I think a lot of the things that, really one of the primary reasons for a lot of our requests is to reduce administrative burden. Whether it's for, presumptive approval of out of service, whether it's for evaluating low producing wells, even the financial assurance plans, it's really reducing that administrative burden, not only on the operator, but on the staff and the commission's ability to evaluate.
Got it. Thanks for that explanation.
Commissioner Messner?
Yes.
Are you about to go to a different topic? Because if so, I might see if others have questions on OOS.
Yeah, do that, because I am about to go to another topic.
Okay, then you frame your next topic. And do other commissioners have questions around this topic? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for, again, coming today and giving your presentation and explaining some things. For the presumptive approval for getting on the out of service list, do you imagine we could have some language that would allow the director to pull something off the list? I guess I would call it clawback language. So if she thought that the operator really didn't have the capacity to address all the wells that got onto the out of service list, I just think there needs to be something in there that allows the commission and the staff to say, you just put like 90% of your wells on the out of service list. We don't know how that's possibly going to work. We need to have a conversation, or this needs to be pulled back.
Of course, that's a huge need to have in there. And, I think of it, the previous or in the current version that has like the ability for director to evaluate the financial capability of an operator to even execute on the work. And, I also look at the MIT requirement. It's presumed the MIT requirement is not required on out of service wells, but if the director or staff, evaluates and has a concern, they can put that requirement on. So yes, but I agree with the way we're requesting it, because it's presumptive, meaning that the rule isn't set up for everyone to have an exception, right? The rule should be, prescribed and easy to follow and incentivize large amounts of wells to be put on and never produce again and be, plugged and reclaimed at a later date. But the director absolutely needs that ability to evaluate and come back and say, I don't agree with this.
Thank you. And different avenue now. I was a little concerned about your request to, once it's P&A, pull it off the out of service list, because I'm worried that well's going to get lost somewhere in the ether. And so I was thinking, does it need to go on another list? Like it's off the out of service. So you've met your timeline to P&A the well. And now it's, I know I was joking with you all before, it's on the reclamation purgatory list.
Yep.
What, is there some way for us to track it, but maybe we don't need to do that? I think what I hear you saying is in our 1,000 rules under reclamation, well now falls into that category. So I think I just want to check with staff and make sure that they might be okay with that, but I just, I think I might be okay.
Commissioner, if you don't mind, I can elaborate on that. Currently, the way the forms are in place, you have a Form 6 for the well bore, and then a subsequent that you submit on the Form 6 of actually how it was plugged and executed. You have a Form 44 for the flow line abandonment. Then you have a Form 27 for the site investigation and remediation plan. So 3 separate forms, but really for the retirement, the plugging of a well, and we're really speaking to the same thing. So, the plugging of the well, the Form 6 could be closed out. And, Hunter's point about the timing of remediation and reclamation, that Form 27, even if the well bore falls off the list, the way the rules are written currently, and we agree with the status approach of having a status for a well bore, a status for a facility, and a status for location, because you decouple that then. But you also have the tracking mechanisms in place because you have a Form 27 that's open on that location or the facility location until you meet the criteria that's needed to close it. So it won't fall off, the radar by any means, because you still have the mechanisms in place to track it, and the operator hit certain criteria, whether it's COAs. And then, once we believe that, everything's revegetated and we're in a good spot, we'll submit a Form 4 closure, and the staff will then come out and inspect and then, make sure everything's revegetated as necessary, and then close out that Form 27. So I believe your concern, you already have this, the process in place to address your question.
Okay. And then I just want to clarify too, I originally had concerns about the out of service list because the incentive to getting on the list is not having to increase or have single well financial assurance. But in hearing testimony and in talking to some of the operators, putting a well in out of service is not a small deal, as Ms. Bosworth explained. It's a well that is not emitting anything anymore because you've cleared it out. It is not going to go back in service. And so kind of that trade-off for me is a compelling trade-off. Like those are wells that they're going to get out of the system. They're going to be out of the portfolio for good. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
We completely agree.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? I've got a comment, but look to see if there are any other questions.
I have more questions on other topics, but
Yeah. I'm just going to close out of service. So I just my comment is, number one, I want to express appreciation to the companies that are on this panel. My understanding is that you helped, along with Director Murphy, develop up this idea. And I think it is a very positive idea. I don't know if it's first of kind in nation, and Director or Mr. Lepore, you may know from your work with IOGCC, but I think this is an excellent idea. I think it's mostly tailored to use by your companies and larger companies. And I, as one commissioner, feel somewhat comfortable with the edits that you've requested. I would like you to work with staff on implementing those, but I think it's important that we advance the idea and the notion here. And so just want to, close that out with just at least one commissioner's thoughts around this topic.
Thank you, Chair. I will answer your question. I am not aware of another state with a similar program. And I also have to give Mr. Coshier credit for pretty much coming up with this idea and spearheading it. So
fantastic. Let's look at the wins that we have developed here.
And Chair, we'll certainly follow up with staff after.
Very good. Okay, we will continue with other topics. Commissioner Messner has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did actually have one more question on the out of service thing. I mean, understanding that I think the request that you're making is the presumptively approved. I guess my question is rather than having that indefinitely presumptively approved, because my understanding is that your primary concern is that that a review of that out of service list would not get hung up in administrative approval or administrative review. I mean, is it palatable to put a year timeline on that and still have an administrative review on it?
Hey, Commissioner, I'm not sure I'm following your question.
Mr.
Are
Koshier.
you suggesting that the submittal would be subject to administrative review for a year?
No, it would be it would be presumptively approved for a year, giving it a year to get director approval, right? Administrative approval.
So if in the way I would say it, I guess, is the director could effectively claw it back for a year. You submit your plan, the director would have up to a year to contest.
Yeah, or maybe suggest modifications or whatever would go through the administrative review process, right? But to allow that operator to still be able to initiate the out of service well list plan and, you know, not be hung up by an approval process that hopefully doesn't take long, but could take long, understandably. So I throw it out there for thoughts. So.
If I may, Commissioner Messner, the concern we would have with that is the plan is a holistic plan, particularly with the milestones of getting through 25% a year, and it's predicated on the full package so we can properly, you know, we submit it, we're starting work that, you know, I don't want to say next day, but pretty shortly after on working our way through the list. You know, the concern is after year one or within year one, if it comes back that it's not approved, then, you know, A, that changes the scope of our plan. And B, you know, if we have a large amount of wells over a certain duration, you know, say 8 years over the first, and it comes back that we can't execute on those wells and are not accepted as an out of service status, then, you know, something operators have never done in the past is lay their P&A schedule out on the table.
Right.
And that is essentially what we are doing, being fully transparent, you know, with our, development plans, but then also the retirement of assets. And I think we would need that security that it's presumptively approved when you're coming in, you know, particularly for these three operators with such a large scale approach for retirement.
All right, I understand your concern. So thanks for one more question on that topic. A couple other small questions. So I'm having a hard time understanding what the big heartburn is about this collaboration with APCD around AIM evaluations and why there shouldn't be mention of it in our rules as we're trying to encourage collaboration between CDPHE and COGCC. So maybe you guys can help me understand the heartburn.
Sure, Commissioner. We're talking about under Regulation 7, the LDAR requirements, as I understand it. And those are set forth in Regulation 7 by the APCD. They interpret them, they enforce them. All the three companies and other operators have to comply with them. I don't understand what the benefit is of trying to transpose or paraphrase another agency's regulatory requirement into your rule. I don't think you.
I mean, I think it happens already with Water Quality Control Commission elements in our rules, and I think that the idea being is that it would just emphasize and reinforce that the two agencies do collaborate together on different elements of regulating oil and gas development. It's not saying that COGCC is going to do it for APCD. It just acknowledges that this does occur and that it is a requirement of Reg 7, right?
But Commissioner, putting it into a regulation does say that you're going to enforce it. That's the effect of a regulation. If you want to ensure that operators have notice of this requirement, I think you could issue a notice to operators, which is not enforceable as a matter of law, and which the agency has done before. But when you adopt a regulation has the force of law and it is enforceable.
Yeah, if I might add,
I don't think have any objection, Commissioner, to collaboration between COGCC and APCD on this issue. It is the form of collaboration. So I know that COGCC provides certain reports to APCD on the regular electronically. And there's that kind of collaboration, or there's notice collaboration, as Mr. Neslin said. So what we stumble over is you taking an APCD rule and importing it into your rule. Not sure what that accomplishes. Does set up dual enforcement potentially, which seems unduly burdensome. And then last but not least, if Reg 7's rules change and it's in your rule, you have to change your rule too. So there's that sort of administrative complication.
I appreciate the response and your concerns.
Mr. Mesner, do you mind if I piggyback on your question?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I feel like we're going to be all over the place. If you just, thank you. So I think what I heard some of our stakeholders say is that the AVO standard really is not very useful for some of the things that we might be looking for. But there is something that's already happening over at the Air Quality Pollution Control Commission, the AQCC, which is the actual testing with your LDAR, et cetera, that might be that they would take instead of us applying something more rigorous than AVO, but different than what you're already being required to do over at a sister agency. And so submitting what you're submitting to them to us as proof that you've checked for leaks or anything that might be going on with that well could be used instead, which feels like an efficiency to me. So I'm wondering if you can respond to that. And thank you, Commissioner Mesner, for letting me jump in.
Commissioner, I'm not sure I understood your question. Is the question relating to the affiliated local government proposal? Is that what you're asking about?
Yes, and I think that we've had several stakeholders express concerns that AVO is not an appropriate tool.
But there, as I understood the affiliated local government proposal, they were saying if you do an inspection under Reg 7 for APCD and you identify a leak, they wanted, as I understood it, the operator to provide notice of that. If they had to report it to APCD, to report it to the COGCC. And again, I think this gets into the intricacies of Reg 7, which I was not involved in that rulemaking, and I don't hold myself out to be knowledgeable about. But again, to me, Reg 7 is an APCD regulation. All of the operators have to comply with it. APCD interprets it. APCD enforces it. They just went through a big rulemaking last year to update it. And I think if the commission thinks it needs more coordination with APCD about that topic, then the commission should coordinate with APCD. And as you have from time to time with other commissions at the Department of Public Health and Environment. But I come back to, I would leave Reg 7 to APCD. It's a complicated rule. They've been all over that. in terms of rulemaking and interpretation and enforcement, and I would leave it to them.
So is that true even if it's just sharing a report to commission?
Chairman Robbins, I'll jump in. I think if what COGCC wants is for operators to provide COGCC the same report in the same format on the same timeline that they are providing AQCC, give that to COGCC, that's probably a workable scenario.
I may be simple, but that's what I thought I heard. Okay, others with, or Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in this mix a little bit in terms of, talking about this AIM and the AVO comparison. And I'm trying to understand, because I think Commissioner Messner put it right in understanding the heartburn around this. And I get your point, Mr. Neslin, about the risk of getting it wrong or maybe applying the nuance of it by paraphrasing and trying to take our own language and accomplish the same thing. I get that. I think you can work around that. Is the threat that if we have something that mirrors that language or that just incorporates it by reference, that it's now then subject to enforcement by both agencies, in which case a separate fine from us and from AQCC are going to come down, maybe different interpretations of that enforcement if it does come before us. I'm trying to really understand, I think that the paraphrasing we can get around, we can incorporate by reference, we can require reports as Chair Robbins has suggested. And I think that we might all have different interpretations about what we heard from the affiliated local governments. But that's what I'm trying to understand, right? What's really the concern?
I think it's some of the, I think it's the paraphrasing concern. It's the concern that is a complicated and detailed regulation. And to try to summarize it in a couple of sentences or summarize requirements in a couple of sentences in your rule, very difficult. I think there is the concern about subjecting those requirements to differing interpretations by the two different agencies, potentially different enforcement by the two different agencies, potentially inconsistencies between the two. I think those are all concerns. And then, as APCD revises or interprets the rule, how does that get translated into the COGCC's interpretation? And look, these are companies that take their compliance very, very seriously.
And could we?
Can I add just a little bit, Commissioner?
Go for it.
I guess mostly I want to say I think a conversation with your staff would be helpful on this topic insofar as there is a relationship between COGCC, Greg Duranlo's environmental staff, and APCD's air team. APCD has an oil and gas part of their department over there, and they work together closely. And there are places where the two agencies' rules bump right up against each other. And there's a lot that goes back and forth about how do we navigate this or this. And it's always a challenge. So I just think you would benefit from hearing what they have to say on this topic as well.
I appreciate that, Mr. Lepore, and we will hear from staff on that. This is just something that's kind of stuck in my mind. I didn't think it was a bad idea when I heard it the first time. I think that the risks you guys have suggested in terms of enforcement, interpretation, paraphrase, and all that could be alleviated simply by, maybe there's a way we could defer to AQCC's, determination on all that, right? Something like to the effect of, you must be in compliance with this aspect of inspection. And so that's kind of what I was getting at. We'll talk to staff and see what they have to say. But, I had that concern and had that question and kind of wanted to see if I could voice it in a different way, get my understanding up to speed a little bit better. So appreciate your responses there.
Commissioner Messner, I still think you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more question. So comprehensive cap, 30 million. This number came from California and Alaska. Understanding that there are some companies that currently, under our current rules, require more than that in blanket bonding or overall bonding, not blanket bonding.
Commission, I don't want to interfere or interrupt your question. But if that was a statement, I would just correct one.
No, it's not a statement. I'm going to ask a question.
Okay.
That was a runway.
That's right. So, I mean, I think we're going to have to come up perhaps with some better metrics as to what determines a comprehensive cap. Should there be a consideration of a comprehensive cap besides this is what a couple of states have done, unless those states have done some sort of comprehensive analysis as to why a particular cap is appropriate. To me, it's a little hard to create a comprehensive cap at a dollar amount, first of all, without understanding what ultimately the financial assurance mechanisms look like. You know, whatever, if it's tier structures, if it's whatever we come up with, it's a little hard to make a determination on what a comprehensive cap should be, because you know, as we develop these, it seems like based on the metrics we develop in tiers, it would kind of automatically create some of what I think you're hoping to accomplish with a comprehensive cap. But at the same time, I acknowledge perhaps there is a desire for that, but I wonder if you could talk about, are there metrics that could be used to determine what an appropriate comprehensive cap is?
Thank you, Commissioner Mesner. You know, I think you heard in the testimony yesterday from the surety expert with COGA, really the hurdles to getting bonding and the collateral needed, you know, meaning that, you know, they evaluate on a 0% loss. So, you know, anyone that's able to get that $30 million really satisfies that criteria of assurance, meaning there's minimal or no risk of those wells going orphaned, strictly by the fact that a $30 million bond was issued. Secondly, I'll say that, you know, we could all have tons of bonding, but is anyone ever concerned of those bonds being pulled for orphan wells? So it's addressing the risk and then also alleviating the administrative burden and coming in and saying, you know, we don't have to have a hearing, we don't have to have an assurance plan. We're just going to come in with this $30 million bond. It covers everything. It doesn't need to be reevaluated. And then also, you know, the criteria that was brought up by Mr. Sura, the surety companies review all that criteria, whether you're talking about bond rating, debt to income, you know, they're the experts in that, and they're evaluating all that criteria in order to issue a bond. So I think we cover, you know, many different, you know, concerns with that, that if an operator can just come in with $30 million, then we feel pretty good about their ability to cover their liabilities. And, you know, the Alaska reference, you know, the majority of wells in Alaska, I believe it's about 80% are in the North Slope. You know, those wells are very remote, you know, tundra environment, you know, can only be worked on parts of the year. You know, services and goods, you know, have to be collaborated and planned out well in advance just to get them there. And those costs could be in the millions of dollars to plug and abandon a well. So I would first look at the probabilities, but then the risk, and then, you know, have an understanding if we feel, you know, assured by $30 million.
Yeah, if I could just add a couple of points to what Mr. Kushir said. I mean, Alaska is a great example for this purpose because the plugging and reclamation costs are so great. I mean, they are multiples of what the cost would be here in Colorado or in the United States. So in using Alaska as a model for setting the amount, we weren't trying to pick a state, you know, with a low number. Alaska's got a high number because, as Mr. Kushir explained, the circumstances are so difficult to operate in. Second, as I tried to explain, you've got a single well financial assurance you're talking about in roughly $100,000. And so an operator who uses the $30 million comprehensive bond presumably has more than 300 wells. And we know from the IOGCC's report that operators with more than 100 wells very rarely orphan their wells. Even operators with more than 10 wells rarely orphan their wells. It happens. You know, we heard about Painted Pegasus, but nationwide, I think the statistic from the IOGCC report was more than 99% of the operators, known operators who have historically orphaned wells in the different states had fewer than 100 wells. More than 80% of them had fewer than 10 wells. So the risk of wells being orphaned, it is associated with smaller operators and typically very, very small operators.
I hear that. I push back on that just a little bit because it's also, I think, a fact that, you know, larger operators often transfer those assets to smaller operators and so don't often carry, you know, those wells from cradle to grave. And so and I'm not suggesting that as an argument against a comprehensive bonding amount, but I hear that narrative and I appreciate that narrative. But I think it's, I mean, I'm looking at it from the big picture as far as, you know, lots of different characteristics of operators. So,
Commissioner Messner, if I may.
Sure.
You know, currently PDC has $7.8 million in bonding. You know, if the changes are made to add a service, and you know we're a tier 1 operator based on the production base, and you know looking at what the tier 1 financial plan is, you know we'd be at somewhere around like $5.7 million in bonding. So we would greatly consider going in at a $30 million bond just for the ease of the administrative. So if we're looking at it in practice, you know we would really be coming in with 6x of a bond than we would be required by rule.
So help me understand that one. Why would you do that?
The administrative side. You know, I think you heard, you know, the surety expert saying it's not an easy process. It takes time. You know, you constantly have to evaluate your assets for what's, you know, inactive, what's low producing. It would just make sense administratively for us to just secure a $30 million bond and really never have to, you know, come back to it year over year, you know, unless there was a rule change or a spectrum of rule change.
If I could add to what Mr. Kashir had to say, you know, Commissioner, the bookkeeping associated with bonding can be tremendous because for larger operators, because they are drilling and plugging wells, not just weekly, but daily. And so potentially the bonding amounts are changing, you know, by the day or by the week or even by the day. And so that's, you know, that's why operators like Oxy and Noble haven't gone back and tried to adjust their existing excess inactive well bonds, which exceed and have exceeded for a number of years what would actually be required today, because it would be a constant process for them.
And one more point, Commissioner Messner, you brought up the transfer, you know, from a larger operator, you know, selling down assets. You know, we support the current draft rule of transfers in, you know, single well financial assurance on low producing wells. So if that's a concern, we support what is in the current draft.
Okay, appreciate that. No more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lepore, Mr. Neslin, Ms. Bosworth, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Dunham. Appreciate your testimony today and all the information. I've got a couple things to kind of fill in some of the gaps that Commissioner Nanjapa and Commissioner Messner asked a lot of the questions that I was going to ask. And so I was curious about, you'd mentioned these financial assurance hearings and limiting, I guess, CDPHE, CPW, and these relevant local governments to wells that are within their jurisdiction. Can you tell me what you mean by that and why that's important?
Commissioner Gonzalez, thank you for the question. I'll take a run at it. And are you, by what we mean by that, are you limiting that to the relevant local government and wells within their jurisdiction, or a broader question?
Well, you had kind of listed off CPW, CDPHE, and relevant local governments. The Rule 702B also includes surface owners. And it's really their ability to file the petition. Now, I think I know where you're going with this, but it wasn't in your initial response. I think it may have been in one of your subsequent filings. So I just kind of want to make sure I understand what you guys are getting at there.
Thank you very much. You are correct. It was not in our response statement, but it was in our rebuttal, and there's an Exhibit F to our rebuttal that really lays out our proposed changes. So when 702B first was introduced, we all looked at it and said, okay, fine. But we were forgetting, I think, or maybe let it go past us, that you're talking about financial assurance for an operator throughout the entire state. It's not just a well that is being, bonded or financial assurance. So the terms owner and surface owner mean any of those surface owners or mineral owners, or for that matter, any relevant local government across the state that, pick one of the 3 clients that are here, any mineral owner of Oxy anywhere in the state, any surface owner of Oxy anywhere in the state, and any relevant local government where Oxy has a well would have the right to petition under 702B as it was written. I honestly, to be very honest, I don't think that was what was intended by the authors of 702B when they put it in. I think there was a recognition that these financial assurance hearings are going to be intensive. You're going to have a lot of them, and that it's mostly a matter of business between you and the operator to get to that right level of financial assurance. So I think we thought that we do still feel and believe that it is, as written, much too overbroad. That there will always, it's not going to be difficult to find in that pool of potential petitioners someone who will come forward and petition and turn your financial assurance hearings, each and every one of them, into a contested hearing. And you all now know, you have some understanding of the heavy lift that a contested hearing is. So looking at that, that's why we limit it to CPW, CDPHE, and the relevant local government as to those wells or facilities within their jurisdiction, about which they might well have some specific understanding, specific knowledge, et cetera, that they would want to bring forward to the commission's attention.
So I guess if I'm understanding this risk and kind of trying to connect the dots here, is that if there's, if PDC, Oxy, Chevron, whomever, owns, they operate, let's just stick to the Front Range counties, right? They operate a ton of wells in Weld County, a couple in Larimer, a couple in Broomfield, a couple in Boulder, a couple in Adams. And one of those counties that may have, or I guess should I say, let's talk about owners real quick, because you're talking about eliminating both of those. That really any lessor, any mineral owner, any surface owner who has one well on their land could challenge the entirety of the financial assurance plan in hearing. And I guess so I guess the risk you're trying to avoid is you don't want one, really minority stakeholder in the entire operation of one of these companies to interfere with the financial assurance plan, kind of a disproportionate, authority, I guess, or.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Commissioner, and a very articulate expression of that. Nothing would stop that. Let's just call them disgruntled for the moment, mineral owner or surface owner, wherever they were, from participating in that hearing and raising issues, that might be tangential or might not really affect them personally directly, but about which they have concerns.
Okay, yeah, and I'm going to go back and read 702B and try and reconcile that. In your suggestion that you limit specifically, I guess I don't know how this would apply to CPW or CDPHE, so I'll let you chime into that, but in your suggestion to limit it for relevant local governments and those two agencies to wells within their jurisdiction, I'm curious how you would do that. How could, a county of Boulder with 3 wells who has concerns about a financial assurance plan only challenge the financial assurance as to the wells within their jurisdiction when you're subject to a statewide financial assurance plan?
Thank you for the question again, Commissioner. So let me be clear that we took 702B as we found it in the first instance, and so in its current iteration in the December 7th draft, it has CPW, CDPHE, the surface owners, the relevant local governments, and the mineral owners. If CPW has an issue or CDPHE has an issue, as sister state agencies, we didn't want to mess with that. The relevant local government, again, there's sort of comity there between agencies of the government, of the state government. I share your question. I don't have a better answer than that. I'm not quite sure, what any individual municipality or government, county government is going to say. Like, we want, single well bonding on our wells. We don't care what you do about the rest. I'm not sure. I agree with you that it's you're fashioning, you're charged with crafting a statewide financial assurance. So there may be some more work to do on that issue on the RLGs. And by the way, what we intended was just the RLG is limited to the wells within their jurisdiction.
Yeah, that makes a little more sense. And I understand the concern. I don't know how the language could operate to effectuate that. So something to think about in that regard. I'm gonna bounce on to a different more theoretical topic. I'll let anyone chime in if they want to ask more questions on that. Seeing none, and I can't hear Chair Robbins. So I'm curious about, we oftentimes hear about subjectiveness, about lack of certainty, with regards to the regulations that we put forward. Things that don't have hard standards tend to give industry heartburn, or so we've heard, through this rulemaking and numerous other rulemakings. And I'm curious how, just kind of theoretically, statements like a bespoke approach or a custom approach should be the norm. How do you reconcile that? Because to me, it seems like there may be concerns with very different interpretations and very different days with very different, operators coming before us. And, we don't have the experience to have looked at 100 financial assurance plans when we see the first one or the second one. It's not till we get that practice that maybe we can start developing, some sort of uniform application to how we're going to, review and adjudicate those. It's a comment with a question mark.
It's a great comment with a question mark. I'll go first. I can see everybody's eyes are light up and everybody wants to respond. Yeah, I'm just gonna pick up on something you said. You may not have it now, you will have it in 100 from now. And that is, you're gonna be so much better off than you are today after you've done a handful of these, maybe a bushel full of these. And that might be a painful process, but I honestly think that in a relatively short period of time, you will have sideboards. You will understand the difference between the shallow gas wells on the Eastern Plains and the directional wells drilled in the Williams Fork for dry gas out there, and those operations and those costs, the puts and takes economically, and the same in the DJ and throughout the state. You don't have that now. And the 11-ish months of this rulemaking, to me, unassailably, the clearest lesson is there's tremendous variation that is so hard to capture in 3 tiers or certain buckets. It would be a big lift to get operators in and go through things with them. But I think after you've done that a few times in different basins, you would start to understand what's realistic, what's sustainable, as would the operators, right? They would understand what that envelope is for operations where they are. And if they came in, wildly underneath that, they should expect, pretty big pushback. So that's my first answer. I'll let others jump in.
I'll add to what Matt had to say about that, Commissioner. It's an excellent question. And I'll answer it a little differently than Matt did. I think my takeaway from this rulemaking is financial insurance is really hard. Really hard. If we want to roll up our sleeves and kind of dive into it the way that you and your staff have dived into it the last year. And it's hard because it's hard to come up with one size fits all, or even with buckets that apply across the board for the reasons that Matt explained, because of the tremendous variation among operators in terms of where they drill their wells, how they drill their wells, how they manage their wells, what their business model is, what their asset retirement process is, and on and on and on. And I think that's why we saw some of the swings that we did in the early drafting of this rule. And so, to me, one thing you do when you're facing a problem like this is you narrow your focus. You don't try to create a rule that applies across the board, or a bucket that's going to apply to hundreds of operators. You focus on an operator and you use real facts. And the real facts, I think, help illuminate the issue that you're trying to solve. And I agree with Matt that, as you go through this process, you will develop some precedents and some markers that you understand and that operators understand as to what your expectations are, maybe in different basins or for different, operators of differing magnitudes. The downside to this approach, as you know, is it does create some variation, potential variation in results, and some possibility for some subjectivity. But I just don't think there's a perfect solution here.
Commissioner, if I can add on to that, you are right. You were right in the first instance about the certainty that industry frequently seeks, and so we do also support and believe there's good reason for some of the brighter lines that we have proposed, and that includes the comprehensive bond, and it includes tier 1 for operators that can clear those hurdles. And that will ease your administrative burden. It will ease their process as well. Dave mentioned this briefly, that the current bonding that both Chevron and Oxy take, they established that roughly 2014, 2015. They have never gone back to adjust it. And if they did so, it would be reduced by more than $10 million, at least in Oxy's case. But again, it's like that administrative hurdle and burden, they'll just pass over that to keep going. So there are a couple of bright lines that we'd like to keep in place.
And I appreciate that, gentlemen. I think that we should shoot for bright lines, and I kind of think of it like skee ball. I'm aiming for the 20, the 30, the 40, the 50. If I miss, I still get those 10 points at the bottom. And so I don't want to put everyone in those 10 points, right? I think we should target specific ways where we can bucket operators, groups of wells. How are we end up doing that? And I think we're getting on the right track there. And so we'll have some good deliberations to talk about that. I appreciate your response there. It's something that's been, banging around in my head. So thank you for your perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Before I call on you, Mr. Messner, or Commissioner Messner, I think we should all respectively change from bespoke to skee ball approach.
My only question was hearing that response and understanding that Mr. Lepore believes that we'll get it after a handful, whether your clients are willing to go first.
My clients want to go first for the comprehensive well bond, Commissioner.
That was the only question.
Getting close to the end, I did want to wrap up a few items that were still outstanding. Mr. Lepore, you glossed over the idea of speaking to the suggestion from others that blanket bonds are illegal and or inconsistent with SB 19-181. I would appreciate your and or Mr. Neslin's perspective on that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've read Senate Bill 19181 more times than I can count. And it is in the act now, so we could just maybe call it the act if you want to. There is absolutely nothing in Senate Bill 19181 as codified that precludes you from using blanket bonds. If the legislature meant for you to not have blanket bonds, it's really not that hard to write. Really not that hard to write. And they didn't do that. What they did was say to you, please consider these things. And they listed a handful of specific things. You have done a magnificent job of that consideration over the last 11 months, and in particular, over the last 3 days. I think you would acknowledge that this is going to take more than a single tool, that there is more than one way to skin this cat, and you're going to need to use those different tools. You can use blanket bonding. I don't know how more simple to say it. I would take that case all the way to the Supreme Court, happily, gladly, enjoy the ride.
I'll make one other point, and I agree with everything that Matt just said, but keep in mind that the backdrop here is that the state has had regulations authorizing blanket bonding for decades. The COGCC has used blanket bonding for decades. Some commentators have criticized the state for using blanket bonding for decades. So this is not a new or different issue. This was the backdrop against which the legislature wrote the act and adopted the act. And with that in mind, if the legislature wished to change that practice to require the invalidation of those rules, it could and would have said so. And I can't imagine there's a judge who would look at it any differently.
Thank you for that. Pivoting to a different discrete topic, the current draft rule requires wells drilled after the effective date of the rules to be full cost bond, single well financial assurance upon transfer. I think I've got that right. And we have heard from a lot of stakeholders that they want all new wells to require single well assurance within some short period of time after they are spud. Your clients, the operators are before us, do a lot of the new well drilling. What is your perspective on this issue?
I'm happy to go first. Dave, do you want to flip for it?
Why don't you go ahead, Matt, and I'll follow you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with the full cost bonding for all wells. And you've heard this, and I actually think Commissioner Gonzalez did a pretty good job of articulating what I think is true. There is no data that tells you that every well is going to be orphaned. It's just not a fact. A fact is that 47,000 wells have been plugged in the state of Colorado over these many years. A fact is that fewer than 1% of the wells have been orphaned up to this point in time. We are not naive. We don't think that's all the orphan wells that are ever going to happen. We understand that. That does not justify a full cost bond on every single new well drilled. That is it's just going to take money. And I know that you've talked about a trust fund and a sinking fund, and it's going to earn interest, which is terrific at whatever less than 1% interest is now, and it's probably going up. I get that too. But what that money is not going to be doing is plugging additional wells. Please consider the numbers that you heard from these 3 clients today about the number of wells they've P&A'd over the last 5 years. And the fact that they're P&A'ing far more wells than they're drilling right now. Is that going to last forever? Maybe not. It's not going to last forever. But these companies have a long history of retiring their assets responsibly. And they are the ones that are drilling wells. And they're not the only ones, but they are drilling wells, and they have asset retirement obligations, and they have people like Hunter who manages that program for them globally. That's going to continue. So again, it just doesn't make sense to require full cost bonding and take that money out of the table. They're not going to plug and abandon any more wells with that money. They're not going to hire new people with that money. They're not going to increase their environmental programs with that money, because it's going to be somewhere where they don't have any access to it while it earns a little bit of interest. I think a similar argument applies to a pond transfer. That well, fully production, fully capable of generating revenue. Why are you tagging it for bonding when it's at that stage in its life? Again, we've said, tag them when they're at low producers and you transfer them then. Another thing that I think we haven't talked about enough is that those kinds of assets, even if an operator with those assets encounters financial difficulty, somebody picks up those assets. Those assets don't get orphaned. As Mr. Coshier said, the value is in the rock. The value is in the rock that hasn't been produced yet. So if those are wells capable of producing at a paying quantity, somebody else is going to pick them up. So to me, that's you're just adding burden and adding cost, not where the risk is. Put the money where the risk is. Put the money where the risk is. It doesn't need to be on new wells or newly drilled wells upon transfer.
Mr. Naslund, did you want to clean up anything?
I have nothing to add to that answer.
Does that trigger any further questions from other commissioners? Okay. Want to thank the panel. Want to thank you for the presentation and for your robust written presentations as well as the red lines. Very helpful for us as we achieve to find the correct balance for the state of Colorado. And with that, I think we're past due for a 10-minute afternoon break. It is
Thank you very much, commissioners.
Yep, 3:36. Let's return at 3:46.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, 3:46 has arrived, and we've still got one party to go this afternoon. Ms. Gutierrez, if you could just bear with just for 1 minute, with the commissioners wanted to potentially bring Ms. Parnos back to reframe the ask about the AVO versus AIMM. I figured we might get into a discussion about it again with West Slope COGA, and we definitely needed to hear about it again. So with luck, we were able to find her and she's with us. Do you mind answering that question or reframing that ask? We kind of were all over the place when we had the discussion with Oxy, PDC, and Noble.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Robbins. I appreciate the opportunity to just clarify. So specifically what we were suggesting is that, well, before I say that, let me just describe briefly. So COGCC staff had proposed an AVO inspection requirement for out-of-service wells. There's no record keeping or reporting requirements associated with that inspection requirement. We agree that there can be leaks from out-of-service wells. We, in looking at the AQCC rules, which have been actually on the books since 2014, there is an AIM inspection requirement that, pursuant to the current rules for wells that have already been drilled, requires at least an annual inspection requirement with an optical gas imaging camera or equivalent once a year, and then also requires monthly AVO inspections. There's a PS memo that the AQCC put out in 2014 that specifically says that any well production facility that has been shut in is still subject to the LDAR requirements that I just mentioned, provided that the equipment on the well site remains pressurized. My understanding prior to just 5 minutes ago, when I checked in again with one of my oil and gas experts, was that out of service wells would remain under pressure. I've since learned that a properly temporarily abandoned well should be should not be under pressure because of the plug. However, if there's some kind of problem with the plug, then you could have pressure in the well bore, which could then lead to a leak. But a properly temporarily abandoned well, as COGCC has defined that, should not be under pressure and therefore should also not have any surface leaks. So sort of putting aside whether or not a TA well can or can't leak, my sort of suggestion was, if the AQCC is already requiring operators to both do monthly AVO inspections of any facility that has been shut in, and also at least an annual instrument-based inspection, it doesn't seem necessary to have COGCC require another AVO inspection on an annual basis, partly because it's redundant. Secondly, because as I said, instrument-based inspections are much more reliable than AVO inspections. And this is borne out by the reports that operators have been providing to the AQCC for the last 8 years since the LDAR requirements took effect. Those reports show very, very few, sometimes zero, leaks are ever found with AVO, and all of the leaks, nearly all, are found using AIM. So AIM can detect leaks. AVO, according to the operator's own reports, they report very rarely, if ever, finding any leaks. So we were really trying to ease the burden on the operators by not having to do basically comply with 2 rules that required the same thing in AVO inspection. But in addition, make sure that COGCC was aware of any leaks detected at the well sites that they are clearly concerned about, which are the ones on the out of service list. So that would include inactive and temporarily abandoned wells. And so we thought the simplest way to have that occur would be for the operators to simply notify COGCC if their inspection required by AQCC identified a leak at an out of service well, and if so, if they repaired that leak. Importantly, that type of information is operators are required to record any leaks that they detect and any repairs that they do, or if a leak is detected but isn't repaired, is put on the delay of repair list. That information operators have to record and they have to maintain those records, but they don't have to provide that. They only have to provide an annual report to the AQCC. When they do that, that report is a rolled up high-level company-wide report. So it does not specify at what specific well production facility a leak was found or repaired. It simply provides the total number of inspections that an operator did across all of its well production facilities and the total number of leaks that it repaired or put on the delay of repair list by component type, like connector, flange, valve, but not by facility type. And it also doesn't say if the wellhead was a shut-in wellhead, for example, or a producing wellhead. So we were asking for something slightly different than what this AQCC requires, but it would be encompassed in the operator's record keeping requirements.
Thank you very much for that further explanation. I think that's helpful for me as one commissioner, and it likely is helpful for other parties as they sort of think through that. And I would ask perhaps that folks be ready, even if you don't have a ton of time in rebuttal, we might be asking that question tomorrow during closings, just so that we can make sure that we get that framed for the 5 commissioners as we think about these things over the weekend. Does that additional testimony elicit any questions from fellow commissioners? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Pranos, for coming back. So now that you've kind of walked me through this, I guess I'm kind of wondering why we would require it at all, because apparently a sister agency is already looking at potential emissions from out of service wells and addressing them from an emissions perspective. So perhaps it's not necessary for us to have any AVO or the AIMM, knowing that a sister agency is already doing that work and hopefully taking care of it.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I think we were really responding to the staff draft, which included an AVO requirement. And so our understanding from that is that COGCC staff would like to know that an operator is in fact checking for leaks from their out of service wells. It seems to us that they would also want to know what the results of those inspections are, in particular, because, for example, a well that's on the out of service list, that can remain there for right now an indefinite period of time. And it's the director and the operator will come up with a plugging timeframe for the wells on the out of service list. So for example, if an operator went out and they did an inspection of one of their out of service wells and they found a leak, whether they repaired it or not, I would think that would be relevant information for the director and her staff to know when coming up with the prioritization of which wells on that operator's report should be plugged first, right? It just seems like very relevant information. And so that information, it would not be passed on currently by APCD, no matter what, because right now, as I mentioned, pursuant to the AQCC rules, there's record keeping requirements, but there's only this annual rolled up report, which doesn't even distinguish between a producing well and a shut-in well. So the AQCC LDAR requirements, while they do apply their AIM and AVO requirements to shut-in wells, the reports that AQCC gets are A, only provided on an annual basis, and B, are so high level that there's no way for APCD staff or COGCC staff to know which wells specifically have been found leaking, and at which facilities, which again, just seems like very relevant information for the COGCC in particular, as they're coming up with the plugging prioritization list.
Okay, so I'm not trying to belabor this, but it seems to me that AQCC isn't going to let that leak go on indefinitely under Reg 7. And so I guess I'm going to ask our staff, like I'll talk to our staff and ask what the relationship is with CDPHE and maybe what happens under Reg 7 if an out of service well were to have a leak. What is the time frame within which they need to address it?
Okay. Again, thank you for coming back on short time ask. We do appreciate it. And we will continue to work through that issue.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, we are now going to hear from West Slope, Colorado Oil and Gas Association and Energy Council. My understanding is that they have 35 minutes set aside for their direct testimony. Good morning or good afternoon.
Good morning. Good evening, everybody, or afternoon. I don't know which it is at this point. And I do not, I will use the time wisely, but I do believe there's an additional 46 seconds in there seated by Karis. So.
Oh, right. Okay.
But, okay. And we have Chelsea. It looks like we have Chris Clark and we have Wayne. Yes. Does Chris, do you have audio?
I guess I do. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Okay, no, there was an issue with that. Great. Let me go ahead and screen share.
Ms. Gutierrez, do you desire to hold back any time for closing? And would you like Ms. Larson to assist on that or not?
I am going to aim to hold back 5 minutes for closing. And Ms. Larson, if you want to give me a gentle nudge as I creep up on that 30 minutes, I would be very appreciative.
Happy to do so.
Thank you very much. All right. Good afternoon, commissioners, staff, and other parties. For the record, my name is Ana Gutierrez with Hogan Levels, and I'm here on behalf of West Slope Colorado Oil and Gas Association and Laramie Energy. For brevity, I'll just refer to these parties as West Slope COGA. We are going to aim to cover a lot of ground in a very short amount of time. So to the extent I don't go into as great a detail into a particular topic as you would have liked, I'd be happy to answer follow-up questions. I have with me today Chris Clark, Vice President of Field Operations at Laramie Energy, and Wayne Bankert, Regulatory and Environmental Manager of Laramie. They'll each offer testimony during this presentation, and we'll all be available for questions following presentations. I'd first like to start by framing the discussion. We are not waiving financial assurance. We're not in some of the scenarios that other parties have talked about. And in fact, we're doing quite the opposite with this rulemaking, where we are dramatically shifting status quo wherever this rulemaking lands. I agree with both staff and other parties that this is a particularly challenging rulemaking with layers of complexity and a variety of potential approaches. As the commission deliberates on these rules, we encourage the commission to ground its evaluation in baseline principles regarding financial assurance. First, adequate financial assurance is the response to the evaluated risk associated with an operator based on its entire portfolio. Second, inevitably, that risk is not the same in all circumstances, and for that reason alone, full cost bonding is an inappropriate default. Third, bonds are not the pool of funds from which an operator draws for the plugging, abandonment, and reclamation, meaning we have to strike a balance of securing funds against a calculated risk while ensuring operators can sustainably operate in compliance with applicable rules. On this last point, I want to be clear that 181 requires assurance concerning an operator's financial capability to meet its statutory obligations. It does not require operators to provide 100% financial assurance. We'd now like to set the stage for this discussion, in particular as it relates to drafting for the Peons play. I will start us off, and then I'm going to pass it off to Mr. Clark. It's problematic that the proposed rules don't address the Peons Basin natural gas play. The consequence is that operators on the West Slope are unfairly treated. Very few, if any, operators would fall into Tier 1 status. Nearly all West Slope operators would inappropriately be subject to full cost bonding. And then you'll see individualized plans in almost every case, creating uncertainty for an operator and difficulty in project planning and budgeting. I'll now ask Chris to walk us through what differentiates the Peons Basin.
All right, well, good afternoon, commissioners. What you see in front of you is a visual that shows a production profile of a typical Peons dry gas well as measured against net revenue. This graph is derived from actual well data. The red line in the visual reflects the production in millions of standard cubic feet of gas on a yearly total basis. And the black line represents net revenue after operational costs. As you can see, this typical well peaks within the first few years and then declines rapidly and steadily, but more flatly over a longer period of time. At 2 years, this typical well peaks and is producing approximately 682,000 cubic feet of gas per day on a daily average. By year 15, the well is producing on average 79,000 standard cubic feet of gas per day. And as you can see, for the remaining 30 years, the well's production continues to slow, but on a steady decline. Even out to year 40, the well is still producing in excess of 16,000 cubic feet of gas per day while remaining cash positive on a net revenue basis. This relative net revenue black line, as it's shown on the graph, includes all cost of operating this well in compliance with the commission's rules, including plugging, abandonment, and reclamation. Once the well is flowing, costs are really quite low, which allows us to operate these wells for a very long period of time. The takeaway is that a typical Peons well remains viable and economic for up to 50 years plus. Next slide. The other key component on the West Slope is that we consider economic and operational factors across the entire system. The example I walked through on the prior slide depicts production relative to costs on an individual well basis. But practically speaking, we evaluate costs across the entire field. We typically operate multi-well pads, which are groupings of wells, shared gathering, and other process infrastructure. In this way, it would be inaccurate to isolate any single well. And I will now pass it back to Anna.
Lastly, we need to divorce our conversation about the gas play from our conversation about all the other Colorado plays, the DJ Basin, for example, so as not to skew the data. This slide further summarizes data from our Exhibit 3 of the West Slope COGA response, showing that as a result of the typical Peons well profile, the per well average daily production values are lower. That said, most of these wells and operators are strong, and the majority of the wells remain economic for an extended period of time. Another point here is that some stakeholders would propose full cost bonding on low producing wells, all of them. I respectfully submit that this would again unfairly position West Slope operators who generally carry wells with lower production for a good amount of their life when those wells remain economically viable. Similarly, we oppose suggestions that a local government or a surface owner could ask for closures of low producing well. That affords private citizens and local governments the ability to meddle in an operator's business in an inappropriate way. With that context, I'd like to discuss West Slope COGA's approach to the tier structure, which we submit addresses most of the key recommendations submitted in staff's presentation last week. This slide simply shows the list of revisions that are absolutely necessary in order for us to collectively draft rules that contemplate the natural gas play. I've addressed most of these points already, but I do want to highlight just one point in particular, and that is that operators need some certainty. We cannot have it so that all operators come before the commission under a bespoke tier. There is too much subjectivity and too many unknowns for reasonable budgeting and project planning, in particular where we are discussing the figures at play here. We do support an opportunity for an individualized plan, but it cannot be the only option. What West Slope COGA has proposed is a reasonable tier structure comprised of 4 tiers. The first tier is an option for the individualized plan, so let's set pinball aside. Between the remaining 3 tiers, we have established, based on data, a defensible and reasonable bell curve of assignment of potential risk on a per well average daily production or percent of low producing wells. With per well average daily production in particular, we agree with staff that this is a very good proxy for the financial and operational health of an operator. Frankly, it's one calculation short of revenue-based criteria. In our structure, 20% of West Slope operators are tier 2, 52% in tier 3, and 28% in tier 4. I won't linger on this slide, but this lists all the key features of each of the tiers. I will call out that for tier 2 and tier 3, these 2 tiers require competitive blanket bonding on a per well basis, consistent with staff's third draft of the rule. Because we will decide in this rulemaking what the appropriate criteria are and the required blanket bonding, tier 2 and 3 could be approved by the director to maximize efficiencies. On this issue of efficiencies, West Slope operators are very concerned about the layers of administrative burden if not carefully crafted. They've experienced delays in processing of Form 4s related to reclamation and delayed OGDP hearings due to staff and commission's current caseload as compared to resources. Regarding tier 4, I want to be clear that the way we've drafted this tier is to require financial assurance, quote, up to and including, end quote, single well financial assurance. That means that this tier may not require single well financial assurance for every well in every case, but that is the presumption. For perspective, I do think it's worth noting, and it's perhaps appealing to the commission and other parties advocating for single well financial assurance all around, is that at a 20 BOE per day and a 5 MCFE as an average daily production, that would capture in the ballpark of 200 operators in the state and approximately 3,700 wells in the state subject to tier 4. So you would be addressing your highest risk wells in a big way. Importantly, West Slope COGA's proposal is consistent with and ticks most of staff's foundational recommendations, which we list here. We create tiers. We consider the entire portfolio of the operator, which again is representative of the risk associated with financial assurance. We require some blanket bonding. We consider the differences between the gas and the oil plays. We identify when a conversation of single well financial assurance may be appropriate, and we provide for an opportunity for an individualized plan for unique circumstances. Altogether, this is an extremely strong, justifiable, and reasonable financial assurance approach. That brings me to transfers. The tier structure is a balanced, holistic approach to financial assurance. Like a set of Jenga blocks when you first set them up 3 by 3. If the rules start picking off individual wells, for example, via transfer or otherwise, the Jenga stack will fall. Rule 218 would require, upon transfer, full cost bonding for some low producing wells, unless it's a like kind transfer, or for what I refer to as new wells. These proposals are problematic. These concepts conflict with our overall rule structure. The tier program rightly evaluates financial assurance, considering the overall financial and operational stability of an operator. These single well full cost bonding requirements at transfer entirely disrupt that program and dissolve its value. At base, I agree with Mr. Lepore, new wells are generally the lowest risk. So there is no justification for full cost bonding there, especially in light of our strong mission change rules in place. Beyond that, there are critical unresolved questions as to how the mechanics would work. If an operator buys a new well, let's call it, does the operator get to count that well's production towards its per well average daily production? I imagine they would want to, because it's going to be one of their highest producing wells. And then if it comes in at full cost, do they then not bond under the blanket bond? Upon multiple acquisitions and divestitures, which is not uncommon in this industry, how do we track the anomalies outside of the tier program? Then let's turn to low producing. The ratio of low producing is already accounted for in the tier structure, per well average daily production. That average drops if an operator carries a suite of low producing wells. So then on top of that, we would be requiring bonding at full cost upon transfer of that low producing well, double counting for that well. How do we remedy this? Even Mr. Freeman identified difficulties with bonding at full cost upon transfer could be complicated by the terms of a particular transaction, creating layers of legal concern. Overall, West Slope COGA has significant concerns and unanswered questions with the unnecessary disruption these transfer provisions would cause. The tier structure evaluates an operator based on its per well average daily production and assigns a risk to that operator, which then dictates the appropriate bonding. We should only be requiring that upon transfer, buyer would look at its new portfolio with the new assets against that tier structure. It's the same exact logic for why we have the like kind transfer in the rule. If the risk has not increased, on what basis are we increasing or decreasing bonding? I'll next touch on definitions with a particular focus on single well financial assurance. We support staff's definition of inactive wells. As staff describes, the obligation are primarily related under or operational under Rule 434, which is the appropriate application. We are okay with the definition of low producing well with some cleanup changes for the limited purposes it is used. If that use changes, that definition of 4 MCFE threshold would have to be revisited. We agree that we have to clarify that this is a per day average, and we do think this needs to have BOE and MCFE for the reasons Mr. Coshier stated. The other point I'll make here is that we need to strike the reference to inactive well is also a low producing well. That's already built into the definition of what is low producing, but it's problematic because it would pull in UIC wells, which are defined as inactive wells. So then if you then pull that over to your tier structure, folks are looking at their UIC wells as a percentage of low producing, not what I think our intent is. Let's turn to single well. I do want to take a quick detour here and be clear that when I say reclamation, I also mean remediation. As West Slope operators consider reclamation, a site is not returned to prior condition unless it is also properly remediated as required. This is contemplated in our evaluation and data, and also contemplated in the 23 well site examples studied by COGCC. Those won't be approved for closure unless properly remediated. For the definition of single well, we have to be clear there are 2 paths. I think that's the intent, but I think we can clarify it. An operator can either come with demonstrated costs based on past experience, or the alternate option is that the operator could elect to take assumed costs. We propose edits here in this definition to make these 2 paths clearer. The debate has largely been around assumed costs. For assumed costs, I think I've heard all parties agree that the reclamation cost should not be assigned on a per well basis. We agree with this approach because the result is astronomical values. For the same operator, say 3,200 wells, operator A would pay $9.6 million in bonding under tier 1. That same operator would have to pay $175 million in bonding on the per well matrix published in this last draft. This definition at base requires revision. We also do not agree with allocating the matrix cost on a per acre basis. No analysis has been conducted or submitted on record to indicate that those costs are appropriate per acre. And that aside, we have significant concerns with the subjectivity of the factors proposed in staff's matrix or the approach, for example, put forward by WRA. Unfortunately, reclamation is perhaps one of the more debated and challenging issues to resolve as between operators and staff, and proposing a matrix, or as WRA calls it, relevant factors, that could establish different values, it really leads to an unparalleled level of complexity ripe for debate. Our ultimate goal here is to aim for simplicity. In the grand scheme of the rules, single well financial assurance should be very strong, but need not be exact for every single circumstance. This slide shows our proposals for single well. We have to look at this in 3 parts. 1, plugging and abandonment cost. 2, location reclamation costs. And then 3, single well assigned reclamation costs. West Slope operators collected data of actual plugging and abandonment costs on the West Slope, so specific to the area, over the prior 3 years. Based on this data, we are showing an average higher for plugging and abandonment at $40,000. So we've inserted a new line item there, but otherwise retained staff's proposal. We then undertook a similar analysis with reclamation, which again includes remediation, and about 100 data points reflect an average reclamation cost on the West Slope, so specific to West Slope, of $96,000. Chris Clark is available to answer questions regarding reclamation and his experience. On this basis, we do think it's a reasonable approach to propose the 92,710 as the assumed reclamation cost. This is COGCC's likely more robust cost analysis, which we effectively confirmed. To get then to a single well cost, however, you would have to divide that location value by however many wells are on site. That's really the critical missing step in the state's rules. I'd add that the cost of 92,710 is conservatively high. Staff assume that to be plugging, abandonment, and reclamation. We're using it for reclamation only, and then we would add $40K per well for P&A. So let's look at an example on a typical Piance well pad with 20 wells. You'd multiply 20 by 40K, add 92,710. Total cost for that location would amount to $892,710. We are not talking insignificant figures. I'm going to transition us to a different conversation. Let's talk federal wells. This is a priority issue for a lot of stakeholders, West Slope COGA included. Other stakeholders have suggested that the commission's path forward on this issue is unambiguous. We respectfully disagree. The federal government regulates in this arena, and the doctrine of preemption requires that we mind conflict. And in this context, issues surrounding conflict are not black and white. As a starting point, West Slope COGA agrees with staff's recommendation to either continue status quo, which is working, or to create a path that allows time for BLM to update its rules. I'm going to call these option 1 and 2 just for ease of reference. Option 1 is supported by the record and past experience. There are a mere 36 orphan sites on federal lands in Colorado. The reason for this is because BLM has a comprehensive bonding program. I'll turn it over to Mr. Wayne Bankert for his experience here.
Thank you, Anna. My name is Wayne Bankert, and I'm the Environmental Regulatory Manager at Laramie Energy. Prior to my career with private industry, I worked for the BLM for 15 years as a petroleum engineer in the Uinta Basin and the Piance Basin. In that role, I had direct involvement in the BLM's oil and gas program, which included the idle and an active program, as well as the orphan well programs. I can attest the BLM was diligent in pursuing well status evaluations. For example, when I worked for the BLM, we constantly reviewed production records to locate any wells that were idle for an unextended amount of time. Usually in our basins, it was 2 years or greater. We would immediately engage the operator to request their plans for beneficial use or timely pursue plugging, abandonment, and reclamation for wells that were on any single well pads. At the time, we pursued many full closures by chasing the chain of record title. Frankly, in Colorado, BLM does not have many orphan sites because they pursue chain of record title until all avenues are exhausted. Once exhausted, the wells will be placed in the BLM's orphan well program for plug and abandonment and reclamation. I'm happy to answer any additional questions regarding the BLM program, and I'll pass it back to Anna. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. And that said, if we pursue any iteration of option 2, recall, which is to create a path forward, giving space for BLM to finalize its rules, this would require thoughtful execution. Here's why. BLM will overhaul its program. Draft rules are expected May 2022, and BLM's on-the-ground activity right now evidences that this is a focus and a near-term priority. Core to this conversation is that stakeholder process is absolutely necessary. So operators have the opportunity to participate in a discussion of precisely how any such rule would be applied. I would submit that this is a due process right. On this point, extensive nuanced questions remain that warrant focused, unrushed attention. Not one stakeholder has outlined how to resolve the significant differences in application between these two rules. It is not a simple subtraction equation, as other stakeholders might suggest. Both the state and federal programs will likely have some blanket bonding and some well-specific bonding. Let's add in there some development plan or project level bonding for good measure, and of course the right-of-way bonding associated with access. There is not a simple calculus for threading that needle to determine equivalency. I would also say that there's foundational questions that require critical discussion. Pitkin's proposal assumes a simple math equation would be applied on a well-by-well basis. As we've testified, we disagree foundationally that any evaluation of financial assurance focus on anything other than the operator and its entire portfolio. So an evaluation of equivalency for an individual well is a non-starter. Even before we get to that math equation, though, we have to recognize that the two agencies have different programs, including different definitions of how to characterize the well. For example, idle and inactive, production and paying quantities, as you've heard from Mr. Jewell. Operational demands from the state to plug and abandon or bond up a well may conflict with the federal perspective. Setting the details aside for purposes of conversation, if we get ahead of BLM, we will have overly aggressive state bonds. BLM will then come in and ask for more bonding in 2023, and then we will see situations of double bonding because in most cases, the state has not been known for its efficiency in releasing bonds. We will find ourselves in the precise situation we aim to avoid. Part of the reason it is so very challenging to draft rule language around this issue is because none of us know, commissioners included, the final structure of the commission's rule, let alone how that interacts with BLM's future rule. While I appreciate what the Pitkin proposal was trying to achieve, there is no clear route to compliance with that language. It seems unwise policy at best and arbitrary at worst to adopt a rule where we're not sure how it applies. Instead, let's figure out what the commission's rules will look like, and then let's build in a process in the statement of basis and purpose to work to develop a system that is complementary to the state's program. Oops. Our ask in this regard is that if the commission pursues any iteration of option 2, that West Slope COGA is able to engage on draft language at the commission's direction. This has been done in the mission change rulemaking and it was effective to resolve very narrow issues. Finally, West Slope COGA offers a few additional, although very important comments. This one has been a point that's actually not been hit much, but I think it's worth talking about. The rules should be revised as proposed by West Slope COGA to require review of financial assurance plans every 3 years, not annually. There are over 400 operators in the state, which means staff and the commission would need to approve one plan every single day of the year. We don't think that affords the meaningful engagement that the commission is seeking. That said, we do think there are circumstances that may trigger earlier review, such as non-responsiveness by the operator, failed MITs, not paying royalty payments, or if an operator doesn't have a plan on file. And we would support a general discretion provision to allow the commissioner director to call an operator in. We have to keep in mind that we are overhauling the status quo with this rulemaking. That means that the commission is going to have a much better sense in the next 2 years of the financial situation of various operators, and you will be able to gauge who you may need to reach out to. I refer you to our proposed language at Rule 707 on this topic. We agree with staff's position on orphan well fee. There's more money coming in than the commission can reasonably handle at this time, and competition for rigs is real. Some stakeholders suggest we need a bigger boat, and they point to counts of inactive or low producing wells in the state, suggesting that all of these will be in the state's hands in the next few years. This is simply an incomplete story. If you dig down into the data, as we heard in the last presentations, the majority of inactive wells are owned by very strong operators who will plug and abandon those wells. In addition, as we've shared, West Slope operators may carry lower producing wells and those remain economically viable. A blanket suggestion that all or most of these wells will fall to the state is inaccurate. We also request that federal wells should be exempted from the annual well registration fee. Importantly, there is a separate line item for federal funding created by the 2021 federal legislation to address federal wells, apart from the state funds, the $93 million that will come to Colorado. So charging a fee on federal wells will double count them. In response to a question from the commissioners on this topic during presentation last week, Director Murphy indicated that she's considering this issue on the basis of equity, which is fair, meaning the burden should be borne across all operators on the state. West Slope COGA would submit that if we are evaluating issues of equity, then we must consider that operators of federal wells pay federal fees and federal royalties, not charged to fee wells that will go towards the federal orphan well program. Where the commission's principal objective is to avoid double counting, it follows to avoid double bonding, it follows to avoid double counting. This is a particularly nuanced issue, and we're happy to talk through it more. We've raised it several times, but the plugging list and decommissioning schedules have to account for the gas play. West Slope operators don't always take the same steps or don't always have the same types of locations to decommission wells as DJ Basin operators, and the rules need to account for that. We have had conversations with DJ Basin operators, and most of those concerns, I think, have been addressed in their draft rules that they've worked on. One example is that a single well pad that is typically plugged in the DJ Basin is different from the multi-well pads we see on the West Slope. So when a well is plugged on the West Slope, we don't want to ask that all equipment be removed or that all equipment be vented to atmosphere. The operator has to use that for active wells on site. More importantly, the technical operations undertaken by West Slope operators to plug and abandon can't come into conflict with the rules. So the rules state that an out-of-service well can never produce hydrocarbons. We're generally okay with that, except that when a well sits for a while, a dry gas well out in the peons, prior to P&A, pressure builds up. So at the plugging stage, operators have to depressurize it before they kill the well. The options are vent to atmosphere. COGCC won't like that. Bring in a portable flare, not typically cost effective and causes additional CO emissions, or we maintain some equipment on site and move the product through sales line immediately prior to P&A. The third path is the typical and preferred path. We've provided very narrow language and rule language as well as SBP language to address this specific issue. And Chris Clark is available to discuss this particular topic with the commission. With that, hold on. Finally, I summarize here our key points. From a high level perspective, if we can land on a strong tier structure that considers the entire portfolio of the operator, requires some blanket bonding to maximize efficiencies, considers the differences between the gas and oil plays, identifies when a conversation about single well financial assurance is appropriate, and provides for an opportunity for an individualized plan, the remainder of the pieces will fall into place. We submit that the West Slope COGA proposal balances both the significant funds of the Orphan Well program with a strong financial assurance program to address the needs of this state. These two components of the program have to be viewed in concert. As I see it, we develop a strong financial assurance program based on a risk, and then we supplement coverage of that risk through the Orphan Well program. We sincerely thank the commission, staff, and other parties for all your work on this rule. I know it's 4:30, 4:27 in the afternoon, but fill up your coffees and we welcome all questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you to your witnesses for being with us late on a Thursday afternoon. We do appreciate it. At this time, commissioners do have opportunities for questions. Looking to see who wants to lead off this round of questions. Commissioner, was that a hand, Commissioner Gonzalez, or was that just a finger?
I'm happy to not go first this time. So it was a finger. It wasn't the back finger though.
It wasn't that finger. Okay. Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Gutierrez, and others for being here with us this afternoon. I just had a couple of just clarifying questions. I appreciate that the comments you made with respect to remediation and the costs associated with reclamation. You went through the slides, very quickly, and so I was wondering if you could go back to the slide that was, I think there was a couple of slides maybe that were dealing with reclamation.
Yes, give me 1 minute. Moved my slide deck away too quickly.
Yeah, thank you. The red line in particular, that's, I just wanted to take a quick look. Okay, and I just wanted to make sure that I understood correctly. It sounded like you took the number that staff developed, you sort of vetted it, you agree that that's reasonable, but that's, and that is specific to the location reclamation costs, and then you would add this additional amount based on the depth per well. I just want to make sure that is that accurate?
So the way we've done this is left this as is. So the depth per well is here. We did a separate line item for Piance Basin. So our averages were higher than 30,000. We thought it was appropriate to increase the average to demonstrate accurate costs, because we are, at the table wanting to provide, justified data. And so we increased this to $40,000.
Okay. Okay, and so then, let me see if I have, okay, I think that answers that question. And then I had one more, let's see. Oh, if you could go to your out of service well slides. Sorry. Okay, yes, thank you. The decommissioning schedule. I just wanted to just take another look just because it was rather quick. Okay, and so when we heard from Oxy-Noble and PDC, they were suggesting a slightly longer time frame. Yeah. Do you have an opinion on one versus the other?
Yeah, so I think we support the Oxy-Noble PDC proposal. I think that it's unlikely for folks on the West Slope to be able to be in that longer duration because of the required number of wells that would have to be put on that list by January 1, 2024. So we were otherwise listing out there P&A schedules that are reasonable for folks on the West Slope for the wells that they would be managing.
Okay. Okay. I think those were just 2 points of clarification. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know if Commissioner Messner has had his hand up on the previous round. Would you like to go first, Commissioner Messner? Okay. I'm happy to go. I just got a couple. I'm going to start with, I've got a kind of a general question about federal wells, right? We've talked about this with a number of different stakeholders. One thing I don't think I've heard is how other states do it. Surely Colorado isn't the only state that deals with state bonding and federal bonding, and that overlap or coordination. So in your experience, what are other states doing?
And we have had a look at both Wyoming and Utah, and I'm happy. I don't know if Wayne, you want to jump in here and share your experience on other states.
Sure. I worked in Utah. I worked in the Uinta Basin, the Vernal Field Office, and there the state, it's the same here. The feds had their bonding for their federal wells and their federal mineral leases. And then the state would have their bonding for their state, which is state trust lands or fee minerals. So it would be the same. It was individual bonding, federal and state.
Okay, so there's individual bonding for essentially for fee operators, and then there's state bonding for SITLA for the institutional lands in Utah, and then there's federal bonding, all different, no overlap.
I can't argue, I can't say for the SITLA and the state, but for the federal, there was no overlap with the state or SITLA.
You know, we've gotten a lot of references from Alaska, and, you know, Alaska seems like it might be a good data point of maybe a state that's, I don't know, has very intense oil and gas operations and also a lot of Fed involvement alongside state. I'd be curious what they do. I don't know how important it is to my decision. I am considering, you know, your proposal as it applies just to Colorado on its own merit, but it may be helpful if someone else has walked down this path that we don't have to, you know, go it alone or blindly. So I don't know if you have any information on that. Maybe I'll just go dig it up on my own, or someone can present something later on.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. And we do have some time on rebuttal, so I'm happy to take a look at that over the next 24 hours and get back to you on how Alaska approaches that.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't know how much influence that's going to give me.
Yep.
So you be, I guess, discretionary with how you use your time. I don't want to influence that too much. Okay, so I'm going to move on from there. I don't know if we're going to stick with federal wells. I can close my mic and someone else can ask about federal wells.
Anyone else with federal well questions? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along those same lines, in states where there's wells on federal lands, based on other testimony, many other states also have orphan well fund programs, and I'm wondering if those wells pay into those orphan well funds programs.
And I
Or if you guys know.
I appreciate that question, Commissioner McGowan. I don't know that off of the top of my head. I think some of these orphan well programs are situated a little bit differently and not the clean sort of fee payment that we are considering here. So I would have to take a look at that to see how each of those are assessed.
Got it. Thank you.
Chair, I'll continue.
Go ahead.
Okay, the next question I had, and I guess next two questions they seem easy to address to me. So the first one is I guess you have an opposition to relevant local governments and surface owners' ability to request closure of the well. And I'm curious if you had that same objection, even if we strictly tied it to a used and useful determination.
Are you suggesting that low producing would be a part of used and useful, or we're taking low producing aside and it would just be used and useful?
Well, I'm considering it as it's, you know, however that is, I mean, I guess that would influence the answer, but kind of I'm thinking about it in terms of how the draft rules are currently written with zero production over 3 years. Maybe that changes, maybe it doesn't. But what it comes down to is that's just a trigger for someone to ask for a hearing. Then once it comes to a hearing for us, we're only talking about whether the well is used or useful. And so I'm struggling with why there's so much opposition to someone making a case on their land or within their jurisdiction on whether or not a well is used or useful, so long as we just frame our determination towards that definition and application of used and useful.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Gonzalez. I think the concern with any consideration of used and useful bringing in a low producing well is that is in many cases still an economically viable well for folks on the West Slope. So if we were to go to hearing and there was a decision to close that well, there is a property right in the ground that will generate revenue over the next 10 years for an operator. So in that hearing, we would have to consider whether that operator would then be reimbursed for the revenues lost that would be locked in the ground if there was a required closure. So I think it becomes very messy, and it becomes a really significant concern for us that it would demand that an operator where they do have a producing well, there's product coming, costs are low, the well is flowing. It doesn't seem like the right position for COGCC to be in to tell them that this isn't economic for them.
And I think that would be part of our consideration in that determination surely there's instances where a well truly is not used or useful, and there's not really strong reasoning behind it. You know, shouldn't we be addressing those wells? And if not through the used and useful determination, how?
And I think the right analysis is on the used and useful definition. I think it's access to that hearing, right? As currently drafted, there's already abilities for a landowner, a surface owner, a local government to ask or petition for, you know, a request for hearing where they have, as Mr. Lepore used it, someone who may be disgruntled, right? I think creating a new universe, right? We've talked about this may be a small subset, but by creating a new opportunity or universe for folks are starting to ask questions about business decisions just gives us a lot of concern.
Okay, I appreciate your response there. I'm changing topics again, so I'll look for hands, I guess.
Yeah, I'm still trying to scratch this itch a little bit in terms of the West Slope and trying to understand the dynamics that are different for the dry gas. And as Mr. Clark testified, it's you know, it can roll out 50 years at what would otherwise be, you know, potentially low producing. And I mean, maybe a thought could be that the Rule 211 has sort of two different options of getting in the door, and, you know, precluding the door of low producing over a period of years for the dry gas well, since we know that, I mean, it seems to me that if they were to get in the door and they present that to us and Mr. Clark comes in and says, no, but look, I've got 20 more years worth of flow, we say, okay, that's economic and we're done. And I don't know that we need to have those sorts of hearings if that's indeed going to be the case. So I just don't know if there's a question mark behind that statement or not, but if you want to speak to it, go for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbins. And I think that's right. You know, I don't want to suggest that we support that. I haven't spoken with other industry members and don't want to speak on behalf of folks that are not the gas play operators, but I can say on behalf of West Slope COBA operators, that is precisely the concern, right? This is the business model. So you are then putting that business model up for review at the whim of a you know, private citizen or a local government. So we would certainly support an exemption if that is, or some language that suggests if we're talking low producing, we are not talking low producing in the Piceance Basin.
That finishes my question on that topic, Mr. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm gonna pivot here to kind of another rule language, I guess, consternation that exists with regards to the low producing well definition and the inclusion of inactive wells in that definition. And it seems to me your opposition is based on, well, it might include unintended wells such as UIC wells, underground injection control wells. And I'm curious, are there other wells that fall in that category, or is it just the UIC wells? And if there are, wouldn't it just be easy enough to say, hey, let's exclude those as part of that definition? I understand the redundancies of the inactive well, and basically an inactive well is a low producing well, and how that works, but I don't know if this isn't an easy thing to fix.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I agree. I think there's a few ways to skin this cat, right? I think the other wells are some observatory wells that might be out there. So I actually had a draft of that said inactive well is a low producing well, except UIC wells and stratigraphic wells are not. So we felt a little more verbose than necessary, which is why I started with the line item strikeout. But as long as it's clear, I am open to revision there.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to ask you a question about this assertion that the state isn't great at releasing bonds. You know, what's the basis for that?
So I think it goes really to operators, and I'm happy to let Chris and Wayne jump in here, but operators' experience overall with the process of full closure of a site, right? And I think folks in particular, if it's, and again, I don't want to speak out of turn, so Chris and Wayne, please jump in here. But in particular, they've experienced delays where whether with getting full closure on remediation or the Form 27. And then if it's not something that is of highest priority for the commission, which tends to be challenging these days because resources are limited, bonds are just not released in a timely fashion. Following that closure, which, you know, I think we just have to keep in mind already has been a very, very long process on a well that's not operating. So Chris and Wayne, I don't know if you want to jump in on that point at all.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say on it. I think you covered it, but I you know, and the previous presenter talked about it too. It takes a long time. And in Western Colorado, with our topography and our terrain, it takes probably even longer for sure than it would in the DJ to get a well reclaimed, get vegetation established, which generally does take multiple seedings, multiple attempts to get to 80%. And it's been our experience that it's difficult to meet that hurdle. Not that we won't meet it at some time, but we've had a very difficult time with getting to 80% and getting agreement with reclamation staff that we hit that mark and getting those bonds released. Sort of a subset of that, and a little bit of a tangent though, or offbeat, would be, you know, there's not a very well-defined process currently for surface owner variances, where a surface owner wants a pad left in a particular state. And that's another set of wells where bonds are held for an extremely long time while we work through that process, and have typically been fairly well unsuccessful with that for the last several years, again, partially because the process is not well defined. But I think that's all I have to say on it. Again, it's just the reclamation, you know, is really difficult. The new standards for 915 and requirements with regards to remediation are going to lengthen the process significantly. That's something that's just come in with 181 as far as doing Form 27s for wellhead and flow line abandonment and facility abandonment. And all of those steps add considerable time to the overall reclamation and remediation process, and ultimately bond release.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and I can appreciate the concern with that. I saw you unmuted, Mr. Banker. If you'd like to chime in.
Sure, just a quick comment. We're not looking at the bond release. We're looking at releasing the pads from the bond. So,
Yep.
you know, our bond stays in place. So it's I guess it's just a little semantics there, but I just wanted to clarify that we're only looking at closing the pads so they're not under the bonding anymore. So,
And just to supplement that one more piece is we would be in a unique situation that I don't know that the state has faced, right? Because we would have to release bonds and not just pads from bonds, or maybe both, right? If BLM comes in and folks bonded up with BLM and we had bonds from BLM, bonds at the state, and we'd have to figure out how to parse that.
Yeah, I can see several scenarios under our proposed rules and kind of where this lands, where there will be release of bonds or will need to be release of bonds. And I think there should be a pretty clear way and a reliable way of how that happens. I don't think that we should be focused as, you know, I think we should be focused as much as making sure the money gets back when it's due as we are about getting it in on the front end or when it becomes due to us. And so I'm thinking about that. Staff, I'm sure, is listening, and I will look forward to hearing from them a little bit on their bond release processes and what this may look like in the future. Because if it is single well financial assurance, obviously that's going to be tied to a well, tied to a pad. You know, if we adopt some of the proposals that we've heard, if the bond is reviewed on an annual basis under a blanket scenario based on percentage of low producing wells or production or whatever, these are going to fluctuate, and I imagine operators may want to take advantage of getting some of that back if the bonds, you know, are as burdensome as they're claiming they may be under some of these ideas that we're kicking around. So that's more of a comment. I don't know about this. I don't have any experience with this, Ms. Gutierrez, in terms of whether or not this is the case and what this looks like and if it will be different under new rules. But I can appreciate the concern in that regard with getting bonds back. So that's a comment, no question mark at the end, and I will pass it on to whoever would like to ask more questions.
Great. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you all for the presentation. Ms. Gutierrez, I really want to thank you for the kind of the depth of analysis that you went into, particularly around the tier structures and looking at different ways to approach that. And so that was really helpful for me to look at. So I kind of wanted to start with that. I wonder if you could go to that bell curve slide. And so, you know, understanding the different thresholds that are associated with this, and kind of understanding your goal of this is to create the bell curve. And I had asked this question yesterday of Karis, but I'm trying to get an idea of, like, in your opinion, as you look at this, who would go for that individualized plan? What does that look like?
Thank you, Commissioner Messner, for that question. And I have, just give me 1 second, locked up on me here. So I think we've been talking about the tier 1 individualized plan, or at least others have been talking about it, perhaps in a lens that I see it a touch differently. So the way we have drafted this rule is truly to aim to capture the state in the bell curve, right? We maintain staff's approach that you have, you know, for lack of better term, and this is not to characterize any given operator, you have an elite category of folks that would be eligible for tier 2. And then most of the state would be in tier 3, which is really quite aggressive blanket bonds. They're really strong numbers if you look at them compared to other states as well. And then tier 4, like I said, you're getting almost half of the operators in the state, you're having a conversation around single well financial assurance. So I think the starting point is to say, we have aimed to look at this, so we are capturing folks in a category with some certainty. Now, I also agree with folks that there is a lot of variation in operational structure, business planning, business practices, however it might go down. So I see tier 1 as a tool for the commission, right? This is for those circumstances where we can't predict into the future, where it doesn't fit perfectly into our buckets, or to allow us to innovate in the space of financial assurance, right? What if there is a new and improved concept for us to say, hey, this is fantastic, that operator should build out that financial assurance plan. It's a brilliant idea. So I see this more as a way to manage different financial structures, not as a different set of like bucket of criteria for you to fall into. I think a few examples, several of, I think both of which are real world, is an operator may have recently acquired a significant set of wells. As a part of that private market transaction, that operator is required to maintain a fund of not less than $10 million. And that fund is dedicated to plugging and abandoning that set of wells that they just acquired. And if they use funds to plug them, they have to refill those monies and to keep that sitting at 10 million. It seems reasonable to me for the commission to consider that pot of money along with per well average daily production to determine, okay, we may need to adjust the bonding blanket bond structure here because this particular operator already has something outside of the universe of what we're contemplating, right? So it's a unique structure. Another example that we were thinking about is if an operator has future project development, a known quantity in the next 5 to 10 years, instead of coming to the commission every 2 to 3 years, they may say, you know what, I want to decide to put forward, and this is slightly different but similar to prior presentation, a more comprehensive bond, right? That conservatively covers existing and near-term development. So they may come to you and they may fall into tier 2 by virtue of their numbers, but they say, you know what, I don't want to bond at 9.6, I want to bond at 15 million because I have a future plan and it would be easier for me to have this conversation with you now than to have it every year, right? So I think there's a variety of financial circumstances and variances that may, I don't want to use the word variance, differences that may apply that aren't, you know, perfectly bucketed. But I can tell you from my experience with our operators on the West Slope, at least, this certainty is foundational to their business planning and their business practices. To come in and say, all right, I know that I'm at, you know, 80 MCFE per day average well production. I know that my blanket bond is going to be 2.5 million. I can plan for that, right? There's not sort of the risk of, all right, 4 operators have come before the state, presented financial assurance plans. I'm coming in as maybe operator 6. My plan looks like oranges. They really liked that bright apple, and I can't show you what you're seeing with the apple, right? I have an orange. So it becomes challenging for folks on the West Slope to only have the opportunity for a bespoke plan. They would rather have some certainty here, which we think we've presented.
No, I don't disagree. I think this does create certainty, and in many ways, I appreciate that. So should there be, I mean, is this applicable across the state in your opinion? So not just for Western Slope operators is one question, and then, well, I'll start with that question.
So I think I am not counsel for anybody but Western Slope, so I'm not going to suggest to speak on anybody's behalf. We have heard from Mr. Matthews and Ms. Ryan that they support the additional tier, right? It's not something that their operator group proposed, but it's something that they would support. So in that, I think, you're capturing a large majority of the state. I think if you still keep your individualized plan, you're still speaking to sort of the noble group's request around needing to have a bespoke tier. I also think, and I would have to crunch numbers just a little bit more, but I do think this captures the evergreen gas play as well as your Eastern Plain gas play, right? So there is and the Kinder Morgan CO2, which is another type of gas play. So there's a large variety of folks that are captured here in a meaningful way without the inequities that I think we saw in the prior draft. And it just drafts for more of the state, I would say.
Okay, so my second part of that question is, I think one of the core concepts of this is that it does capture almost all of the state of Colorado, right? And so should there be a qualifier or some metric, or not a metric, but some determination that needs to be made in order to be able to utilize your tier 1?
I don't, and thank you for the question, Commissioner Messner. I don't think so, right? Because we're not, this does capture the state, right? So we're not saying if you fall out of one tier, then you may be eligible for individualized plan. We're saying I may fall into any given bracket, but I have a unique circumstance but the way we've drafted this is most of the state will fall into the certainty so that you will have less of those individualized plans before you, right? More folks are going to fall in under or want to come in under the blanket bonds, if you will, than create something from whole cloth, at least based on conversations that we have had.
Okay. And then there are some that are suggesting that that something like this may be applicable for existing wells, but that there should be single well financial assurance for new wells. In some respects, that still creates the certainty that I think that you desire, but I also understand that the dollar amounts get different. Do you think those two things could be compatible? A concept like this for existing wells, a different concept for new wells?
Thank you for the question. And I really don't. I think, and I say that respectfully, I think the tier structure and the purpose of the tier structure is to look at the health and wealth of an operator, right? Holistically. And if we start saying, well, let's start with the foundational premise. A new well is not our highest risk well, right? That new well is the higher producing well that it's going to generate revenue and is not going to be at risk for what we're trying to avoid, which is orphaning that well. And I will add on to that, kind of picking up on what Commissioner Gonzalez has said in the past, is we can't underestimate the value of that dollar bill, right? If we put that dollar into a bond or into a trust or some sinking fund, it's not going to be put to work to produce that well, right? To manage that in compliance with the rules. It sort of is just locked up into space. So I think that in and of itself to me, does not justify full cost bonding on new wells. Then I think, to one of the points I made during presentation, we really, really struggle with how you would okay full cost bonding for a new well. And this applies also to low producing, and we can talk about that. But for a new well, and then also be looking at the financial health of an operator and say, this is what your structure looks like. And we have agreed that this is a strong financial and operational operator. Here's your bond. Oh, but by the way, we want to tick on full cost bonding, right? The justifications don't play out. And if we're going to look at the health of the operator, let's look at the health of the operator. And I don't think we're doing ourselves any favor by starting to peel off individual wells, because while this set of rules is complex, there is room to simplify it. And this is one particular space where I think we can simplify it without weakening it.
Okay. I wonder if you could go to your slide around the Rule 218 transfers.
Yeah.
And I don't think I caught all of what your concerns there were. But I kind of want to get to the root of the situation, where I think we're hearing from a number of different stakeholders, both industry stakeholders as well as conservation or citizen group stakeholders, that government stakeholders, that are indicating that transfers is the place to establish financial assurance. This is what has caused problems in the past. This is has the potential to cause problems in the future. We've got to do something about transfers. I do hear you saying that there's potentially problems with transfers, but do you have a solution as to how to address transfers so that we're acknowledging this problem that has been existing?
So I think we have to start from the premise that we are not operating in a world of catastrophic problem, right? We have less than 1% of our wells are orphaned. When we're looking at the greater United States, we are very, very low, and we have done a very good job at managing our wells so that we are not orphaning our sites. Part of the reason we have done that is because we have had a thriving economy, our thriving industry in particular. When we allow our operators to build a good business, strong base assets, they are not going to be orphaning wells. So we have to just take that into perspective in and of itself. But aside from that, on this transfer piece, I think it goes back to the baseline principle. The risk is not associated with that individual well, right? The risk is associated with the operator. So if there's a well, and say it is lower producing, if we sell it to Bill Gates, that's going to be a different result than if you sell it to me, right? So it is not the well that we should be concerned about. It's where that well sits in the broader scheme of the plan. And if we start, again, peeling these wells off, we start dissolving that evaluation of the operator on the holistic basis.
Again, I think I understand your concern, but at the same time, well, I'll just leave it at that, I guess. I'm still struggling with at least my perception of concern from those in industry around transfers, and at least things that I've seen in front of me as far as transfers, and
I guess a couple
needing to address that in the financial assurance rulemaking in some respects, right?
Understand. And I guess two other points I would make on that is I think we also have to, again, we have to be sure we're drafting this rule for the entire state, right? So when we're talking about low producing wells, we're tending to talk about the natural gas play, whether it's on the east slope or western slope, right? And so we are then isolating a group of folks that I don't know that we have determined that is the risk, right? So I think we have to be really careful just assigning a risk to a definition of low producing that we haven't really worked through in that manner. When there may have been anomalies, there may have been instances of issues with transfer. And then I had one other point, but it slipped my mind, so I will let you know if it comes back to me.
That happens to me all the time. Well, let's talk a little bit about low producing then, because
Okay.
at least with one of the slides that you showed, indicated that typically at year 40, we're looking at 16 MCF, right?
Yeah.
And so low producing as currently defined in the draft would be 10 MCF, I believe. So help me understand. And I understand you're only talking about the peons, right? And so some of this has to do with some of the, northeastern Colorado gas plays, but southeastern Colorado gas plays. But I mean, is that not somewhat of so what's the metric for that kind of marginal wells, or ones that we should just acknowledge that they're older and the end is near kind of deal?
Thank you for the question. And it's a good one. It's one we've grappled with, and it's really, and I welcome Wayne and Chris's thoughts on this in particular, but it's hard to put one number on it, right? Because as we've talked about in the gas play, we look at these as systems. So when these OpEx costs, they are not isolated to one well where you can, put one line against the other, which we did here just for purposes of conversation. It's sort of a web, and a field can carry a particular asset at a very, very low cost once all infrastructure is there, because it's just a flowing well, right? So that is going to be a very, very low MCFE threshold when we're at the point where the lines cross, right? And Wayne and Chris, I don't know if you have any additional thoughts on this particular point.
So I guess just to further on that, I don't know. It's very complex, and it's really going to be on an operator and basin by basin metric. And, the graph that we presented here today and the data that we pulled or had our reservoir engineer pull together and run through an Aries database and whatnot. I mean, it runs out clear through 50 years, and we're still at 10 MCF. And at that point, we're still negative, or we're still positive on net revenue. We're still covering our costs, and we're still making, a little bit of money every year on that well. So I don't know. I really don't know what that point is. I do know in our models, when we model them, we do put in a retirement cost. And sometimes when you look at the model, you will see that revenue stopped at some point. And that's because we decided that that's a point where we would carry money forward to P&A just on the model that would cover those costs. But I think it's a very complex question. It's really based on every operator. It is, I don't know that there is a magic number. And there's operators I know that are able to make profitable wells that have the right system in the right area that will flow much lower than 10 MCF a day.
And one additional point I might add is that, 350 Colorado suggested that these wells that may be lower producing, they don't produce much energy for the United States, right? That's ultimately what the end goal is for this product. I think, Chris, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this statistic, but I think a 15 million standard cubic feet per day well heats 100 homes, right? So there is tangible value in some of this product that folks suggest is lower.
Just one credit, it's a 15,000 standard.
50, thank you.
So that's clear out at year 50 on this particular well, or whatever, year 45, probably 42.
Yeah, and I think that the at least one of my thoughts around what ultimately the goal here is to determine what wells are closer to their end of life than not, right? So I mean, not the value of it or the
sure.
The benefit of it, but which ones are closer to retirement. And so I know it's difficult and we don't have to go too much far into it, but I mean, that's how I think of it when I'm thinking about, looking at lower producing wells.
And Commissioner Messner, if I may, I do, this asset retirement plan is part of these financial assurance plans. And we've put a lot of thought into that. And I do think we certainly support that provision where, if one comes in and they have an average per well production and it puts them in tier 3, as a part of that plan that this commission would see, or that would be submitted to the director, since this would be administratively approved, there would be a plan in place that documents sort of what is the retirement plan for these wells. So these aren't going to live in a box where nobody has any idea and we're just giving you one broad number of what's per well average daily production. The plan is a plan, and it is I want us to be thinking about it as that. I think the criterion is really just to get us into blanket bonding values for that plan. But that aside, I just really struggle with isolating either new or low producing wells as a target individual wells as a problem.
Okay. And I apologize. I know we're after 5 o'clock. I just got a couple more questions. I'll do an easy one here. So,
no pressure.
Let's talk about the evaluation for demonstrated costs in regards to reclamation. I mean, is it palatable to you to be able to potentially require a third party demonstrated? Third party would be the one to evaluate the demonstrated cost, understanding, at least in my conversations with operators, the vast majority of them are already using a third party to determine their demonstrated costs.
Thank you for the question. I don't think universally we would want that as a rule requirement, right? Some operators do keep this in-house because they've done it time and again, and they know what they're doing. Just because it is a experience coming from industry, I don't think that it should be devalued on any level. That said, I do think a lot of these costs, right, for demonstrated costs, what I would support is some language in the SBP that says these are the types of documents and information that an operator might produce to show demonstrated costs, right? Old invoices, prior invoices for like-kind sites, different seeding or actual evidence that one would proffer to say, this is what I think it's going to cost, and I have a real sound basis to think this. I don't know that we would have to go and have a third-party quote when that's an experience that they have and they have on hand to share with you.
Okay. All right, good. Just real quick here, Orphan Well program, and looking at particularly in a scheme of blanket bonding that you've proposed, and I'm not judging it by any means, but doesn't contemplate the full cost of reclamation, of plugging abandonment and reclamation, but some percentage of it. What's the relationship of the Orphan Well as regarding the financial assurance mechanism that you've suggested, and understanding that the Orphan Well program in some people's eyes could be viewed as collateral or a backstop to not requiring full financial assurance for all operators. What should the appropriate dollar amount, or how should that be treated, that Orphan Well fund?
Yes, thank you for the question. And it's a fairly intertwined and complicated answer, but I think we can get there, which is to say we have to look at these two in concert, right? I think you hit it spot on that when we're looking at financial assurance, we're assessing the risk. I think our position is that every single well and every single operator does not carry with it the same risk. So on that basis, we see our bell curve, if you will. And then on supplementing that risk assessment and the coverage we have for financial assurance is the Orphan Well program. So call it collateral, call it supplemental coverage, whatever you want. Those tie together in my mind. And I think, so your next question is, so what's the right number for Orphan Well if we're not at full cost bonding, right? I think the answer to that is standalone. I think this financial assurance program, and again, I want to remind us, is a complete overhaul of where we are today. So in and of itself, we are reducing the risk of an Orphan Well significantly, right? So then we have to take that concept going in and looking at the Orphan Well program And then in addition, we're getting some $93 million from the federal government. We have to balance that against what are our capabilities to deploy a really effective plugging and abandonment program at the state level. I think what we've heard from Director Murphy, and I trust her calculations and have no reason to trust her judgment, is that she thinks that 10 million a year from, I almost said a day, which would have been excessive, from the federal government, and then a million on top of that for administrative fees is what they need, right? I think there is a room for a conversation of, let's take a look at this, right? Let's let it play out. Let's do this $1 million for the next few years, and let's see if that's the right number. I mean, I can say that with a fee between $20 and $100, we're probably going to land at the right number. We do not support $300, and we don't think we need to exceed 200, right? And one last note, which you're not asking, but in response to other questions, we would support these funds being managed through an enterprise. I think it's the right way to do that so that these monies don't get swept to some other use.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the answers to my questions, and sorry for taking so long.
No, and I thank you, sincerely appreciate your questions. I know it's after 5, but we started late in the day, so please keep them coming if you have more.
Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for hanging in there with us. My brain is turning to mush, so hopefully my questions are going to make sense. Can you go back to your bell curve, please?
Yes.
Okay, so same question I've been asking lots of folks. How did you come up with your BOE for the different tiers and your MCFEs and your MMFDZs and all your alphabet soup?
And thank you for the question, Commissioner McGowan. I, like you, am data driven. So this was a really intentional and purposeful product, right? It wasn't sort of picking numbers out of thin air. I'll start with the gas play. I did not focus our analysis on the BOE product, but I can tell you how we landed where we landed there. On the gas play, the primary consideration was we have to look at these data aside from BOE, DJ Basin production data, right? Because folks were lumping those numbers together, and then folks it became a ratio of where do you stand in that lineup, which wasn't the right assessment, right? So then what we did is we went to the COGCC website, pulled production data from 2020, isolated what are the 6 or 7 counties that make up the West Slope, and then figured out what the MCF production was for those folks, and then MCFE per well average daily production. That's this summarized set of data. So it ranged anywhere from 720 down to 0. I'm going to tell you that this 720 is a bit of an anomaly because that's one well. And if you saw that decline curve, that next year, that's probably going to be closer to 284. So really it's 284 to 0. So then taking those values, and taking staff's approach to this, let's establish an elite tier, if you will. Let's then have a strong blanket bond grouping for most of the state. And then let's figure out when we may need to have a conversation around financial assurance. So I really started on the tails, and then that kind of built the middle. 90 MCFE is a very, very strong per well average daily production for operators. As you see, that only captures 20% of operators on the West Slope. And then 10 MCFE, again, is on the lower end. And this is where, to your point, and I've heard you in this conversations and others, we want to make sure that folks are having the conversation about single well financial assurance before it's too late, right? When they need to be having it. It may not be 0. It may need to be a little higher. And again, I want to be clear that the proposal here is not to suggest that everybody in tier 4 is single well bonded. It's to say, we need to be talking about a conversation of up to and including single well for each of your wells. So I would anticipate the bonding values being higher than tier 3, but not in every case need they be single well financial assurance.
Yes, so thank you for explaining how you did this. So you and I have talked about this. For me, financial assurance is the plan, right? Is your wells are like all your little employees, and some of them are younger and some of them are older, and some can have more time to save money to retire, and some have less time to save up. Layered with what I keep hearing operators say is financial assurance is not supposed to be the thing that we're using to P&A our wells, which means some other mechanism needs to be in place and shared with the commission before you get into tier 2. Because if at tier 2, if we as commissioners then are saying, guess what? Single well financial assurance for each and every one of all these old wells that you have, you are not going to have, I don't believe you're going to have the resources to get you there. And so somewhere on this downside of your slope here, and maybe now the better conversation is to go to your production curve line, somewhere in there with the financial plans or within the tiers, I think needs to be sharing with the commission. I have now, my revenue has now starting to hit my production curve. Before I get to where they cross, I'm in the negative. What is the conversation with the commission of, here's how I'm retiring, here's the money I'm setting aside, here's my P&A strategy, I am on target with the P&A strategy. So if we just have tiers, how do you envision that piece playing into this tiered structure?
Thank you very much for the question, Commissioner McGowan. And I think you're taking it the step further that we haven't focused on just yet. And I think it's an important question. So what this does is gets you into a tier, but the purpose of which is to assign a dollar value for bonding. But again, there's several elements, and I don't want to pull up the rule, but there's several other elements under the 700 series that make this not just a quantitative number plan, check the box, did I submit my 2.5 million, but there's a qualitative elements to it, right? There is the asset retirement component. There is discussions on how many are of low producing, how many of inactive are you carrying? So we can have those conversations with the director, with the commissioner. And again, it's going to be way more information than either the commission or operators have had the opportunity to talk about together. So I think folks are going to learn very quickly what is, an intentional plan versus what might not be.
Thank you. And I want to say that some operators have been very open and trusting with me to share kind of their production curves in relation to their revenue, in relation to when they think they're going to have to retire wells and what that planning looks like. And I think that if we're going to layer that piece kind of robustly onto maybe some sort of a tier structure that might help help us figure out what tier someone really belongs in. I'm not sure that just saying if you're producing this much, you're in this tier. So maybe it's a combination of information that we have.
And if I may just respond, I think the challenge with that is it adds a layer of complexity that makes this really challenging, right? The beauty of the per well average daily production is it is a very good proxy for financial health of an operator, right? Because it shows you how they carry their portfolio. So it's one step short of that revenue-based calculation. So it allows us an instrument to simplify exactly what you're looking for. But I think the questions you're further asking, I would suggest, are questions on the substance of what is in a plan, not so much how you get into a tier, right?
Room for discussion. Thank you very, very much.
Understood.
Further questions?
And Commissioner Robbins, I know that I haven't directly been asked it, but if I may
You can
respond.
ask yourself a question.
Yeah, I guess so bold, if I may be so bold, to respond to the suggestion on the AIM and AVO.
Oh yeah, actually, I meant to ask you that. Go for it.
Of course. So I think short response is that we don't support the proposal for a line item of AVO and AIM in COGCC's rules. We just went through an unbelievably huge rulemaking before Air Quality Control Commission in December. And part of that was a leak detection program that is first of its kind in the nation, right? More stringent than what EPA has on the books. That took us over a year of stakeholder process. We had cost effectiveness analysis, regulatory analyses. We went into detail on what type of record keeping would be required, what's the repair schedule, what's the timeline, how does that roll up into the state's inventory, which is ultimately the tool which will drive GHG reductions in the state. So I say all that to say, Air Quality Control Commission has this under wraps, right? This to me is not a place where we need to be inserting more uncertainty than we have clarity. And I think what we heard from Ms. Paraños is they are asking for something that is a little bit different from APCD. And that to me is a really challenging piece and a reason why that COGCC should not accept their proposal.
Even if it's just information sharing so that the commission is able to understand which out of service wells potentially have leak and how the operator responded to it.
And I think the piece that stands out to me that Ms. Paraños shared with us is that she would be asking for different record keeping, right? She suggested that what is true, what we do is we roll up our LDAR data and submit it to the state. So this would be a different and like entirely separate record keeping. And I don't have probably the right folks with us today to be able to share with you how complicated the leak detection program, both on a record keeping and tracking basis is, let alone reporting. So then having to pull some component of that out to report to COGCC on an informational basis creates, frankly, a compliance concern more than I think it would be helpful information to the state. And I would second Mr. Lepore in that, the real focus has been engagement with AQCC, in doing this collaboratively and thoughtfully. And it doesn't seem to me at this stage that has been done. So I would at least start there on that particular point.
Okay. Thank you for the answer to your question. Anything else?
Let me see if there's any other questions I need to answer. No. It was a joke. I wasn't actually looking through my list.
All right. Well, we want to thank you and your witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Clark. Thank you, Mr. Bankert. Appreciate you bearing with us late in the afternoon. At this time, I think we will allow you to be unimpaneled, and that concludes the agenda items for the commission today. We are coming back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and we have 4 final party presenters to the tune of about 30 minutes in direct with questions on top of that. We then also will have party closing statements. I anticipate from Ms. Larson that she will send around a final agenda that would have all of whomever had additional time left indicated for closing statements. And so with that, I think I am looking for a motion to adjourn this rulemaking until tomorrow, Friday, January 28th at 9 a.m.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries, none opposed. Everybody have a good evening, and we will see you in the morning.